Adventure Show podcast.
They are working. Well done to the guys that are in WA actually using the bins. I reckon we should see these spread across the country.
Powered by Dometic, mobile living made easy. The Real Adventures app, get hooked. Now in the App Store and Google Play.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. Good morning to you and welcome to day 2 of official competition, fully scheduled Olympic competition, the 5th day of events at Tokyo 2020. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics for Mate Communications and for Xero. Sam Hargraves is my name. It's a historic day in Olympic history at the moment. 2 of the 4 new sports currently underway in their heats, and Australia strongly represented in both of them. In the shortboard surfing, Julian Wilson unfortunately finished 4th in his heat. But don't worry, he can still go through to round 2, which is the knockout stage. Owen Wright is just about to get into the water at the the Surigasaki Surf Beach after it had been lashed by typhoon winds, which has just caused a little bit of decent swell. So the surfers enjoying their first foray into an Olympic event. And the skateboarding as well, the men's street, the heats have started there, and we are well represented by former world champion Shane O'Neill. I'm going to explain how both those events work, how they're judged, and how the Australians can progress. But it is a massive day. There are 4 gold medals up for grabs with Australians competing in those events. Plenty of other medals, of course, in a heap of other events. But the key events today that we're really looking to hone in on, the Aussies, the men's 400-metre individual medley, Brendan Smith and C-Bomb Lee. Brendan Smith stunned the world last night when he qualified fastest in the 400-metre individual medley in the pool. The number 1 seed, by the way, was actually homegrown hero. So Japan's Setu Daya, who was the gold medal favourite coming into this event, he failed to qualify. So Brendan Smith goes in as the fastest qualifier, and C-Bomb Lee, that's going to be at 11:30 today. So we'll bring that to action to you live. And then the men's 400-metre freestyle, Elijah Winnington, the number 1 ranked swimmer coming into this event. He knocked out Mac Horton at the Australian Olympic Trials. Mac Horton, of course, won gold in this event in Rio in 2016. Elijah Winnington, 21 years of age, number 1 ranked coming into this, the fastest time in the event for the year. He and Jack McLaughlin in a dead heat qualified 4th fastest for that event. So a bit of work to do, but at 11:52, before I hand over today, we will bring you the men's 400-metre freestyle. And then just before 1 o'clock, our women looking to defend their Rio gold medal in the 4x100-metre freestyle. Molly O'Callaghan, the 17-year-old, the youngest Olympian in our squad this year, got us off to a ripping start, a PB for her. Megan Harris, Maddie Wilson and Bronte Campbell brought it home, qualifying first for that final at 1:45 today. Kate Campbell and Emma McEwen have got to come into that side, so it'll be fascinating to see who comes out for those 2 superstars to come in. And then in the women's road race today, we've got a strong representation starting at 2 p.m. Grace Brown, Tiff Cromwell and Sarah Giganti, along with Nicole Spratt, who I spoke to yesterday. She had the honour of being our very first ever guest as SEN brings you the Tokyo Olympic Games. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service, mobile plans from $20, and for Xero, online accounting to help you do business but better. Going to go through the medal tally in just a moment as well. But just with the 2 new events that are starting at the moment, Owen Wright is actually in the water at the minute. We're going to bring you some of that action as we go through this morning from Surigasaki Surf Beach, north of Tokyo. So the moment I see him jump on a wave, we will bring you that action live. But some of the results from yesterday that we'll go through that we're very proud of. The rowing got off to a great start. The sweep events, that's single oar events, our women and men's pairs both went through to the final, qualifying fastest for that. The Kookaburras got their campaign off to a great start with a 5-3 win over host nation Japan. The Stingrays, our women's water polo team, had an 8-5 win over Canada. And in terms of our softball, a loss to Canada yesterday probably has our spirit out of gold medal contention, but they are still in fourth position, and that means that they, if they can hold on to that, they would play off for a bronze medal. There are a heap of other events today on a day two that was quite historic for all the wrong reasons for Team USA. That was the first time since 1972 that they haven't medalled on day one of competition. So they will be looking to bounce back with the might that they bring to the table and a massive team that they've got assembled as well. So there's a heap of events to look forward to today, and especially Jess Fox, who has a silver medal in London in the K1 canoe slalom. She got bronze in that event at Rio, so she gets her Olympic campaign off today as well. Our women's beach volleyballers, Taliqua Clancy, the 29-year-old Queenslander, one of the best in the world. It's her second Olympics. She has teamed up with Mariafi Atacho. They played together briefly in 2012, but since they've been together over the last couple of years, they've won more titles in their first year together than any other beach volleyball team in Australian beach volleyball history, and that includes Natalie Cook and Kerry Pottast as well. So they are a really strong gold medal chance, and they get started at around 10 o'clock today. So the two new sports that are getting underway on, as I said, a historic day, day two of an official competition at these Tokyo 2020 Olympics. So surfing and skateboarding. So how the surfing works and the format of it is Owen Wright is in the water at the minute, just trying to find a decent set for him to get started on. He's currently sitting in third position of this heat. As I said, Julian Wilson finished last in his heat, but he still will go through to the second round. So the length of the heats are about 30 minutes. They're decided by a technical director, and it depends on the conditions of the day. In this time, each athlete is allowed to ride a maximum of 25 waves, and their two highest scoring waves count towards their heat total, which gives them their heat results. So round one, there's no eliminations, but the first two surfers advance directly to round three and skip round two. So round two is two heats of five surfers. The top three surfers of each heat advance, while the bottom two surfers will be eliminated from competition. Round three, 8 heats, 2 surfers each. The surfer who places first moves through the bracket, while the surfer who places second is eliminated. The round 4 is the quarterfinals. 4 heats, 2 surfers. The top surfer of each heat advance. The second placed surfer is eliminated. Round 5, the semi-finals. 2 heats, 2 surfers. Top 2 go through to the final. The bottom 2 play off for the bronze medal. So that's how it works. So the way that the scoring is conducted, no 2 waves are ever the same. So each wave breaks differently, offering a different scoring potential. So there's a panel of 5 judges who will score each ride based on the judging criteria. The criteria reflect the definition of good surfing and are based upon the key elements of commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive manoeuvres, combinations of major manoeuvres, variety of manoeuvres, speed, power and flow. So that's what we're dealing with when it comes to the surfing. And our team that we've assembled is a really strong one as well. So our Australian team have gone with the name, and I just had this written up here, and it's just escaped me for the moment. But we've got, I had that written down, and I'll come back to it in just a moment as well. But the surfing today, so this is really exciting for our surfers. Julian Wilson, Owen Wright, the Irukandjis is the Australian national surf team. So that's a poisonous jellyfish. That's the name they adopted in 2020. Julian Wilson, obviously the man who turned around to try and help out Mick Fanning when he was getting attacked by a shark. He was runner-up in the 2018 title race, and he was also a Triple Crown winner in 2014. He's a former world number 2. He finished last in his heat, but will go through to round 2. And Owen Wright, who, incredible story, he sat out the whole 2016 season after a serious brain injury suffered at a training session at Pipeline in Hawaii in December 2015. He returned and won his return event at Snapper Rocks in 2017 on the Gold Coast. And he just had a son 3 months earlier at Young Varley. He's a 3-time event winner on the World Surfing League. So he's in Heat 4. He's got to take on John Florence, who's a 2-time champion. At the moment, he's coming last in that heat, John Florence. Manuel Selman from Chile and Ramsey Boukiam from Morocco as well. So He's in the water at the minute, just caught a decent wave, but it was quite brief. So he's sitting in second place in that heat, and we will just jump back in the moment that Owen Wright gets himself up on a wave. So the other two members of the team and our women surfers will go in the short board a little later on this morning, just after 11 o'clock. And this is where we've got really strong gold medal chances in Sally Fitzgibbons, who's the current world number 3, a 3-time gold medal winner in the World Surfing Games. She's run it up 3 times in the World Surf League's World Championship Tour. She used to be an 800-metre and 1,500-metre junior star, won junior Olympic gold medals in those events as well. And then Steph Gilmore, the 7-time world champ from New South Wales, currently ranked number 5 in the world, but we are really looking good to medal in probably both men's and women's shortboard surfing. So that's how those events are going to unfold. The skateboarding is the other one that's happening at the minute. The first time skateboarding's ever been at the Tokyo Olympics. Now, former world champion Shane O'Neill hasn't got going yet, but the moment he does, I will bring you that action as well from the Ariake Urban Sports Park in Tokyo, where the skateboarding course has been set up. There's 2 disciplines: park, which is like a big bowl, think swimming pool but better, and the street event, which is exactly as it sounds. So a lot of rails, a lot of stairs, a lot of gaps, some ramps as well, and they've got to put forward their best runs they can. So how that works in the skateboarding across the street competitions, 2 45-second runs where they perform their best sequence of tricks across replicas of real-life sort of urban terrain, as I mentioned, stairs, rails, ledges, and then they perform their best trick. That section consists of 5 separate attempts to perform the best tricks of their choosing. So it's a minute that they've got to run. The judges have a specific criteria to formulate their scores. So with the street, both runs of each of the 5 tricks are scored out of 10 by the 5 judges. The highest and lowest judges' scores for each run or trick are dropped, and the remaining scores are averaged to give a final score for each run and trick. The best 4 scores from the runs and tricks are then added to give the total score. So that's how the street competition will work. And now our representative in this is Shane O'Neill, who hasn't got going at the moment. 31 years old, from Victoria, currently ranked number 14 in the world. He was world skateboarding champion in 2016. 2017, he had a great year as well. He was the champion of the 2020 Oceania Continental Street Championships. And he had some strong performances coming into Tokyo, an 8th place in an event in the lead up to this, which saw him qualify for his first ever Olympic Games and the first time that skateboarding's ever been in. He's got a Nike shoe that's called the Shane. But to win, he's going to have to beat an out-and-out phenomenon in the world of skateboarding. Nyjah Huston is to street skating what Tony Hawk has been to vert skating, a 12-time X Games champion, the youngest ever participant at the X Games. This guy is an out-and-out powerhouse, and he will take some beating as well. I've just been having a look up on the screen while this has been going, and we'll bring you some of the action too. But there's a young American called Jagger Eaton. So you've never seen what we're looking at the moment, where somebody's competing in an Olympic event wearing a singlet, shorts, has the ear pods in and the hat backwards, crashed on his first trick attempt to Jagger Eaton. The ear pods came out, and that was the first port of call for him to make sure that he picked up his AirPods, and he's currently sitting first through his heats. Owen Wright is currently in first at the moment as his heat's probably about halfway through. And we'll get to the medal tally in just a moment. But I want to bring you some of the action from the Surigasaki Surf Beach as well, with Owen Wilson there. Things are a little flat at the minute, which will mean that there will be a little bit of a delay in any kind of wave catching when they're not there. And that's, I suppose, the unique nature of surfing, is that you are not only dealing with yourself, but it's the elements that have such a crucial role in the outcome of each event. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympic Games is from Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from just $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better. The medal tally after day one. So China on top of the medal tally at the minute. They got 3 golds and a bronze. The golds came in fencing, shooting, weightlifting, and a bronze in shooting as well. Korea had a good day yesterday. 3 medals for them. A gold in archery, where they are incredibly strong. Here's Owen Wright.
Kids' meals look pretty hearty.
Hey, Gary.
You can see the wind making conditions difficult, or more difficult than this morning already. Puts ribs and bumps across the face, and so maintaining speed on your board becomes more difficult with those bumps on the wave face.
So, short-lived, but that's unfortunately how the cookie crumbles sometimes in the surfing game. So the medal tally today, and our medal tally sponsor for Rebel Sports. Right through the games, we'll be keeping you across the medal tally thanks to Rebel Sports. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsports.com. Back to the medal tally. So, an archery gold, a fencing bronze and a taekwondo bronze for Korea. Italy had 2 medals yesterday, one in fencing, one in the gold in taekwondo and a bronze in fencing. Japan, a couple of medals. Owen Wright back on a wave.
Beautiful surfing from Owen Wright. 3-turn combination, the last of which is very vertical. Will he improve on that 4.43? There's every chance. John Florence goes to the air. Oh, critical mistake. That was exactly the type of manoeuvre he was looking for to build confidence. Obviously built the score, but as well built the confidence. We've seen him now go for 3 air reverse manoeuvres and fall on each of them.
So Owen Wright still maintains the lead in his heat, 9.33. He's well on top in that heat from Morocco's Ramzi Boukiam, who has a 7.6. John Florence, 6.8. And Chile's Manuel Selman currently sitting in 4th. So Korea sits second on the medal tally. Italy, Japan, the Russian Olympic Committee had 2 medals yesterday, a silver in shooting and a bronze in taekwondo. Serbia, a couple of medals, a silver and a bronze for them in shooting and taekwondo, respectively, and down the list it goes. No medals for Australia, but today, as I mentioned, we are red hot in 4 events. The men's 400-metre individually medley, Brendan Smith and Seabom Lee. The men's 400-metre freestyle with Elijah Winnington and Jack McLaughlin. Our women's 4x100-metre freestyle and our women's road race as well. So we'll take a quick break and come back on the other side. Hopefully Shane O'Neill not too far away from getting his Olympic campaign underway in the street skateboarding. That's history in the making, and we will bring it to you straight away as soon as he gets out there, you'll know about it on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, well, lovely piney mates of 4 and 20 pie.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal Music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Aussie skateboarder Shane O'Neill's heat is underway, so as soon as he rolls out onto the course at the Ariake Urban Sports Park, we're going to bring that to you live, all thanks to Channel 7. There's women's shooting going on at the moment, as well as Owen Wright in the final stages of his heat, where he currently sits second, which would mean that he will go straight through to round 3 and not have to go through to round 2, which Julian Wilson has to do after he came last in his heat as surfing makes its debut on the Olympic stage. But at the moment, in the women's 10-metre air pistol, Dina Aspandiarova, 45 years of age, born in Kazakhstan, represented them at 2000 before representing Australia at Beijing in 08 and London in 2012. She's currently 45th. And Elena Galiabovic, who was born in Belarus, who moved to Australia at the age of 4, a proud Victorian now. It's her second Olympics. She's currently sitting in 19th. And for the shooting, the women's skeet, the qualifications at the moment, Laura Coles from WA at her first Olympics is currently sitting 15th. So going okay, our women's shooters at the minute. I'll give you a full wrap of everything that happened yesterday. Don't forget, the one thing that our Olympic coverage can do that no other can is be fully interactive. So you can get involved with us at any point, 0433 98 11 16. You want to text us through some of the highlights that you've seen. What are you looking forward to today? Australia in contention for 4 gold medals today, and a couple of those will be whilst we're on air together. So 11:30, the men's 400-metre individual medley. Brendan Smith qualified first and shocked the world. Seto Daya, who was the Japanese homegrown hero and the favourite to take gold in that event, he didn't qualify for the finals. Seabom Lee, the other Australian, did. So we can't wait for that at 11:30 this morning. 11:52, the men's 400-metre freestyle. Elijah Winnington and Jack McLaughlin, ranked 1 and 2 in the world, qualified equal 4th fastest. So some work to do for them. And our women's 4x100-metre freestyle relay final is this afternoon, just before 1 p.m. As well. So a wrap of yesterday's results where we're waiting for Shane O'Neill to get going in the men's street skateboarding. So in the pool last night, as I said, Brendan Smith qualified fastest in the men's 400-metre individual medley, a time of 4:09.27. As I said, knocked out Japan's Daisaito, who didn't qualify for the final, and Seebom Lee as well. In the women's 100-metre butterfly, Australia's Emma McEwen qualified equal fastest for the semis. 55.82 is a new Australian record. She touched the wall at the same time, apparently, as favourite Yufei Zhang from China, but an aerial shot of it clearly shows Emma McEwen hitting the wall first, so I'm not sure why that was ever I suppose counted as a dead heat. Brianna Throssell narrowly made the semi-final. She finished 16th fastest with a time of 58.08. As I said, Elijah Winnington and Jack McLaughlin hit the wall in a dead heat in Heat 5. 3:45.2. They were fourth fastest. It was a pretty slow heat, and you'd expect them to go a lot faster in the final at 11:52 this morning. The men's 100-metre breaststroke, a strong swim from Matt Wilson, just over a minute for him, and Zach Stubblety-Cook, but they finished outside the semi-finals. And here we go. Shane O'Neill making history in the skateboarding, the men's street. He's crashed on his first rail attempt. Will drop in now.
He can easily come back from that. He's hit the quarter pipe that he was planning on hitting right afterwards anyway, and he's back on course. Bigs from front board. That's classic for Shane. He can easily come back from this the same way that Kelvin did and have a good score if he gets going exactly where he wants to. Nollie flip into the bank, come around. He's got to make the most of this last 15 seconds. Yeah, he's looking like himself again.
11 seconds on the clock.
Blunt fake. I'm not sure he's going to go. He's going to try something technical. He doesn't want to have that happen straight at the beginning. That crooked grind nollie flip that he missed is something that he's known for having absolutely very consistently.
Yeah, well, you could see him shake his head just with self-disappointment on that because it's so unlike him. We've both got our hands in our face in our hands with disappointment. We're going to look towards Shane's second run.
That's the thing. Shane's so strong-willed. He's so hard-headed. He's not really going to let that slide. I feel like he's going to be battling himself now, just so annoyed that he's done that in his first run. He's going to be pushing way harder in the next run, and then he's going to go even harder in the best tricks.
Yeah.
He's just...
He'll throw that one away. He'll look to his second run
if not be even kind of pushed by it, honestly. He's going to be annoyed at himself.
So a 4.66 out of 10 for the first run. Shane O'Neill crashed on a couple of tricks, his first and his last. So the great thing about the skateboarding is that there are more opportunities for which they can score on a good run. So each of the runs and each of the 5 tricks that they try for best trick are scored out of 10 by the 5 judges. The highest and the lowest judges' scores for each run or trick are dropped. The remaining scores are averaged out to give the final score for each run and then for each trick. The best 4 scores from the runs and the tricks are then added to give the total score. So they get a couple of runs and then 5 attempts at their best trick, and they are all collated to give them an overall score for the men's skateboard street. As we roll through the events of yesterday, Owen Wright still sitting second in his heat, so looking to bypass round 2 and go directly to round 3. I reckon he's just taken a wave as we speak.
Decides to use the priority.
And again, very short-lived, just didn't quite, the wave sort of broke up on him and he bailed. So we'll keep an eye on Owen Wright as we continue to work through. But the results from yesterday and Channel 7's Tokyo 2020 unmissable moments today. Obviously, Jess Fox is going to start her Olympic campaign, and on a history-making day when surfing and skateboarding make their debut. Tokyo 2020 live and free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. Big thanks to Channel 7, who we are broadcast partners with, and proudly bringing you the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. Working through the results of yesterday, In the hockey, our Kookaburras defeated Japan 5-3. They went down 3-2 at the half, but fought back impressively, the Kookaburras, to get that win. In the rowing, as I mentioned before, our men's and women's pairs both qualified first in their respective events, so they will go through to the finals. Alex Hill, Spencer Turin, Jack Hargraves and Nick Purnell, one of their heats, won their heat in the men's 4 in a time of 5.5427. And Australia's world champion women's 4s, they won their heat in a time and an Olympic best of 6.2876. Australia's men's 8 finished last in their heat and will head to the repechage. The women's 8 finished third in their heat, also head to the repechage. Matildas last night lost 4-2 to Sweden. Sam Kerr scored twice, missed a penalty, but was denied an obvious penalty in the first half. And then after she missed the equalising penalty, Sweden got a late one to rub some salt into the wound. So they are going to have their work cut out for them because they've got the US to come. They are in that group of death. Won their first match, the Matildas, so have lost their second and have got America to come. In our softball, as I said, the Aussie Spirit fell to Canada in their third match. They played the USA today, but they lost 7-1, so still in contention for bronze, but you would think gold would be out of the question for them. In the men's singles, in the tennis, John Millman won his first round match over Italy's Lorenzo Massetti, 6-3, 6-4 straight sets, and Sam Stosur unfortunately made history in her 5th Olympics, but bowed out to Kazakhstan's 15th seed Alina Rybakina. And in the women's doubles, Ash Barty and Storm Sanders easily got through the Japanese pair, and they take on the winner of Serbia and China in their second round. In the men's road race, didn't Richie Port, Lucas Hamilton, Luke Durbridge do us proud, coming off really tough Tour de France campaigns. Richie Port finished 48th, but was right in the mix till the late stages in that peloton, along with Lucas Hamilton and Luke Durbridge, who finished 71st and 72nd. Ecuador's Richard Carapaz won the gold after coming third in the Tour de France. It was just Ecuador's second ever Olympic gold medal. So Owen Wright's heat has finished. A late wave caught from him that was just a little bit too quick for us to be able to drop in on. He dropped in on a beauty and got a 10.4 to take out his heat, so he will move straight through to round 3. Julian Wilson has to go through round 2 again, so he's got to go the long road, but we know how good he is. But Owen Wright doing it beautifully in his first heat, winning. So later on this morning after 11 o'clock, Sally Fitzgibbons and Steph Gilmore, they're in action in the women's short board on a history-making day, as we've said. In the water polo, our Stingrays won their first up game in Group A, 8-5 over Canada. In the artistic gymnastics, Tyson Bull, making his Olympic debut, finished 14.43 on the horizontal bar in rotation 1. That placed him 7th overall for the bar, and he'll go through to the apparatus final. He also competed in the parallel bar and placed 37th in that. In badminton, Simon Leung and Gráinne Somerville lost their Group C mixed doubles match to Indonesia, and then Gráinne Somerville and Satanya Mapasa lost their Group C women's doubles match to Korea. There's more badminton today. In the shooting, the 10-metre air rifle, Elise Collier placed 42nd. Katarina Kauplos finished 45th. In the men's 10-metre air pistol, Daniel Repacholi scored 600. He finished 30th. Only the top 8 go through. In the table tennis, it was a really good day for us. Jian Feng Lei in her 6th Olympics, which is just an incredible achievement. She beat Danielle Fonseca from Cuba and then won her later on match against Italy's Deborah Vivarelli. So she is through to Monday's action as well. In the mixed doubles, our team lost their match. Unfortunately, 3-time Olympian Safwan Khalil couldn't win his opening round in the men's 58-kilogram taekwondo. The other 6-time Olympian in our team, Mary Hanna, finished 6th in Group A of the equestrian, so it's unlikely that she'll make it through to the next stage, but so proud we are of Mary Hanna in her 6th Olympics. And in the beach volleyball, what an extraordinary effort from Christopher McHugh and Damien Schumann. They just lost to the number 1 ranked Norwegians in their group game, and they took a set off them as well. So it was extraordinary. Kerry Pottast in the commentary was so excited for how well these guys played. So they're in action again today, I believe, but I'll double check on that as well. So Daniel O'Neill shouldn't be far away from getting his second run underway. So let's take a quick break and then come back with his second run of these first heat as men's street skateboarding comes to life in Tokyo.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Shane O'Neill's second run just started in the men's street park.
That Crooks nollie flip is something that Shane is normally...
He can do that in his sleep.
He's known for that. He's absolutely known for that. Other people do that trick because of him.
Okay, let's see if he can clean this up.
See? That's all it takes. We saw that with Kelvin Hoffler in his first run. If you can come back from it...
It's nearly about resetting halfway through the run mentally.
Yes. And trying hard tricks at the end. Once it's gone a bit pear-shaped already, just go all in. So he's got all the tricks. He's feeling good. He's back up at the top. He's looking at the midsection. Classic Shane switch flip. But there's nothing left after that. He had a couple seconds. That's hard. It's hard to judge how that score is going to come out.
So on the replay.
Biggs in front board, so comfortable. Switch flip. He's known for having that really nice switch flip.
It's so perfect, isn't it? It's just, what's that score going to be? Shane O'Neill for his second run.
He's a skater who's done so much. He's done so much for Australia outside of the contest setting. It's something I can't emphasise enough. It's the people that really have that fan base, have that following, people who are obsessed with the skaters in this contest. They're the skaters who aren't just skating contests. 6.23. Okay, that's not... It's something that he can come back from in best trick. In best trick, you have 5 attempts. The top 4 scores go through. So he has to take one of those run scores with him.
So he's going to take that 6.23
and just go for it in best trick.
So 6.23, you heard it there. Shane O'Neill's still alive, but it's going to need something extraordinary in the best trick section of the men's street in the skateboarding. The first time it's ever been at the Olympics. We'll come back on the other side of this and keep working you through what is on offer today in a full schedule day 2 of Olympic competition on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Wonderful to have your company on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympic Games. Thanks to Mate Communications award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from just $20. So the Hockey Roos get started today, and really looking forward to seeing their campaign get started as well. We'll talk a little bit more about the Hockey Roos, and we'll be able to bring you some of that too after about 11 o'clock today. They are getting started as I work through my schedule here. The Hockey Roos at about 11 o'clock today. So they take on Spain. They're in Pool B against China, Japan, New Zealand, Argentina. So they were beaten by New Zealand in the quarterfinals at Rio, but this is a side that has a rich history for winning gold medals, 88, 96 and 2000. No other actual medals in Hockey Roos history. Only gold. It's gold or bust when it comes to our women. They've got 8 debutantes, 7 dual Olympians, and 1 heading to her 3rd ever Olympic Games. The team of 16, 28-year-old Emily Chalker will compete in her 3rd Games, while 19-year-old Amy Lawton will become the 4th youngest Hockey Roo to ever compete at the Olympics. And what about the family heritage of Caitlin Nobbs? Her mother, Lee Capes, won gold in 88. Michael played in 1984 at the Olympics, so Uncle competed in 88 and got bronze in 96. They've all represented Australia at the Olympics, and coached by Katrina Powell, who won in 96 and 2000, gold medalist in her own right there. So our hockey partner for these Olympics, Hockey Australia. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and Play Now. So Shane O'Neill with a bit of work to do. He's had his 2 runs, the best of which was a score just over 6.6. And he'll have to really come to the party in the best trick competition. Our surfers today, Julian Wilson finished last in his heat. He's still alive. He goes through to round 2. But Owen Wright won his heat against American John Florence, which was he did it on the last wave of the heat, and it was the lowest qualifying score so far, but he goes straight through to round 3. So we're looking good in the surfing, and then after 11 o'clock it'll be Sally Fitzgibbons and Steph Gilmore's chance to shine in the surfing today. So what else is on offer today on a massive day for Australia, where we've got athletes competing in 21 different events. So we'll go through them alphabetically. badminton, it's a second day of competition at Musashino Forest Sport Plaza. 3 Australians, Gráinne Somerville, Simon Leung, will get into their mixed doubles group stage, their second match in the group stage. They almost caused that upset yesterday, taking the first set from the number 4 seeds before going down 1-2. Wendy Chen at her second Olympics will be in the women's singles. Basketball, can't wait for the Boomers to get going. 4:20 p.m. our time. Paddy Mills did us proud, one of the flag bearers with Kate Campbell, the first Indigenous athlete to ever carry the flag into an Olympics for Australia. So the Boomers, no Ben Simmons, but no worries. This is a really strong team. They are in complete unison. They have done cultural nights. They've done so much team bonding. There is a really good feel about where the Boomers are at, and they've got a really strong lineup, a lot of NBA experience, a lot of European experience, and a good flavour of NBL players as well. Melbourne United's Chris Golding in there, Nathan Sobey as well, just to name a couple. And as they go through their group stages, Wednesday night I'll have Chris Anstey, former Olympian, former NBA star, and one of our greatest ever, to keep us company in Australia's next game on Wednesday night. So they will play hang on. They take on Nigeria today, who they beat 108-69 in the warm-up events in the exhibitions over in the US. So they're looking to go again in this opener for them. Can't wait for that. The beach volleyball, really keep an eye on this because we're really strong in this event. In the women's beach volleyball, Taliqua Clancy and Mariafa Atacho del Sola, they are a real medal chance. They'll take on Cuba's pair in their first pool match. They're ranked 5th in the world, but Taliqua Clancy especially is considered one of the best in the world. In boxing, on debut at the Olympics, Victorian 24-year-old Harry Garside will be in the lightweight division. His Olympic debut, so that'll be after about almost 9 o'clock tonight. One of 5 Australian boxers to compete. Mark this down in your calendar as well. 2 p.m. today, racing starts in the at Kasai Canoe Slalom in the women's K1, the kayak single event. Jess Fox, a silver medal in London in 2012, a bronze medal at Rio in this event. Cannot wait for her to get her campaign started, and it happens today. We're going to pause in that. Shane O'Neill's going to go for his best trick.
Switch to back loop.
Okay, we're building.
He's going to break an 8. He knows he needs something done. He's smart. He's not crazy like me, where he just thinks he's got to go straight. That's what I was thinking. I was like, just go crazy.
Shane is a calculated skater at the end of the day.
I know he's been on course watching everyone else practice. He knows what tricks get what scores. He's super calculated. He knows what he's doing.
Okay. That's
why
he... Low 8s? Throw it out there. We're not going to hold you to this. 8-6-3, yes. Shane O'Neill dropping a score that is going to help build what we want here as he...
Let's go. Okay.
Team rider, Yuto Horigame.
So that's a much better result. The first of his best trick attempts, 8.62 for Shane O'Neill. So just slowly starting to build and still in contention. So we'll work you through how the progression occurs in the men's street. Tomorrow, though, don't miss Poppy O'Neill. We're a really strong chance for her. Poppy Star Olsen has a documentary that followed her around, ranked in the top 5 in the world. Keegan Palmer will be in action too in the park events. He's our top-ranked male skater. Kieran Woolley as well, 17 years of age, the 3rd youngest member of the Olympic team. So that's in the park events, which is just think massive swimming pool. That's where they do their work. This is the men's street today with Shane O'Neill as well. Quick break and we'll come back with plenty more. Steph Gilmore and Sally Fitzgibbons after 11 o'clock in the surfing for them after Julian Wilson finished last in his heat. He goes through to round 2 though, and straight through to round 3. Skipping round 2 is Owen Wright, who came first in his heat this morning.
Attention Melbourne. Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning 4th Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
We've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. When Meatloaf forward cooked it and Green and saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel, sport is calling.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Second attempt for Shane O'Neill for best trick coming up.
Please. Switch double tray flip. So it's also something Shane's so well known for, and he knows would reward high with points.
Break down the tray flip and break down a switch double.
Okay, so tray flip, the board turns 360 and flips once. It's a 360 flip. You do it all in one motion. The board flips and turns.
Shane's doing that twice.
Yeah, so the board is spinning 360 and flipping twice, and he's doing it with his opposite feet. So, like we said before, he's a super technical skater. There's not other people trying those same things.
Switch 360 tray flip just didn't quite pan out for Shane O'Neill. He's still got 3 runs at a best trick to come. His first got him over an 8.6, so he is still alive, but we will follow that pretty closely and I'll come back and keep working you through what events are coming up today as you are. We're wrapped to have your company. Get involved with us, 0433 98 11 16. Our clothing partner, and I've got to say I'm really liking the duds from Sportscraft, and you would have seen Australia looking absolutely sensational at the opening ceremony. I reckon they look like winners. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection now. We'll be back on the other side of this, SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
As we work through the events that are going to happen today, 21 events with Australians in them. There's 4 of those where there's a gold medal up for grabs that we are well and truly in contention for. The first of which, 11:30, men's 400-metre individual medley. Brendan Smith qualified first. Seabom Lee in that event as well. That's our first gold medal chance. On a historic day, we've spoken about the fact that skateboarding now a part of Olympics, and Shane O'Neill's going for another best trick, his third run.
In the big section, he's going for the switch double tray again. Has not come away with it.
So close.
It doesn't matter how long he did land on it, but he's come off. So that he will be getting a zero for that one.
So the same trick that he tried in his second run, Shane O'Neill, known for this trick, according to the Channel 7 commentators, the switch double tray flip. So the board is flipping and spinning, if that makes sense. So if you look at it, if you're looking directly down at a skateboard, the flip is if it's sort of going from left to right and going over and over. And then you look at the spin is the end-to-end going around. Think of a lazy Susan. That's how you need to sort of visualise that in your head. But he's still alive. 2 runs still to come for Shane O'Neill. I'm going to play a little bit of Julian Wilson, who has the honour of being Australia's first ever competitive surfer at an Olympics. He finished last in his heat, but he did speak to Channel 7 a little bit earlier. But just so you know what's happening today, in the cycling, we've got 4 women, Grace Brown, Tiffany Cromwell, Sarah Giganti and Nicole Spratt, who I spoke to yesterday in the women's road race. Equestrian action happening. The duo of Simon Pearce and Kelly Lane in the Equestrian Park, and the second day of the dressage as well. The Aussies will begin at 6 p.m. The Ollie Roos, after stunning the world with a 2-0 win over Argentina, they take on Spain. They've got a really tough group, but what a win that was, and what a leg up that is in that really tough group. They've got Egypt to come as well. That's at 8:30 tonight against Spain. In gymnastics, Georgia Goodwin and Emily Whitehead in the artistic gymnastics qualification at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre, both on debut. In the hockey, our Hockey Roos get started at the Oi Hockey Stadium. They are looking to atone for a disappointing Rio. They take on 5th ranked India, and the Kookaburra is ranked number 1 in the world. In judo, Nathan Katz at his second games will compete as well. In the rowing, we've got Australia's sweep rowers taking to the water. This is single oar. Men's and women's pairs and fours will be racing as well. In the sailing, it's 11 days of scheduled sailing competition as well. The medal races will be held on the last 5 days. There's Aussies in 8 of a possible 10 sailing classes. The skateboarding we've spoken about with Shane O'Neill currently in action. Shooting, medals up for grabs at the moment. The women's 10-metre air pistol. And I'll give you an update on where things are at there in just a moment because that's going on as we speak. So in the 10-metre air pistol, Dina Aspandiarova was up to 45th. Elena Galibovic got up to about 5th. And in the women's skeet shooting, Laura Coles was in 8th place not too long ago. She's in 5th now, Laura Coles. So that's one to keep an eye on in the hunt there. Day 2 of competition in the women's skeet qualification. Paul Adams, a little later on today at his second Olympics, will be competing as well. In the softball, the Spirit take on the might of the USA. They're 1 win and 2 losses after going down to Canada yesterday. Still in contention for bronze, but you wouldn't think gold. The surfing, the men have competed. Julian Wilson came last in his heat. Owen Wright came first in his. So Wilson goes still through to round 2. But Owen Wright skips round 2 and goes straight through to round 3. As we mentioned, it's a big day for us in the pool. We've got 3 absolute red-hot gold medal chances in the men's individual medley, 400 metres. Brendan Smith qualified fastest in that as well, and Seabom Lee will compete in that event too. Jack McLaughlin and Elijah Winnington will start from lane 2 and 6 in the 400 metre freestyle final, and then the women defending their Rio 4 by 100 metre Olympic title. I reckon they can break their own world record in that last race this morning. Emma McEwen, before the replay, will be in the 100 metre butterfly semi-finals as well, along with Brianna Throssell. Taekwondo, Stacey Heimer will be our rep on day 2. In the tennis, Ash Barty starts her singles campaign at about midday, taking to centre court. She won her doubles match against Storm Sanders. Isla Tomjanovic will play her singles as well. And James Duckworth in his first round is in the and in the doubles, Ellen Perez and Sam Stosur, John Millman, Luke Saville, John Pearce and Luke Purcell get their Olympics underway. And the Aussie Sharks, our men's water polo team, take on European powerhouse Montenegro after 4:30. So looking forward to that as well. Captain Aaron Younger in his 3rd Olympic Games leading our Aussie Sharks there. So 21 events that have Australians in them today, and we will keep bringing you as much of that action as possible on SEN.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
We've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry washed as Taylor kicks the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
Looking forward to spending another hour with you before I hand over to Katie Brown. So in the men's street, the prelims at the moment, Shane O'Neill currently sitting in 10th place. He's got a couple more attempts at a best trick to try and surge his way up those standings, but it's looking potentially like a bridge too far. But he has done his country proud. He is up very shortly in that. So action underway in the hockey. Australia taking on Spain. Not part of current programming at the moment, so I can't bring that to you just at this stage. But as soon as there's a score or anything to update, we will let you know as the Hockey Roos get underway in these 2020 Olympics. So Australia have started in the softball too, the Spirit against the United States. Still 0-0 at the minute, but again, we will update you on that and we'll take you to the action as soon as we can as well. SEN's Olympic coverage coverage of the 2020 Olympic Games, all for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service, mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business but better. And Hockey Australia have been good enough to partner with us for the hockey. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. So if you are just joining us, get involved at any time, 0433 98 11 16. We'd love to chat to you throughout this Olympic coverage, which if you haven't downloaded the SEN app, which it would be surprising given that's how you're finding us right now. But make sure you tell anyone you know to download the SEN app. You'll be able to switch between regular day programming and Olympic coverage all through these 2020 Olympic Games, which we're proud to bring you with Mate Communications and Zero. So just waiting for Shane O'Neill to have his next attempt in the best trick component of the skateboarding. Each skater got 2 runs of a minute to put together the best trick sequence that they could. And now they've got 5 attempts at a best trick. So the judges, there's 5 of them. The lowest score and the highest score get flicked, and it's the middle scores that work out your average score for that particular run, and then they are all pieced together to give you an overall score. And at the moment, Shane O'Neill just sitting in 10th position. So we're hoping that on either 7 Mate or on 7 HD that they'll take us to the Hockey Roos, which I'm sure they'll do very soon. But let's go in now to Shane O'Neill, still alive but barely. Needs something massive here on his last attempt at best trick.
In 10th position, we've seen him unfortunately come unstuck twice.
He's missed the switch double tray flip again.
He's shaking his head and going, it's really got to him, that trick today, hasn't it?
I mean, it's not like it's a crazy thing to pursue. It's going to give him massive points. He knew the same thing when he did switch flip back lip. It got him over that 8 so easily. I didn't even think that it would. And there he is comfortably doing it. So he's gone the same thing with switch double tray. What else are you going to do? Once you're in that position, you want to get that trick. You don't want to let it go.
Yuto Horikame. Wow. And
perfect example of
that gap, that space in between the next obstacle is so tight.
If you want to take risks to try and do the hardest trick you ever can in front of the whole world in the Olympics, you don't want to have another obstacle waiting for you at the bottom for you to fall into when it goes wrong. It's very difficult. It's a mental pressure that exists that these guys are dealing with.
Look, and Yuto, he's skating around like he's all weary and worn out, but he's got energy for days.
I think he just carries himself that way as soon as he gets out of bed in the morning. That's a wrap-up.
So a little bit of the action there. Unfortunately for Shane O'Neill, it's not an Olympics that will deliver the ultimate reward, but just being there to be able to make history, our first ever male street skater to compete at an Olympic Games. What an honour, and he did us proud, a former world champion in his own right back in 2016. He finishes up 10th in the standings. But a man who also made history today was Julian Wilson, our first ever surfer to compete at an Olympic event, the first time surfing's ever been at an Olympic Games. He caught up with Channel 7 a little bit earlier on today.
Well, I have the privilege now of speaking to the first Australian to ever surf at Olympic Games, Julian Wilson. Mate, talk us through that round.
It was not the result I was after, but there's no losers in this round. It was a pretty close heat. Conditions are a little bit tricky. I just probably wasn't on good enough waves, but yeah, I feel really good on my board and everything feels good, and I'll have another opportunity this afternoon.
It's been a long time coming, this game, so how good did it feel to finally get out there and ride that first wave?
Yeah, it was fun. It was good to get out there, and yeah, the conditions are a little bit tricky, but it's the same for everyone, and yeah, competing here in this moment is pretty special.
The waves aren't as big as you were hoping for, but certainly bigger than in practice.
Yeah, we have decent waves, and it's competitive. It's going to get better as the day goes on, and it's also going to get better as the week goes on.
Luca Messinas really surfed a great heat there, didn't he?
Yeah, he surfed a good heat. He's a good surfer. Hopefully, yeah, later in the event get to match back up with him and get on top of him.
So you've had your first go now. What do you think you need to improve on in the next round?
Just find a few more opportunities. I would have liked to find a couple more opportunities. There was some sleepy parts in that heat, and everything feels good. I just need to identify a couple of better waves.
You're an Olympian now. You'll always be an Olympian.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Pretty proud. Absolutely. Proud Aussie right here.
Congratulations, mate. Good luck.
Cheers. Thanks, boys. Thanks.
Thanks to Channel 7, Julian Wilson. There's something about surfers, isn't there, that you just want to hang around. Nothing seems to really faze them or rattle them. And Julian Wilson there has that honour of being our first ever Olympian to compete in surfing. And long may it continue. It's a fantastic initiative, I reckon, from the Olympic Committee to identify that you need to be able to bring younger people into these sports, and you won't always be able to do that with the traditional sports. So bringing in things like surfing and skateboarding and sport climbing, even to bring in golf a couple of years ago. You have to be innovative in this year, and in all things in life, in business. You've got to be aggressive if you want to maintain relevance, and that's exactly what they're doing. So this is a really exciting day in Olympic history as surfing and skateboarding street makes their debut, and we've got Sally Fitzgibbons and Steph Gilmore up. Probably in about 10 minutes their heats are going to get started, so we'll bring you that action as well. No score at the moment between Australia and Spain, with about 6 minutes to play in the first quarter. Why don't we drop in at the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo, the Hockey Roos starting off against Spain.
Yes, will have hoped for better from that, having done the difficult work. Ooh, that's a nasty blow as the ball thundered up into the face of that deflection.
Thank you.
Greta Hayes will be nursing a bit of a bruise there, you suspect. That was Fizz with quite a bit of pace. Lawson now moves forward, takes a big deflection. Just held in, was it? No. In the end, out of play. Barrios unable to hang on to that one.
It's a 16, thank you.
Spain will get the easy out.
Taking line of work went out, please. Yeah. Outside.
Go back to 1992 where Spain were crowned Olympic champions, and the hope was that they'd be able to build something that would be sustaining, but they've had some ups and downs since then. It's had it very difficult to keep pace with the likes of the Dutch, the Australians and New Zealanders all in time, but Spain have possession now. Can they push this one through? But the pass too strong.
One more with the ball, please. One more.
In the end, Jimenez just got too much on that. It's a really good bit of play this to press. And it opened up as a 3-on-1. But too much on the pass. Pushed it out of play. Australia at the other end though. They'll put this one in quickly. It's off a Spain leg. Free hits Australia.
It's a ball. Down. Right, yes, the ball. That's all that there's two balls on.
Quick delay to get that second ball off the field of play. Swept in, and that's off the foot. And the first penalty corner of this game goes the way of Australia. So a big opportunity here. 4:26 remaining in the first quarter to break the deadlock. Let's have another look at this. As the ball comes in, little deflection, and it's off the knee.
15. Esta foi o aqui para aqui. Stop.
So back it goes to the top, pushed all the way across, takes a deflection in there, and it's off an Australian foot. Chance for Madison Fitzpatrick. Clever play, Fitzpatrick changing the angle, looking for that deflection. hope for more from that. Really nice. Lawton has looked good with the ball, one of the more influential players for the Australians so far. Youngster as well, just 19 years of age, not overfaced by the big stage. Spain will try and hold this one in the corner. It's a long, long run all the way out there. Now swept in to the circle. Rejected comfortably enough. Spain will have another opportunity here. Jenners couldn't hold in play, and so Spain will build again. Good stick work.
No, outside, this one. Outside.
And that's enough to gain a free hit. Taken quickly. Good pressure this from Spain. Australia do just enough to win it back, but Oliver has it, twisting, turning, cut into the inside, and now this is better from Spain. Good stick though, will just slow down the attack. Rolling the subs as much as possible, trying to keep everybody as fresh as they can be. Only one shot attempted so far. Australia may get another opportunity here, but that's good defending coming across. Riera read it well. Tall and rangy figure. Riera. Now Australia will push in again. Really nice stick work. Lachami. Just showing what she can do. Spain trying to thread the needle. The trap wasn't good though. Just opens the door. Pressure coming now. Good step forward. Picard with some nice play.
So about 20, 30 seconds to go in the first quarter. The Hockey Roos against Spain. No score in the first quarter. We'll come back on the other side of this. SEN's coverage of Tokyo 2020, the 32nd Olympic Games, or the Games of the 32nd Olympiad, as I think we've got to say. Unfortunately, no love for Shane O'Neill, who wasn't able to progress in the men's street skateboarding. But don't miss tomorrow in the skateboarding, where Poppy Star Olsen, who is our top-ranked park skater. She's a bit of a movie star as well. She's a real medal chance, and she will get her opportunity when the women take to the street course. We're about 15 minutes away from Australia's first really strong attempt at a gold medal. Realistically, there is a medal up for grabs here in the men's individual 400-metre medley. So we will get a break away and come back with more of the Hockey Roos on the other side of this.
What'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans. No contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keep keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the gold rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party makes a 4 and 20 pie.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bronson Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Owen wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now. SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Aussies in action in 21 events today. In about just under 10 minutes, we will be shooting for our first gold medal in the pool. Cannot wait for that. Don't go anywhere because at 11:30, Brendan Smith and Seabom Lee in the men's individual medley, the 400-metre individual medley. So that will be at 11:30. At the shooting at the moment, well done to Laura Coles. Top 6 go through in the women's skeet qualification. She finished 5th in her qualifying event. So the 34-year-old from WA at her first Olympics in the women's skeet has qualified for the next stage. And at the moment, currently, Paul Adams, who's in the men's skeet, is around 11th. That's his second Olympics. He was 19th at Rio. He's silvered, he's bronzed at World Cups before. So if he can put together his best, then he might be a sneaky podium chance. So women's softball at the moment, no runs for either the Spirit or Team USA. So we are at the bottom of the second, I reckon. The scoreboard was just taken away from me. So I can't... I'll update you on that in just a moment. But why don't we head back to the Oi Hockey Stadium? It's still 0-0, opening minutes of the second quarter between the Hockeyroos and Spain.
Magaz inside the circle. Bon Astre hit it foot. So that was a real opportunity for Spain.
And I think Rachel Lynch would have had that one covered, the 2019 World Goalkeeper of the Year. As you can see, her presence, she just comes out closing that angle of the Spanish forward there. And I think that even if she was able to trap that cleanly, she would have had that one covered. She's a big frame, Rachel Lynch. She's nice and tall, able to cover a lot of the goal.
So Spain will go back to attempt to come forward. Oliver. Changing up the angles, and that's not worked well for Spain on this occasion.
Good patience from Australia there as well. We're known as a country to really press really hard, but in these hot conditions, you're not able to be doing that hard, aggressive press for the entirety of the match. So they just withdrew a little bit and just forcing the error of the Spanish players. We see Trini Power, one of Australia's greatest ever players, a couple of gold medals under her belt. Hopefully she can get one as a coach as well.
She scored 4 goals in each of her Olympic gold medal winning campaigns. Has been a period of upheaval for women's hockey in the high performance area, and she has been an instant source of calm.
141 goals in her career as well. She's an absolute prolific goal scorer in her day. And that's what Australia really needs. We need her to be able to bring some goal scoring prowess into the circle.
No Jodie Kenny anymore for Australia. She was a wonderful drag flicker of more recent times. Over 100 goals for the Hockeyroos. Nice battle in midfield, won by Nobbs of Australia. Back to Edwina Bone. The number 13 on her back. It's her lucky number. There's a twin sister, Meredith. They were born 13 minutes apart. Pons of Spain. Torres Quevedo's got to try and get after that. Will stay in play for Magas. He goes back to Torres Quevedo. Overhead from Riera is creative and controlled as well by Barrios. Perez has got work to do and did it brilliantly. Still the Spaniards come forward though. Played inside the circle by Garcia. Savannah Fitzpatrick down on her knees.
We're going to come back to the hockey in just a moment. I want to get this break away and come back as Australia is shooting for gold in the men's 400-metre individual medley. Brendan Smith and Seabom Lee will take to the pool in just under 5 minutes' time.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
We've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, it makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely economy makes a 4 and 20 pie.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans.
This is an exciting moment. Brendan Smith in lane 4, who will be swimming for gold in the men's individual medley 400 metres. Our first real shot at gold at these Tokyo Olympic Games on day 2. He qualified fastest. It was a shock to the swimming world. The favourite coming into this event was Japan's Seto Daya. He did not qualify for the finals, so Brendan Smith in 4 minutes 09.27 seconds will be in the final and swimming for gold for Australia. So we might even get down to the pool deck now to listen to the introductions and hopefully cheer on our first gold medal at these Olympic Games.
2019, I think it was. Yes, 2019.
Jay Litherland of the United States, one of 2 Americans, silver at the World Championships, the triplet. His brothers Mike and Kevin watching on. He was born in Osaka here in Japan, competing though for the United States. The Italian silver at the European champions, Alberto Rossetti. 22 years of age. Lane 6, the Hungarian, the oldest man in the field. So David Ferrasto, silver at the World Championships in 2015 and 2017. 3rd Olympic Games, oldest in the field. His dad Zoltan was a 3-time Olympian.
This is Chase Calais, so he's the fastest of the American swimmers that we have in this. He was second at the Rio Olympic Games in this exact event, so he'll be looking for gold.
He's one of the big dangers, no doubt, for Brendan Smith. Along with this man, Trans-Tasman rival, the bronze medalist from the World Championships and the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Lewis Clareburt, he's a year older than what Brendan Smith is. He'll be coming up to a lot of things. He was bronze in the 400 AM at the 2018 Commonwealth Games. But this is the person that we want to watch, Brendan Smith from Australia. First international competition as a senior swimmer. He has been to the Junior Pan Packs before, but had a blistering swim in the heat. It needs to be able to replicate that, but we'll have to drop some time. The reason that we put Chase Calise up there is he's swum 4:05.90, whereas the rest of the swimmers are all on 4:09s, except for David Disaster of Hungary.
So the Olympic champion Kosuke Hagino's retired, not here. The world champion Deoseto did not qualify, which was something of a boil-over. So it's wide open. Brendan Smith of Australia, lane 4, the 21-year-old, studying a Bachelor of Business at La Trobe University in Melbourne. He's got so much support, so much improvement. And if he can win here, he'll become Australia's first Olympic gold medalist in this event. Rob Woodhouse, Los Angeles 1984, a bronze medal, our only Olympic medal in the men's 400 IM. Good start by Smith, got away smartly. Brendan Smith in lane 4 of Australia. Alongside him, the bronze medalist from the World Championships, also a good start. Lane 5, the black cap alongside the yellow of the Aussie, Lewis Clareburt. It's Marchand of France in 1. Rossetti in 2, the Italian. Calise, the silver medalist from Rio, in lane 3. Brendan Smith 4. Clareburt of New Zealand 5. Arasto in 6 of Hungary. Litherland from the United States in 7. And Litchfield lane 8, Great Britain. Marchand across in lane 1, far left of the pool, swimming the best so far. Butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle.
That's correct. So we look through as the field opens up a little bit here. Brendan Smith's in a reasonable position, but he wants to make sure he's out there pretty quickly. We'll have a look at what his time is as he goes through this split. It's going to be slower than what he did in the heat, going through the first 100 metres. He was 55.76 in the heat through that first 100 metres.
So slower, but probably in as good a position, or maybe even slightly ahead in the field where he was in the heat. He really brought it back in the back half of this race. Calise is the leader, though, in lane 3 at the moment. Silver medalist from Rio, 2017 world champion. His PB of 4:05.90, top 3 all time, and this has been a good first 50 in the backstroke. He's pushed up. Calise first, Clareburt second of New Zealand, and Smith the Australian in 3rd spot.
He is. He wants to stick in there. He has to stay up with these guys at this earliest stage of the race. This breaststroke leg's going to be critical, as it always is in a medley race, but especially in a 400 metres medley.
Talked about the New Zealander Lewis Clareburt, who's really made some progress in this event. Bronze at the World Championships. He's 22, Brendan Smith 21, both born on the 4th of July, a year apart. Clareburt first, Calise second and Smith third, as they were on the turn in the backstroke and now into the breaststroke.
So Clareburt's in a really similar position to what he was in the heats. He's gone just under 2 minutes, and the same thing happened in the heats, where he went 59.71. It's Calise that's actually putting the distance on his breaststroke. That's a lot to catch up.
He is very strong in breaststroke. It's his best stroke, 6'4", 193 in the old. He was ranked behind Sato and a challenger for the gold coming in, and he's in a good position now. So Verasto's moved into 3rd. The yellow cap in the middle needs to get going here a little bit, Brendan Smith, but we saw him bring it home in the freestyle.
He came home like a train.
So he wants to keep close, wants to stay as close as he possibly can. Calise the leader, 2nd place Clareburt. Verasto of Hungary, lane 6 in 3rd spot. And the Aussie, Jay Litherland, and he just ducking and diving for 4th and 5th at the moment. Litchfield's got moving as well, and Litherland. So the Aussie's off the pace here. He's going to need to find something. Khalil's first, Clareburt second, Barasto third. Is it too much to make up for Brendan Smith?
I think at this stage, we're looking at a medal here for Brendan Smith.
So the chase is on. Khalise is the man they're chasing. Chase Khalise from the United States, a silver medalist 5 years ago. Can he improve one spot? The New Zealander's not out of it. Lewis Clareburt, a big finisher, trying to keep pace, and the Australian's going to turn in 7th spot. Khalise is the leader. The American out in front. Swimming hard now is Brendan Smith. He's making some ground, trying to push up into the medals.
Oh, come on.
Going nicely, still out in front though, Khalise. Brendan Smith pushing hard. He's into medal contention here. 2nd spot at the moment, Litherland. It might be a 1-2 for the Americans. Khalise wins it. Litherland second. Smith gets bronze. Brilliant finish by the Aussie. Stormed home. A bronze medal for Australia in the men's 400 IM.
Well done to Brendan Smith. The breaststroke leg wasn't sensational for him. He fell back to 7th, but stormed home in the freestyle and just touched behind the 2 Americans. And he is our first medalist at these Olympic Games. Brendan Smith, congratulations. Bronze in the 400-metre men's individual medley. And that will do us very nicely to get our medal account opened. We're going to take a break and come back. We're going to speak to Beck McConnell, Olympic mountain biker at her 3rd Olympic Games. She'll join us on the other side of this. Australia's next gold medal attempt will be in the men's 400-metre freestyle. Elijah Winnington and Jack McLaughlin, world number 1 and 2 ranked respectively. Can we get our first gold? We'll find out.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 25. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicks the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 25.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Carry on, wins it after the siren with a dead eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, Who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Queensland-born Brendan Smith, who now swims at the Nullarbor Swimming Club, Yarra Valley Grammar alumni, has our first medal at these Olympic Games, bronze in the men's 400-metre individual medley. Congratulations to him. The semi-finals of the 100-metre butterfly are about to go. Emma McEwen in that event and Brianna Throssell as well. It's a semi-final there. I'll give you the result of that in just a moment. Beck McConnell's just going to join me very soon, a 3-time Olympian now in the mountain biking. But Brendan Smith was poolside with Nathan Templeton, courtesy of Channel 7 just moments ago.
What an absolutely stunning finish from Brendan Smith. Brendan, you powered home in that freestyle leg. You've come here, you've nailed a PB in the heats and now an individual medal. How good does that feel?
It's unbelievable. I can't believe it. 12 months ago, when the games were cancelled or postponed, I thought, give me another opportunity, another year to better my preparation from last time. So, to improve that much and to get on the podium is absolutely incredible.
It's brilliant, mate. Now, your mum and dad and your 2 sisters are up with the gang in Noosa. What would you like to say to them?
Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting me. Yeah, can't believe it.
It's pretty cool, isn't it? All right, look, you go and get your medal, and I'm sure you can give them a call soon. Well done, mate. Great stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Courtesy of Channel 7, Brendan Smith, our first medalist. We've got a bronze on the board, so our account is open. And the 100-metre women's butterfly, the semi-final, has just finished, and we're just waiting to see on times here. And the results will come up in just a moment. As I said, Beck McConnell will hopefully be joining us shortly. Mountain biker. Her husband, Dan McConnell, is also in the Australian Olympic team as well. So husband and wife duo as well. I'm not sure if there's many of them at these Olympic Games. It's not a bad trivia question that we'd be hopefully able to find out. So Paul Adams, by the way, has finished his qualifying event in the men's skeet in second position. So this is a guy that's medalled at World Championships before. So Paul Adams, congratulations to him. So he is through to the next stage of the men's skeet competition is Paul Adams. And if you don't know much about Paul, let me just enlighten you ever so briefly. 29-year-old Queenslander. It's his second Olympics. He was 19th at Rio and he has a silver and bronze at various World Cup events in that men's skeet. Emma McEwen finished second in that semi-final, so we'll go through to the finals, which will be tomorrow. I just didn't see whether whether Brianna Throstle actually got through. So we will double check that and let you know. I'm thinking we may have an issue with our Zoom connection because unfortunately Beck McConnell isn't there at this stage. But the moment that she is, we will come back to you. Tyler Wright is speaking at the moment to Channel 7. Let's drop in on that after finishing first in his heat early today in the men's surfing.
Yeah, that's what I'll be taking on.
How sad is it that your family can't be here to witness this?
Mate, you know, the beauty of FaceTime these days, I feel like they're right there. I was FaceTiming them whilst I was walking the opening ceremony, and yeah, it was really special, and you know, I feel that full support here. Like, I can go back into the lockers right now and jump straight on FaceTime, and you know, that'll be just as beautiful.
Straight through to round 3. Congratulations, mate. Good luck.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
That's Owen Wright, not Tyler Wright. That's Owen Wright after he finished first in his heat. So we'll go directly to round 3. Earlier on, Julian Wilson finished last in his heat, but he's still alive. He goes through to round 2 in the surfing. They are knockouts from here, though, which means that it is all on the line for our Australian men's surfers. The women's surfing heats are underway at the moment. The heat times for them, so the first heat is underway at the minute, but Sally Fitzgibbons is in heat 2, so she will probably start her heat just before we finish up. And Steph Gilmore is in heat 3, the 7-time world champion. So Katie Brown, who's up after me, will be able to take you through all of that action as well. We'll get a hockey score from you in just a moment. It's half-time at the Oi Hockey Stadium. But the next swimming event in which we are a chance to medal in is the men's 400-metre freestyle final. So that should be up in about 4 minutes' time. So we'll get a quick break away. We've got an issue with our Zoom connection. Apologies to those who are looking forward to hearing Beck McConnell. Unfortunately, we're just having a drama there. So we will take a quick break and come back in plenty of time for us to hopefully cheer home our second medal at these Tokyo Olympics. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics, and thanks to Channel 7 for providing the audio there. Elijah Winnington and Jack McLaughlin ranked 1 and 2 in the world. They finished equal 4th fastest in qualifying. They will be our next chance to medal.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Save that drive. When Brownie takes one for the team and Brandbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oi!
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. We are standing by in about 2 minutes' time. We will head back to the pool as 2 of our rising stars in the pool, Elijah Winnington and Jack McLaughlin, who qualified equal 4th fastest, will compete for the men's 400-metre freestyle title. And this was an event that Mac Horton won at Rio in 2016. We've got a long history in this event. The world record is still held by Michael Phelps in this event. But Mac Horton was knocked out of the qualifying by these two. So I spoke to Elijah Winnington before the Olympics, and he spoke about the surreal feeling of beating your idol. Mac Horton was his idol as a young swimmer coming through, and he spoke about the strange feeling that it was to be able to beat him, knowing that he wouldn't be going to the Olympics based off the performance of Jack, the performance of Elijah, whose time is actually the fastest of the year. So the 100-metre women's butterfly final has been set, and Emma McEwen has qualified third fastest for that. So we're into another final. Emma McEwen's got a really big meet and a really big schedule at these Olympics, and could be history beckoning for her. She's already a 4-time Olympic gold medalist. Looking to join the ranks of Ian Thorpe, Shane Coots, who won 5 medals at respective Olympics, and maybe looking to join them as well in becoming 9-time Olympic medalists. So, lane 1, Jake Mitchell. Lane 2, Jack McLaughlin. Jake Mitchell, the American, and lane 6, Elijah Whittington. Let's head down to the pool now to take in this men's 400-metre freestyle final, thanks to Channel 7. And this is today's Tokyo 2020 unmissable moment. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all.
2004 after winning as a 17-year-old in Sydney. And Mac Horton, of course, the defending Olympic champion, not in this final, third fastest at the trials and didn't make it to the start line here. He's here, of course, to swim in the 4x200 relay. But Mac not able to defend his title. Australia can defend their crown.
Absolutely. We can go back-to-back in this one. And it is a race that is quite open. Jack McLaughlin and Elijah Whittington, both of the Australians, equaling each other in the heat swim of this. Elijah Whittington going into this as the fastest swimmer in the world. Jack McLaughlin is the second fastest swimmer in the world for this year as well. And there we see Jack McLaughlin as he walks out. He'll be swimming in lane 2.
The progress has continued, hasn't it? 6th at the World Championships, coached by Vince Raleigh up in Queensland, the 26-year-old, and Elijah Whittington, number 1 ranked this year, coached by Dean Boxall. Seen him take a knee just before his races to give thanks. The man of great faith in the camp and contingent up on the Sunshine Coast, right there with him. Good luck to both of the Australians here. Elijah Whittington in 6, Jack McLaughlin in 2. Gabrielle Detti, the bronze medalist from Rio and bronze at the World Championships in 3. And Felix Orbeck, who is the Austrian record holder in lane 5.
He certainly is. And here we have the fastest swimmer of the heats. Expect him to come home very, very fast. He did
We're going to rejoin the pool in just a moment, and we won't miss any of this event, but I think Beck McConnell is actually connected to our Zoom call, so I'm just going to see if she's there. Hello, Beck. No, don't have her there. So Australia 2-0 up in the hockey over Spain with 12 minutes to play in the third quarter. We'll rejoin the action and we won't miss a moment as Elijah Whittington and Jack McLaughlin will swim for more Australian medals, and we are really, really looking good here for a potential gold medal.
Jack McLaughlin can go very close as well. So 2 Australians that are in for a win in this race.
Second Olympics for Jack in lane 2. Studying engineering at the Queensland University of Technology. And for Elijah from the Gold Coast, now training out of Brisbane, Bachelor of Business at Bond University, also swimming the 200 free. Started swimming in a Learn to Swim program run by Olympian Andrew Baildon. Elijah Whittington in 6. Number 1 ranked this year. Number 2 ranked this year, Jack McLaughlin in lane 2. Final of the men's 400 freestyle.
Take your mark.
So good even start. Jake Mitchell of the United States in 1. McLaughlin, the Australian, in 2. Gabrielle Detti, bronze medalist in Rio 5 years ago. Also the bronze medalist in the 1500, the Italian from Rio. Gabrielle Detti in 3. Mulleichner of Germany in 4. Felix Orbeck, the Austrian record holder in 5. Elijah Whittington, good start from him in 6. Kieran Smith alongside him from the United States in 7, just a fraction behind. And the 18-year-old in lane 8 from Tunisia, Ahmed Hafnoui.
So it's good for Elijah that Kieran Smith from the US actually went out pretty fast in that first part of the first 50. And it meant that he got out there. He went slightly faster than what he did in the heat swim. And it's put him in a good position. But look, over on the other side in lane 2, at the top of your screen, that's Jack McLaughlin, who's up there as well. They're all in this at the earliest stage of the race.
Early days, I know, but we've had 9 swimming Quinellas in Olympic Games history, the most recent of them in this event, the men's 400 freestyle back in 2004. Ian Thorpe gold, Grant Hackett silver. We can dare to dream. Long way to go yet. And the Tunisian lane 8, bottom of screener, just ever so slightly ahead of world record pacer, at least he was. Whittington got him just on the line. So Hafnaoui, the Tunisian, back into second, and Kieran Smith of the United States. So lanes 6, 7 and 8 on the far right of your screen, doing well, along with Jack McLaughlin. Lane 2, yellow cap at the top of the screen. The Aussies in a great spot.
They're both in a great spot. We look at that time, or we look at the speed that they're coming in at. Jack McLaughlin's starting to make a little bit of a move here.
So Hafnaoui still going well. McLaughlin also pushing up. Whittington just 0.34 of a second away from his compatriots. So the two Aussies separated by 3 lanes. McLaughlin got a good turn there. And McLaughlin out by, well, about a quarter of a body length. It's Hafnaoui, the Tunisian, the 18-year-old, at the bottom of the screen closest to us, but a very good 50 here from the Australian Jack McLaughlin.
McLaughlin should be able to come home well. He's multiple. He won the gold in the 1500 at Commonwealth Games, for example. He's won the 800 3 times at the Australian Championships, and he's won the 1500 at the Australian Championships. He should be able to return this.
So Hafnaoui is the man chasing at the moment. It's Jack McLaughlin, still our leader, and just tiring ever so slightly Elijah Whittington. Whittington back in 4th, maybe 5th spot. Lane 5, Felix Orbach, the Austrian, just in front of him. So 100 to go. McLaughlin the leader. Hafnaoui in lane 8, bottom of screen in 2nd spot. In 3rd position, Kieran Smith, the American. What's Whittington got, and can McLaughlin hang on?
Yeah, McLaughlin will not be able to see the Tunisian out in lane 8. He'll be looking this way when he comes back through. Elijah's got to come through at this stage. He's got to really sprint home hard in this last 50 metres. Everything he got.
So Hafnaoui, the big surprise. 50 metres to swim. It's all on the line now. Whittington just off the pace. McLaughlin in a race for the gold medal. McLaughlin lane 2. Hafnaoui, the Tunisian, only 18 years of age. McLaughlin gets to work. He might be just in front.
We unfortunately are going to have to crash out of this into an ad break. We'll have the result for you on the other side.
Between them, they hit it just out in silver.
Supplied the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy W1 Daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely party makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Really been to Gerringong.
Those small communities, a lot of these Australian players come from those small communities. Emily Smith from a town of about 2,000 and she's here at her third Olympic Games from a little town in Crookwell. I'm sure they're all watching.
Family has a sheep farm. She can shear, Emily Chalker, she told me, but not very well.
Her little brother is a very good shearer as well.
Somerville for Australia. Paris nimbly working on the left-hand side.
Paris acting as captain today. Of course, she's the niece of Olympic champion Nova Paris. Captaining the team here. She's a beautiful player to watch. She glides through as a similar running gait to Nova, who of course is champion sprinter as well.
Gold medalist in the 200 at Commonwealth Games level and a gold medalist in hockey at the Olympic level. Oh, that's a mistake. Might have had a few hearts in mouths for a moment. I think the yellow, but green perhaps intended.
A green there, so if there is an infringement, you've got to get 5 yards away, and if you do go too soon to your player, he's got the ball and you've not made an effort to get more than 5 yards away. It's a green card. It's a yellow card there because it was deliberate. So yellow card is a 5-minute infringement there. So 5 minutes for Australia to be one player up here. It'll be interesting to see how Spain plays with the ball, but interesting to see as well how the Australians attack in the press here. Will they be a little bit more aggressive in it, seeing as they're going to have an extra number?
Goals to Malone, Chalker and Stewart for Australia in this lively third quarter. It was scoreless at half-time. We've had 4 goals in the third period. Jenner. Lawson. Savannah Fitzpatrick couldn't get on the end of it. You can just see that little difference in body language now with the women in gold. Lawton receives. Look to the umpire for the short corner. Jenner working hard. She's tenacious. Squaring ball. Savannah Fitzpatrick there. A tangle for Riera and another penalty corner.
That's what's so great about Kate Jenner. She is hands down the best trainer I've ever trained with. You think the ball's about to go out and she'll be diving at the end of a drill to be able to keep that in, and that's why she does it. So in a game, the ball looks as though she's going to be going out. The Spanish defenders caught snoozing and a foot there and went to her body off of her own stick there from Riera. And another opportunity for Australia in the last short corner, a goal to Grace Stewart. Maddie Fitzpatrick on in this game, in this short corner. Kate Jenner, another hitter there for the short corner too. Trini Powell coaching from the stands. Different coaches, coach from up or coaching down.
The Hockey Roos. Maddie Fitzpatrick. Still they go. Kershaw lurking. Oh, it's desperately defended. Now Kershaw thinks there should be an Australian penalty corner again as Torres Quevedo has worn one.
We'll see what...
Kershaw pleads the case.
Okay, so you're looking for a foot inside the
Will it be
circle?
well received?
So we're looking for a foot here in the circle. Got my first one wrong just earlier today.
I think you were right, though, just quietly. I'm giving you 4 from 4. Let's see if we can make it 5 from 5, umpire Parker.
If this is a foot as the ball was going in, it'll be a stroke if she's within. Tough angle to see there, tough angle to see. But Steph Kershaw went straight for the referral, saying it is a stroke or an infringement into the foot. And in my opinion, if that did hit her foot, I couldn't quite see from that angle.
Yeah, Steph Kershaw blocks Ikat, so you can't actually see. Ikat is the one near the right post.
The back angle would be the best one to be able to see here. This one. This is the angle that we're going to be able to see it. If it hits her foot here, and if she's standing within the goals, it's a stroke.
So I reckon it's the Kershaw deflection onto number 4, Ikat of Spain, which is coming in just a moment. No.
Didn't see a foot there from me. They're pretty confident though.
So the video umpire is Amber Church from New Zealand, currently going through the replays and looking forensically.
Getting a lot of work today. Referral system coming in about 2013. Some pivotal moments have been changed throughout it because, of course, the umpire, they're human, they miss things. And they can really change the outcome of the game. Brilliant addition to the sport. We wait patiently for this. Australia pretty confident, but Spain pretty confident on the other side too.
Didn't seem to be anything categoric to suggest that the on-field decision shouldn't remain.
They are looking at it for a long time, which...
Annalise? Yes? There's no... Okay.
16-yard hit.
There's no advice possible.
No great surprise there, I don't think so. It will remain 3-1. Australia leading Spain.
They keep their referral because they say they can't see correctly, which, in my opinion, I felt as though you could see that one correctly, so I would probably have made them lose their referral, but pretty handy for the Australians to be able to keep it.
Claxton goes back to Somerville and now Bone. Jenner found a foot. Missed a thought so. Play goes on. Pons of Spain. Nice run down the left, but Kershaw, the speedy Australian, with her all the way. If you weren't with us at the start of this third quarter, you missed a lot because 4 goals were scored in the space of about 5 or 6 minutes after it was 0-0 at half-time. Lawton's dispossessed. Lopez of Spain goes on an enterprising run, but Claxton's there to corral. Fitzpatrick's foot was found.
Just wanted to slow up play there, Maddie Fitzpatrick, being able to bring all of her players back in defence.
Oliver sees a green and gold wall in front of her. Reverse stick is wide, not forcing a save from Rachel Lynch.
It makes sense for this game to be able to be a different half here in the second half. Of course, without many international games over the past 18 months. Australia have only played New Zealand in the last 18 months, and there was only the 6 games there. Europeans play a very different style of hockey, so they need to be getting used to that. Some of these players have never played a European team in their careers. So they just needed to settle, get that time of a different style of play, and then be able to put the game on how they want to play.
Georgie Parker, what have you made of some of the young Australians in this lineup playing at Olympic level for the first time?
Oh, it's been great. Amy Lawton, she's an absolute superstar. I was so excited to watch her. She's my player to watch this competition. She's not played many games. She's played the 19 games and just the 3 goals in that as well. But there's a big layover between her debut and then being able to go through. Rosie Malone, one of the goal scorers, the opening goal scorer of the match. She's an absolute nutcracker of a player. She's brilliant. tenacious, super fit. Exciting to see, and it's something that we missed when I played some of those plays in the circle and that confidence.
Savannah Fitzpatrick. Not quite for Australia on that occasion. Jimenez has been bodied. She's up and okay.
Sav Fitzpatrick's been a beautiful story. Wasn't put in the 2020 squad. Worked really hard. Was one of the additional players put in this year. Made the team with her sister Maddie Fitzpatrick. So what a great experience there. Her dad played for Australia as well, so another story of family connection in this game of hockey, which is very much based around families.
Riera deep in defence. Aerial ball was pretty good, but not quite controlled, allowing Maddie Fitzpatrick in. Combining with Peris. Intercept made by Lopez. A little vigorous on the challenge there, Fitzpatrick.
Spain's still down to 10 players. We'll get back to even numbers pretty soon. It's a 5-minute yellow card. Unless indicated otherwise, it can be a 10-minute yellow card if the umpire deems the foul to be worthy.
Carlotta Petchami is the player currently sitting it out. Very experienced campaigner too, with over 200 international caps to her name. Oliver inside the circle. Goes for the shot. It's ricocheted over the back line. Spain
appealing for a long corner, and I think they have the right to do that. I'm pretty sure Maddie Fitzpatrick pushed that out, but a 16-yard hit for Australia there, so you can relieve a little bit of a pressure with the overhead. And some pressuring from behind there.
Harris has been lively. Off to Taylor. Taylor eliminates the first defender. Australia will keep possession in midfield here. Maddie Fitzpatrick. Slick move from Kershaw to Somerville, but Bonastre gets on the end of it for Spain. Berta Bonastre scored a goal at the World Cup against Australia. Sister Sylvia went to the 04 and 08 Olympic Games. Well, this has been a brilliant third quarter, a surge from the Hockeyroos in a game that was just bubbling quietly along. It exploded in the third term, and Australia has jumped out to a 2-goal advantage. Goals to Malone, Chalker and Stewart in the third quarter, and the Hockeyroos lead Spain 3-1 at three-quarter time.
It's time to pick out a killer bargain.
And welcome back. Just after the third quarter there, Australia leading Spain 3-1. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and on the other side, I'll give you a swimming update.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Welcome back to SEN's Olympic coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms. Great to have your company across the day, and we have just seen Australia. We are on the medal tally, and we are sitting at 12th after we've got 2 medals in the pool. We saw Jack McLaughlin get silver in the men's 400 freestyle final. Fantastic effort from Jack. And we saw earlier Brendan Smith take out bronze in the 400 individual medley. And not long ago, we did see Brendan's medal ceremony, and it was beautiful to see him so ecstatic with his result. Debut Olympics for Brendan there. Plenty coming up on the coverage as well, so stay with us. But in terms of what's happening today, the Aussies are playing softball, the Aussie Spirit girls, and not doing the best against America. A tough team to beat. We know that they've got to win this match if they are to be a medal chance. And at the moment, our Australian Hockey Roos are up 3-1 against Spain going into the final quarter. They're doing fantastic, very strong, very heated in that game too. Grace Stewart, she scored the third goal, and before that we saw Ambrosio Malone and Emily Chalker score the first two for our Aussies. But stick around. In terms of other events today, I can just go through a few of those. We've seen the surfing this morning. Julian Wilson and Owen Wright, they were out in the waves, and not too far away, we should see Steph Gilmore in the field as well, Sally Fitzgibbons, and we do know that Ash Barty on the 7 Plus app has started her Olympic campaign. So if you want to get around that one, there's heaps of Olympic content to explore right now on 7 Plus. Add your favourite sports to your watch list now. All the sport is explained. They've got some great explainers, and get to know the new Olympic sports. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. Isla Tomljankovic, she'll be playing in the tennis just after Ash Semstoza and Ellen Perez. They will start the doubles. We'll see James Duckworth in the singles, John Millman, Luke Saville, John Pearce and Max Purcell also in the doubles as well. And at 12:45, that's going to be the big one. That will be the big one. We will see the 4x100 free women's relay, and the swimmers for that will be Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell. And we're just seeing on 7 now how the women's 400-metre individual medley line up. We don't have any Aussies in that final, so we might go back to the hockey for the final quarter. There's just under 15 minutes to go, and like I mentioned, Australia currently leading over Spain 3-1.
Really rocketed to life. 0-0 at half-time, Georgie Parker, and game on in the third.
It changed the entire momentum and way of this game, how it was going. The first half was a little bit timid from both teams, just getting into the swing of it. Great pass there from Eddie Bone.
Top of the circle, Savannah Fitzpatrick couldn't quite make that awkward trap on Astray to Barrios. Stick check.
What Emily Smith does so well, she sneaks around behind defenders. I couldn't even see that she was hanging out there. She was so deep and so wide. It makes the field as big as you can. Makes it really difficult for the defenders to be able to know where you are. As you can see there, she was about to get to a similar position.
Bone did well for Australia to Lawton. Lawton to Claxton. Now Paris.
Great strength there from Jane Claxton over the ball. Immediately a Spanish player on her back, but able to keep possession of it.
Nice build-up, Australia. Paris inside the circle. She couldn't keep that momentum going forward, though, for the Hockeyroos there, as it was knocked away from her and over the back line.
Brooke Paris' partner, Jeremy Hayward, part of the Kookaburra squad, who got their first win yesterday.
Played inside the circle, looking for a deflection. Claxton couldn't find that deflection. It's coming again, though. Sustained pressure. Bone out to the right. Emily Chalker's dangerous. Thinking about a shot here. Works it back. Intercepted by Lopez of Spain. Good play from Nobbs to win it back for Australia, but then equally by Garcia. And the Spaniards come out through the left.
A little bit of a miscue there from Greta Hayes. She wanted it left, and Emily Smith chucked it in behind her to her right. But a great piece of play there, just driving the ball through the circle. It's a tough spot to have a shot from, so you're looking for a deflection on the other side of the goal. And you can see it instantly already, Australia putting a little bit more pressure on in this press. They're trying to close the field in half. As soon as that deeper defender's getting the ball, we're putting a player on them. As you can see here, Greta Hayes there, not letting her come out to the other side. Hard work as a striker. They're the ones that rotate the most because they're pressuring and pressuring without often touching the ball.
Jane Claxton Works it forward nicely to Hayes. Hayes out to the left, has support, a wing commander in Kershaw. Back inside the circle go Australia. Ruiz is overcommitted here. Fitzpatrick had to just hold off on that shot. She would have been dangerous if she attempted that shot at goal. And the counter-attack from Spain. Pons, though, was a little sloppy in her handling there, and Nobbs comes away with it for Australia.
There's a brilliant piece of play from these Australian forwards, working down as a pack, and this is what we've made a name for ourselves over the course of the 20-30 years that we've been so dominant in this sport. A couple of Indigenous players are living by those values there. Rosie Malone happy with herself on camera there.
Oh, she is loving the Olympic Games, Rosie Malone. She's a sprightly character.
Playing in packs and being so aggressive is what we've made so feared for so long. We lost our ways for a couple of years there. We're back into that, particularly with Trini Power, one of the greatest players to have played the game there for Australia. Now in charge of this team. 252 games she played and 141 goals, so plenty of years of expertise. Playing under Rick Charlesworth, arguably the greatest Australian coach in any sport of all time.
And he recently inherited this Hockeyroos side, was working with the New South Wales Institute of Sport, has a simple philosophy when it comes to hockey that you can't experience success if you haven't experienced hard work and adversity. You don't know what success is, and that's a mindset she's brought to the Tokyo Olympic campaign. One that looks to be starting very promisingly.
A win here would start their campaign so well. They've got a great pool ahead of them. They've got China tomorrow, Japan, New Zealand, Argentina, the other teams in their pool. A lot of the European teams in the other pool.
Pons played it forward for Spain. Bone read it nicely.
The other pool started last night. Netherlands with a 5-1 win over India, and Ireland for their first Olympic campaigns, a 2-0 win over South Africa back in the Olympics after missing out on 2016.
The first campaign for Ireland, coming off making the final of the 2018 World Cup, was an extraordinary performance.
Absolutely. Huge for the sport in Ireland. Huge reception after a silver medal there. A couple of absolute stars in that team lineup. Wishing them the best for their campaign, but we're focusing, of course, in Australia's pool here on Channel 7.
Nicely done by Nobbs, but not quite Taylor. Oh, well done. Kershaw gets it back. Forward she comes inside the circle. Savannah Fitzpatrick. Grace Stewart was there as well.
Just looking dangerous as they go forward. A couple of more, just a little bit more time on the ball in the circle than we think. Stephen Davis, he always said that you've got more time than you think. And once you take that extra second, particularly in the circle, you can make a better decision, whether it be a trap, whether it be a shot. When you take a little bit of extra care for it, you're going to get a better outcome.
Horton impeded. Moves it on quickly. It's got Bone in support. Bone sweeps it inside the circle. Wanted Stewart, but it's wide of her. So going back to Rio, the Australian team made the quarterfinals, beaten by New Zealand 4-2. Georgie Parker, to my right, part of that.
That one gives me a little bit of heartbreak. That one is a campaign that I'm sure we would all want to forget. But it's a campaign that's going to make a bunch of these players better players for it.
Oliver, beautiful ball inside the circle. Bonastre closed down. Superb defence from Jenna, the hard worker, the tenacious defender. Brilliant.
Brilliantly done. She has absolutely no fear coming through here. No fear for her self-preservation at all. Didn't care if the ball or the stick was going to be coming through to her. She missed out on the 2016 campaign. As a referral from...
It was a dangerous ball inside the circle by Australia. Dangerous ball by Australia inside the circle.
So Spain here saying dangerous ball coming out here. And I think it was raised, of course, but I don't think it was dangerous. We'll see what the replay suggests. It won't be from this, it'll be from this clearing here. For me, it's not dangerous, but sometimes in the circle, they're a little bit more particular with what they deem dangerous or not.
This really is it for AFL football lovers out there. This is your holding the ball type decision, isn't it? It can go either way. It's that sort of grey one.
Absolutely. It's up to the umpire's interpretation. For me, not dangerous, and I guess for some other umpires it is. Caitlin Nobbs clearing this one. It's a long way away from anybody, a long way away from any heads. However, it is in the circle, and sometimes they're, like I said, a little bit more careful with their, of course, safety paramount in the sport. Amber Church has had her work cut out for her today. Hasn't have to make a decision, though, saying insufficient evidence, I guess.
That's the easiest thing to do. Couldn't quite see it. Over to you. Spain could really use a penalty corner here.
They could. Australia's been coming and coming.
The anger is from Spain first. So they pre-hit to the defence and they lose their pre-hit to the defence and they lose their referral.
That one's interesting. They're saying that's come off the Spanish player's stick. I saw it come off Kate Jenner's, but they're saying the initial movement was from the Spanish player. So it's a 16-yard hit, and the Spanish team will lose their referral.
Okay, so you lose your referral.
It's a very good result for the Hockeyroos. The result will probably go down particularly well for those in red.
They've lost their referral, yeah? Run it back, please.
So 16-yard hit for Australia, the best outcome possible. Spain will now lose their referral. You only get one referral throughout the whole game, so you've got to lose these one wisely. See if it comes off. See, I think it comes off Kate Jenner's stick there, which... Do you see the same thing as I do?
You're all over it, Georgie. I'm totally with you.
It makes up for the one down the other end that we thought it came on the Spanish backhand. But 7.5 minutes now for Spanish team to be able to score a couple of goals. They're going to have to really attack with they have the ball and be really attacking defensively when they don't.
Perez comes forward. She's the goal scorer for Spain in this match. Oliver retreats. And that's a mistrap from Mejias. And allows Australia a look again. It's going to be a feature of this Olympic campaign.
Particularly during the day. Particularly during the day as well. You'll be hoping for some of the nighttime games just to get a little bit of reprieve from this heat.
Oliver with the overhead. Bonastre controlled it nicely. Flicked it up into Somerville. Lynch comes out. Clears it away with a decisive right boot. Perez again outside the circle for Spain. Look at those Aussie defenders. Caitlin Nobbs just straight in there. The poke tackle. Chance for Chalker, who's dangerous here on the halfway line, wins possession. Little support for her, though. They all just fade off her. Australia retains possession here.
Hockeyroos 3-1 up against Spain here in the fourth term. A terrific showing from our women in the first pool game in these warm Tokyo conditions. For New South Wales...
Yeah, welcome back. Great to have your company here on SEN for the Olympic coverage. And Sportscraft, the official supplier of the Australian athletes' uniforms. The Australians, Hockeyroos, are still leading 3-1 over Spain in that hockey clash into the final quarter as well. And Japan have won another gold medal in the 4x100 individual medley. And we've also got, in about 15 minutes, we'll have the 4x100 free final. And you can catch all of that here. At the moment in the tennis, we've seen Ash Barty has started her Olympic campaign. Currently down 3-1 to Spaniard Sara Sorribes Tormo. So we'll keep our eyes on that. She is playing in her service game. And we're just watching also on the 7 coverage, the medal ceremony, where we've seen one of our Aussies, Jack McLaughlin, take second, which is fantastic for young Jack there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Be back listening here. Today's Tokyo 2020 unmissable moments. Medal contenders, the Kookaburras. They begin their campaign for gold against Japan earlier today. And Richie Port leads Australia's hopes as cycling opens the men's road race. That one started at midday. And don't forget Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all. Just before the break, we're into the final minutes. Australia still leading 3-1 with 3 minutes to go in the final quarter. The Hockey Roos very dominant against this Spain team. Fantastic effort, which will take us through to the next round. And in the tennis, we do have Ash Barty. She is making a comeback, but still the Spaniard in a service game, leading her Sara Sorribes Tormo up 4-1 over Ash Barty. I'll take you back to the final minutes of the hockey.
Jimenez, the crash ball inside the circle, the foot found by the Australian defender in Somerville. They're refusing to concede.
2.5 minutes left here. You start slowing it down. 3 goals in 2.5 minutes. Probably a little bit too far out of reach for the Spanish team.
Cart. Good ball. Garcia cuts to her right, wants support. Had Barrios got the shot away. Jenner, of course, was there with that stick flat, blocking the attempted shot. And now Australia coming forward through Stewart, who's got Lawton running shotgun. Over the halfway line come the Hockey Roos. Back infield. Stewart's options inside the circle. Tenacious defence, though. Jimenez worked hard there for Spain.
And that was a tired run there from Grace Stewart.
Garcia has 3 to beat. Holds it up. Eliminated Bone, but Kershaw's there. Nice run through midfield from the Townsville product. To Lawton. Nicely worked. Hayes outside the circle, inside the circle. Can she work the penalty corner? Loses it to a Cart.
Tired girls here. Last minute of the game, not able just to finish off their skills, but in the last minute, a 3-goal to 1 third quarter is what's going to separate these two teams. And they'll finish this game with their first win at the 2020 Olympic Games with a win, and a really important win to set up their competition with confidence and excitement for these players.
Claxton, they might not be done with. Lawton closed down. Oliver there, follow up. Stewart's keen to fling her body all over the place. Scored an athletic goal in that third quarter.
43 seconds left on the clock. 40 seconds for these girls. A little bit of a breather. Jane Claxton with her trademark knee in the short corners, and a well-worked piece of play there. The last minute of game, you could easily just wrap this up, take the ball to the corner and take a little bit of time off the clock, but Australia, in the way we play, we always want to be attacking, always want to be going towards that goal. And another opportunity to expand this lead, and every goal is important because in the quarterfinals you don't want to be having to play against a Holland or a Germany. So hopefully another goal here to add to the tally.
This really would be the cream on top. Up steps Maddie Fitzpatrick. Again, The penalty corners, Australia not able to capitalise. They're coming again. Greta Hayes working inside the circle, appeals for the short corner. Not forthcoming. Well, this has been just the performance the Hockeyroos would have hoped for. Edwina Bone will be fairly content just for Australia to maintain possession in the closing seconds. Tokyo 2020 getting off to the right start. Katrina Powell's Hockeyroos making an early statement. They're a force to be reckoned with in Tokyo, and how satisfying it is for the Hockeyroos who've been through a fair bit to get here. It finishes Australia 3, Spain 1.
Congratulations to the hockey.
Congratulations to our Aussies. A big win there, 3-1 over Spain. Gotta love to see it. There's going to be more action coming up, and we'll take you to the pool in about just over 5 minutes. And I do just want to say Australia's quad sculls women, they've dominated in their repechage to win confidently. They will also then go through to the final on Tuesday, which is great to see because they didn't start off as strong as we would have liked to have seen. And we also have Sally Fitzgibbon and Steph Gilmore, who have gone into the water to start their heats in the surfing as well. And just back an update on Ash Barty. She's serving. She has won another game. It's still 4-2 in the Spaniards' favour, though. So we'll bring you an update. I'll keep you across that one too. And don't forget that Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms. In terms of a bit more action that's happening today across 7, all the tennis action will take off, and we've also got beach volleyball, we've got sailing, and we'll see some shooting as well. Plenty of swimming to be had all afternoon, though. We will go to the 7 commentary now to get you the latest on the swimming.
Lima, Brazil in 6, Ryua of Japan in 7, and Pagoda, Russian Olympic Committee in lane 8. So the first of 2 semi-finals, the men's 100 breaststroke, 8 fastest times across the 2 semis, racing for the gold medal around about 24 hours away from now. It's been a reasonable start in lane 5 from Martineggi, the Italian. He's the national record holder, only 21 years of age. Good start from him, and at the top of the pool, Schwingenschlogel of Germany, lane 1, also going smartly. Kaminga, it was a very, very good last 10 metres, and he's closed the gap.
Kaminga has a great last 50. Martineggi really had a great start in that first 50. It's going to be a race in the middle here. Kaminga and Martineggi 4 and 5, really pushing this first semi-final. They want to get a really good time on the board because Adam Peaty, their main rivals, coming up next. Schwingenschlogel in lane 1 doing an excellent job as well.
Not out of it, but Kaminga, the silver medalist from the 2021 Euro Championships, just fading a touch. Martineggi, they hit it. Kaminga got it just. Martineggi, the Italian, in second spot. And James will be lane 3 from Great Britain in third spot. That's how they finished 1, 2, 3 with a very quick semi-final we anticipate still to come.
Quick semi-final, but Kaminga...
And we'll take you back to the pool when our Aussies make a splash. That 4x100 coming up in just over 5 minutes' time. China, they're leading on the medal tally right now. 3 gold and a bronze. Japan in second after they got their second gold in the pool moments ago. And US third with a gold, 2 silver and 2 bronze. And us Aussies, we're sitting in 12th at the moment. So we've scored 2 medals in the pool. We've got Jack McLaughlin, he got the silver in the 400 free, and Brendan Smith, the bronze in the 400-metre individual medley. And we can just see our Aussie women in the Marshall room. Gosh, the scenes are so different in Tokyo, aren't they? All staying COVID safe as we love to see it, because we do want them all to be competing. So we're just going to take a quick ad break. On the other side, we'll make sure we get you back in the pool.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie-owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought-after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Here with your Olympic updates, all on SEN this afternoon, and you can catch all the action on 7 and 7 Plus. We're going to take you to the tennis just before we get to the swimming because Ash Barty is making a comeback, still down 4-3.
Big margins to begin the match, hence the unforced error count. But just in the last 10 minutes, she's really started to play with bigger margins, play with more shape, be a little bit more patient, and she's seeing the rewards from that now.
And that is typical of what we saw early in the first few games. Up to 20 unforced errors now. Sorribes Tormo, she's ranked 48, only 2 under her career best was in April, but she's worked her way into the World Tour and made the top 50 this year. But it's a gradual improvement for her.
She's a really quality player, and this was when I saw the draw come out, I thought that this would be a really tough match for Ash. Sorribes Tormo started working with a new coach, Silvia Sola Espinosa, a previous player on tour, and I feel like has made some huge improvements since then, particularly with her serve. It's never been her strongest shot, but she's certainly made some gains in that area.
One of the longest leads in the match. Mash is just waiting for that call.
Yeah. Ash Barty's not having the best warm-up to her Olympic campaign. The Spaniard Sara Sorribes Tormo still up 4-3 in that, and we did see our Hockey Roos take the win 3-1 over Spain. And just in some men and women's swimming finals, we're going to see it all happening here from midday. We already know that Brendan Smith scored bronze and Jack McLaughlin silver in their respective events, which pushes us to 12th on the medal tally. Just with some other events that are coming up. The women's road race, that starts at 3 o'clock. The men's water polo, they will be playing Montenegro just after 4:30. And we'll see Australia v Spain in the men's football tonight at 8:30 at Sapporo Dome. Of course, don't forget some basketball action. 6:20, our Aussie Boomers take on Nigeria in the opening round. That is going to be huge. Following that at 10 o'clock, USA play France in the basketball as well. So there's going to be a lot of action from our Aussies today. You don't want to miss any of it. So stick around on SEN. And like I've already mentioned, you can catch the rest of that action on 7 across the channels of 7 and 7 Mate and 7 Plus, the app. It's got all you need. It's got the little explainers on it as well, so you can get around that. And Sally Fitzgibbon is in the water, as well as Steph Gilmore rounding out those heats. We know earlier this morning in the surfing, Julian Wilson, Owen Wright, they're both through, which is good to see from our Aussies. And it's deuce in the tennis between Barty and Tormo, so we'll keep you up to date with all of the action there. All right, we're going to take you to a quick ad break. On the other side, I'll take you to the pool.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Attention Melbourne. Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
And back to our Olympic coverage, and tomorrow we will see in the women Australia playing China in the hockey, and as for the men, they play India tonight at 7:30 p.m. That will be an incredible matchup because we know India very, very strong. And just earlier yesterday, we did see them beat Japan 5-3, which was incredible effort in Pool A there. We can just see that 7 coverage about to begin for the 4x100 metre freestyle in the women. We are the favourites to take a medal and break our own world record from Rio. So let's take you to the action.
Excitement that comes from the final. They will be a little bit faster off the blocks. We have to have a look and see. I'm looking at the 3:30.05, which is so frustratingly close to being under 3:30, and I'm wondering if this is the team that's going to be able to break that world record. The world record, of course, is held by the Australians.
That one set on the Gold Coast. Sweden, of course, stacked with talent. They're all stacked with talent. Their only Olympic medal, a silver in 1980. They've won 3 bronze there in lane 8. Denmark, a silver medal in 1948 in the 4x1, lane 1, and China in lane 7. Here's the Americans, lane 2. Bit of a surprise.
Well, Simone Manuel, yes, a little bit surprised that they're out in lane 2, so that's going to be a team that we have to watch that will be on the outside. Simone Manuel in the final leg, she was not on fire at the USA trials.
Silver medalists from Rio, of course, behind the Australians. Also the silver medalists at the World Championships. Great Britain here in lane 6. England team won the bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games, and many of those swimmers competing here under the flag of Great Britain. And the Canadians, it's a young team, it's a very talented team.
They might be young, but they know what they're doing. Penny Alexiak, the winner of the 100 freestyle in 2016. They know how to race a relay. It's just about getting it together.
And what about some of the names in this Dutch team?
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Renomi Kromowidjojo, she has an immense amount of experience at 30 years of age. She's been around for quite a while now, has been on medal-winning teams, but this is the team to beat.
So Meg Harris is the baby of this team, and she's the new face. It was Kate Campbell, Bronte Campbell, Emma McKeon and Brittany Elmsley to win gold in Rio 5 years ago. And Brittany out after winning gold in London and Rio. Her career has come to an end and she's been replaced by Meg Harris in this final 4.
This will be interesting for us to watch Kate Campbell as well. This is the first time that we've seen her appear at these Olympic Games and see what kind of form she's in, looking at the 100 metres that's coming up later in the program.
So our order, Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris going off 2nd, Emma McKeon 3rd, Kate Campbell bringing it home 4th. So interesting order there that we have Bronte Campbell first. Not typically the style we would usually see, but good choice.
It'll be Bloom to lead him off for Denmark, Erica Brown for the United States, Sanchez for Canada, Bronte for Australia, Kim Bush of the Netherlands, Anna Hopkin for Great Britain, Cheng Yuji of China, and Sarah Sjostrom. She'll be blistering in lane 8. Australia going for 3 in a row. So we're away, Australia racing for history. 3 in a row and 4 from the last 5 Olympic Games. Beijing, the one they missed. Gold at the Beijing Games went to the Netherlands in this final in lane 5. Excellent start from Sjostrom as we would have expected. And Great Britain have got away smartly also. Nice swim so far from Anna Hopkin down the pool the first time. The world record line well and truly in play.
Sarah Sjostrom off to a fantastic start. She got off the blocks, turning in third here. Great Britain with a great first leg.
So Bronte wants to keep it tight, wants to keep it close.
Australia, the only team in the world that has all of the swimmers under 53 seconds.
She's made a move here. It was an excellent turn from Bronte. Right up on the pace now. So Australia challenging for the lead. Might just about have it. Great Britain and Sweden in second and third. Sjostrom's just pushed a little, but Australia in a good spot. 0.39 off the lead. Well done, Bronte Campbell. Meg Harris, the 19-year-old, in the water now.
Meg Harris on her debut. The big thing for Meg is not to get in front of herself, to have a really comfortable first 50 and don't do everything in that first 25. Hold a little bit back so that you have a strong second 50. Don't get too excited and don't get ahead of yourself.
And you want to be able to finish strong onto the wall for the next swimmer to be able to take off from you.
Michelle Coleman, a very experienced swimmer, doing a nice job. So they're under the Australians' world record pace. But Harris is swimming well. She's in second spot. She knows what's still to come. Emma McKeon, Kate Campbell, her job to keep Australia in this position and let the big guns with all of the experience bring it home. It's been an excellent, excellent swim from the Australian. Meg Harris, position 1A for the Australians as Emma McKeon gets into the water first.
Emma McKeon's got a big job here. Meg Harris has done an excellent job of getting herself into the first position. Emma McKeon then is allowed to do what she needs to do. She just needs to get in there and get Kate Campbell in a really good position because we can trust Kate is going to do a great job.
So no surprise here. Emma McKeon now starting to clear out. Louise Hansen is in the water, the 24-year-old for Sweden, back in second spot. The United States in lane 2 have made a bit of a move. They're sitting thanks to Natalie Hines in third position. But look at Emma go. Clear in the middle of the field. The danger at the moment is Sweden. Sweden in lane 8 at the bottom of the screen. The 2 yellow caps, they're the closest together. Now the Americans making a bit of a move. Kate Campbell ready to go to race for her place in history. A third gold medal.
1.6 seconds under the world record. This is a swim. This is an exceptional swim from the Australian swim team. From the women that are in this 4x1, highly competitive just to be in this. And look at Kate Campbell. She's going to try and stick ahead of it. It's like the world record line's trying to catch up to her as well.
About 2.5 body lengths clear.
Kate Campbell, I've got goosebumps. This is so exciting. She's just got to hold on for this last 25 metres, get onto the wall, keep in front of that world record and just be strong.
Really good battle for the minors. Canada and the United States challenging. Can they get under 3:30 for the first time? It's their world record. Kate Campbell in the water for her third gold medal. Away she goes. 4x1 equals 3 in a row for the Australians. A world record. They defend their title and the best of this generation.
Under 3 minutes 30. This is an iconic swim for world swimming. The first women's team to ever be under that. Absolutely amazing to see.
The pods at home have just gone hysterical. Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell take a bow. That was one of the most impressive 4x1 freestyle relays we've seen in a long time. Kate Campbell just bringing it home for the girls. So well done. You are Olympic gold medalist in world record time and the first under 3:30. Well done.
So I have some splits here for people to understand how this was swum. So 53.01 for Bronte off the lead. Then it was 53.09 for Meg Harris. Listen to this one. For Emma McKeon, 51.35, which puts her, and that is the fifth fastest time, the fifth fastest split anyone has ever done. She takes one of those away from Kate Campbell to be able to do that. And then Kate in the final leg, 52.24. 3
3:29.69. It all adds up to a world record. That's 3 gold medals, 3 in a row for Kate Campbell. She's been the mainstay. She's been in all of these teams at Olympic level. Her 3rd gold medal and 2 for Bronte and Emma now. Rare company. And what about the 19-year-old Meg Harris, who did her job to perfection and is rewarded with an Olympic gold medal?
On debut, win an Olympic gold medal on the first morning of finals. What an exceptional job. And the hardest thing is there for Meg Harris, being so young and on debut, is working under pressure, is not getting ahead of yourself. She executed that perfectly, got the job done, and well done, ladies. So proud.
Brilliant performance by Kate. Emma McKeon, superb.
3 seconds ahead of the rest of the world. It's an amazing relay.
You don't see that.
You don't.
We talked about the bond in the marshalling room before the race, and look at that on the pool deck straight after. So a world record again for the Australians. The defending champions are on top yet again. 4 from the last 5 Olympic Games. And 3 in a row for Australia. The equestrian eventing team and Dawn Fraser in the 400 free, the only others to do it, and Kate Campbell right alongside with her. What a fabulous, fabulous performance by this Australian team. Our 4x100 metres women's gold medal winning relay team. Congratulations. Australia's gold medal charge is underway.
Oh, isn't that brilliant? Congratulations to our Aussie women. Our first gold at Tokyo 2020, and they did it in style. Like the commentary team mentioned there, Hamish McLaughlin, 3 seconds ahead of the world. Our Aussies, congratulations to Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris on debut, and Emma McKeon. Sensational stuff. That world record time, 3:29.69. The first time to be under 3.5 minutes ever. We're going to a quick ad break. See you on the other side.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Who would you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate serves up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Champions, our Aussie women won the 4x100 free final. Kate, Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris, Emma McKeon, congratulations, the first team to get sub 3.5 minutes. The world record, they beat their own from Rio in 2016. 3 minutes, 29 seconds and 69 milliseconds. It's great stuff there. Also, just an update in the tennis. Ash Barty's gone down in the first set 6-4 to Sara Sorribes Tormo, which is hopefully she can make a comeback on that. And we do see that Steph Gilmore is in the water, and Sally Fitzgibbons will be in the water not short after. And earlier this morning, Owen Wright, he won his heat. Julian Wilson lost his heat, but he's still through to the next round, which is great to see for our Aussies. Also, just another update in the hockey. If you missed that one, it only finished minutes ago, and our Aussie women won 3-1 over Spain. That was incredible effort from there. Very aggressive. We love to see some success from our hockey roos. They play China tomorrow, and as for our men, they play India a little later on today. That will be a big clash in that one you won't want to miss, especially for our hockey fans. But again, if you did just tune in to the SEN coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Our Aussie women have won the first gold medal for us, taking out the 4x100 metre freestyle final. 3 seconds ahead of Canada, who got second, and America, who came in third. So love to see it. I don't know how we've been pushed out to 13th on the medal tally. Unfortunately, every other country still wins medals. So China winning that one. They've got 3 gold and 2 bronze. Japan's still in second with 2 gold. And, we'll surely pump up a little bit because it hasn't been updated right now, still saying that we've got a silver and a bronze, and we know that they're from earlier winners in the pool. Brendan Smith won the bronze in the 400 metre individual medley. Jack McLaughlin a silver in the 400 free, and we've got the update. We're sitting in 4th, just behind the US, after our Aussie Golden Girls backed up their performance from Rio and won the 4x100 metre freestyle relay. Incredible stuff. And later on today, we will see Katie Ledecky and Ariarne Titmus. Ariarne Titmus, our Aussie sensation. We've got big hopes for this woman. The heats of the 400 metres is tonight, and that final will be tomorrow at midday. That is going to be the ones we put our eyes all over, because the rivalry between Ariarne Titmus and Katie Ledecky is certainly one between 2 swimmers you don't want to miss out on. In terms of other events today, the women's road race, that's underway, and at 4:30 we will have the Aussie men's water polo team up against Montenegro, and Australia v Spain. That's in the men's football at Sapporo Dome later on at 8:30 tonight. So men's basketball, don't forget that action. That's at nearly 6:30, 6:20 tip-off to be precise, and USA and France, they'll play later on today. But we've got our first gold, and that's what we wanted to see. We didn't want to see any tankers, and that's certainly not the case. They were just so slick, our Aussie women. They will have the medal ceremony in a few moments, and we can take you back to that. But as for now, if you are tuning in on the radio and you want to watch the action, you can do that. It's on 7+ and across the channels of 7. And also, if you want to watch any of those explainer videos, they've got those on the 7+ app, which is really helpful for particularly those new events like skateboarding. We saw Shane McNeil, unfortunately didn't medal, but he was one of the Aussies out in action earlier today in the skateboarding, and there's a few more events. I mean, the breakdancing, also another one. We're going to take a quick ad break. On the other side, I'll take you back to all of the action.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 20 pie. When meatloaf over cooked delivering and save that try. When brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie.
Winners are being interviewed after their incredible winning swim. Let's go straight to the pool.
Swimming 51-35. I know it's all about the team, but it must feel pretty good to do such a great job.
Yeah, well, being a part of this relay especially always lifts you. And just going out with the girls, you always going to have that extra bit of adrenaline and actually feel a bit more relaxed going in with the rest of them. And seeing the girls last night put up a really good heat swim, and all 6 of us are part of this team. So
yeah,
very exciting.
Well done and sensational. And Kate, finally, you've had the honour of anchoring this team for a long time now. How special is that to do it with Bronzy again, of course, but all the team?
Yeah, I could not be prouder of these girls. It has been a tough ask for everyone to get here and to come away with the win and a world record. You honestly couldn't have asked for anything better.
You've got one family member here, but everyone else is at home. Would you like to just say something to them?
Sure. I just wanted to say hello. I hope that you're all smiling as much
Well done, guys. Go get those medals. Congratulations.
Oh, beautiful scenes, pool deck. And
wasn't that just incredible? Kate Campbell there speaking, and all four of them having a little mention and a shout out to the families back here in Australia. But just beautiful scenes there that we've seen them do such a great job. And our first gold for the Aussies. We've got plenty of action coming up for you soon, but just an update in that tennis match between Ash Barty and the Spaniard in the first round. Unfortunately, she's down 6-4 in the first set. We're just going to go to a quick ad break, and on the other side, we'll bring you the latest in the action.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Back to the SEN coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And if you are just joining us, Australia's won their first gold medal at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics in the 4x100 free final. The women's relay there, incredible stuff, beating the world by 3 seconds. Imagine being 3 seconds faster than the world. Hey, how good. And the first time that our women have swam sub 3 minutes 30. So breaking their own world record from Rio and now stands at 3:29.69. So great stuff to see. In terms of the swimming later on tonight, all of it gets underway from about 8 o'clock. And in the women's 100-metre backstroke, Emily Seabohm and Kaylee McEwen will be in that one. The men's 200-metre freestyle, Elijah Winnington, who unfortunately didn't medal earlier today, and Thomas Neal. The women's 100-metre breaststroke, we'll see Jessica Hansen and Chelsea Hodges in that one. The 100-metre backstroke, Mitch Larkin and Isaac Cooper. And in the women's 400 freestyle, Ariane Titmus, like I mentioned, the heats tonight, and Katie Ledecky, the American, that rivalry gets underway. And Tasman Cook also, another Aussie swimming in that 400-metre freestyle. We'll see the men's 4x100 freestyle relay a little later on tonight as well. So you can catch all the action on 7. Don't forget that. The Aussies are competing. There's plenty of different attractions that we'll see our Aussies display. The women's hockey, we saw them get the 3-1 win over Spain. The men play India a little later on at 7:30. And earlier today, Owen Wright, he won his heat. Julian Wilson lost his heat. The women in the water, as we speak, Steph Gilmore and Sally Fitzgibbons representing Australia. And just on the 7 coverage, we're seeing the women smile and hug. Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris making her debut, and Emma McKeon, the proud winners of that 4x100 metre freestyle relay. Such great stuff to see from our Aussies. If you do want to tune in to one of the 7+ events, we do have a fair bit of the surfing and the tennis. There's tennis doubles. We know that Sam Stosur and Ellen Perez, they will be making their mark in the doubles. John Millman, Luke Saville, John Pearce and Luke Purcell will be competing in the doubles as well. And we will have some beach volleyball take shape pretty soon. We should see that. And I'll take you to the medal ceremony that's getting underway on 7 at the moment, so we can once again celebrate our Golden Girls.
Jones and Ian Thorpe, two of our greatest Olympians. And Kate Campbell now into that territory, probably already was, but she's joined Dawn Fraser to win her 3rd gold medal in the same event. Dawn did it individually, of course, in the 400 freestyle, and now Kate Campbell has done it in the 4x100 freestyle relay. She's been the constant in this team over the last 3 Olympic Games, normally a 12-year span, in this case a 13-year span, and she's still on top.
It's just so hard to do, to extend that another year, but Kate Campbell will know exactly how wonderful she has been and just how extraordinary that achievement is.
Nice for our 3-time Olympic gold medal rower James Tonkins to be out there for this presentation.
How appropriate for him to be there. I think, with 3 gold medals that he has and contributed to our nation's whole, and also the 3 that this relay team's been able to deliver. This is the race that these were the kind of the unbackable favourites.
It's a rich history in this event, isn't it, for Australia? 4 times: Melbourne 1956, Athens 2004, London and Rio, and now the 5th here in Tokyo. And with that, Kate Campbell joins you, Liesl, as the only Australian in any sport to claim 4 Olympic medals in the same event.
There you go. Even I forget my achievements sometimes.
This was a really good performance by the Americans. They were in lane 2. It was a bit of a surprise to see them that far out, but their foursome, they did a really good job. Brown, Weitzel, Hines and Simone Manuel, who hasn't been at her best, but it was a very good last 100.
It was a good last 100, and she really had to depend on the rest of the team to get her through. She was wasn't firing so well at the trial, so Kate Campbell probably had that up her sleeve. She probably knew that her main competition wasn't on fire in this one and probably had it in the bag.
We're going to see a lot of these competitors, obviously, in the individual 100. See them in other relays, big programs. We know how busy Emma McKeon is. She's already had a swim today and won her way through to the final in the butterfly. And this is Canada's best result at an Olympic Games, a silver medal in the 4x100 freestyle relay. Young, emerging team, and they may well be the danger now for Australia.
Well, once we have the changeover of the guard, once the team changes and people move on from the sport, this is a very young team for Canada, 20 to 21 ages, so still very young and have a lot to learn and would have gained so much out of that race and so much racing preparation that goes into that. They can take that now into their future.
It's a medal presentation for the Times, isn't
I actually like that they're putting the medals on each other. It's actually a really touching moment.
Maggie McNeil, who is second for Canada, coming up in the 100 fly.
And vast experience, obviously, in the Australian team. But what about this moment for Meg Harris? We saw her with Nathan, beautifully embraced by the rest of her team, made to feel a part of it, along with the heat swimmers, of course, Molly O'Callaghan and Maddie Wilson. That's the second gold medal for Maddie Wilson, a heat swimmer 5 years ago and a heat swimmer here again.
Just love the Australian culture, and we do relays so well. We do embrace it. There was once a time that in relays it wasn't really a proud honour to be a part of the team, and they really picked it up, and it was about being a proud member of a relay team, really working on those changeovers. And now we have relay camps where the athletes go into a very specific relay camp and practice changeovers and practice their leg.
Yeah, we've definitely reprioritised relays, and I think that that's come back to the culture of the swim team and what we've been able to create. Now there's a performance culture that's involved with that as well, that's seeing all of this success that's happening for a lot of young people at these Olympic Games, and for some of the swimmers that are not quite so young.
Lovely touch between Emma and Kate on the right-hand side. Bronte Campbell on the far left, and the newbie in the team, the 19-year-old Meg Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of Australia. Yes, ma'am. Australia, welcome in for this.
the Australian 4x100 freestyle relay team. Meg Harris, Bronte Campbell, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell. They've done it again.
It's an extraordinary team. Every 100 metres swimmer really has contributed to this, even going through those heats. 3:31.73, I think, was the time that we did in the heats. That would have come, that was with, what we'd call our B team in the heat. That would have also won this event.
As we said, so Maddie Wilson now a two-time Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, great to hear the national anthem and great to see our Golden Girls keep the gold medal where it belongs, and that's in Australia's hands. Congratulations to Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris and Emma McKeon. And just an update in the second set, Barty leads 2-1 over the Spaniard, and we're going to go to a quick break.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Oh, Jordan, my panel operator just lost his headphones. That's all right. Lucky that's not an Olympic sport. Anyway, in the women's softball earlier, we have just lost to the US in sudden death 2-1. So we are definitely out. No gold medal for our Aussie Spirit. They cannot do it. Now they'll play Mexico tomorrow, and if they win that, there's potential that they'll be able to play for the bronze medal. They may finish fourth, depending on other results, to sway their way, which is sad to see because we know softball's been out of the Olympics for some time. After the Beijing Olympics in 2008. So the Aussie Spirit wanted to go over there and they had a tough draw. Unfortunately, couldn't do it against Japan, and then losing to the US. They had a few hard pool clashes, but we'll take you now to Ash Barty serving for this game.
A nice solid effort from Barty there. That'll help her get back into a rhythm, and 40 love 2 doesn't hurt on the scoreboard side of things. One thing about Cerebes Tormo, we know. Oh, there it is, a nice ace to finish off the game. Cerebes Tormo is not afraid to slice, which we know Ash is famous for as an attacking shot rather than a defensive shot, which most players treat it as. But for a Spanish clay quarter, she loves that slice and she's used it to effect.
Tori Morgan, will you please marry me?
And we've just gone to a quick break, and I'll bring you the latest in the other Olympic action happening around for our Aussie athletes. If you did miss the surfing this morning, Owen Wright won his heat. Julian Wilson unfortunately lost his heat. And later on tonight in the swimming, the big one that we want to see in the pool is Ariane Titmus in the 400-metre heats. She goes up against her rival Katie Ledecky. We assume they both make the final and swim it out tomorrow at midday, but we have seen plenty of upsets and surprises. That's what the Olympic Games does deliver. So we'll keep our eyes peeled to that one in the pool later tonight for all of the swimming. There is plenty of action to get you all across. And just to recap on all of our medals so far, they've all been in the pool. And we did see Jack McLaughlin take silver in the men's 400-metre freestyle. Brendan Smith took bronze in the 400-metre individual medley. And only moments ago, the women, they won the 4x 100-metre freestyle in the relay. That was Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris and Emma McKeon. And yes, they made a world record, a new world record from the one they'd previously set in Rio in 2016. They are the first female relay swimmers to swim the 4x100-metre freestyle in under 3 minutes 30. So clocking the time of 3:29.69 there. Great stuff to see. And also just an update in the softball. Our Aussie Spirit did go down to the US 2-1 in sudden death. They'll play Mexico tomorrow night. So we'll keep all the info rolling through here on SEN. But don't forget, we have all the action on the channels of 7. We'll go to a quick break. And when we come back, I'll take you to the tennis.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
And welcome back. I'll take you to the tennis where Ash Barty is playing Sara Sorribes Tormo. She lost the first set 6-4 and is up 3-2 in the second set.
Again, more shots in that rally, but again it pays off with the error from Sorribes Tormo. 15:30. Now we should point out too that unlike Fed Cup, the coaches are there. You can see Alicia Mollick, top left of your screen in the Australian box there, the official women's coach for Australia's tennis team, and the Spanish coach on the opposite side, but they can't actually sit there and coach the players verbally.
No, just like a regular Grand Slam event. Players out there working it out for themselves.
If you want to continue watching the Ash Barty game, this battle against Sara Sorribes Tormo, this match heading to Channel 7 shortly. We're going to head to the Sea Forest Waterway for some semi-final action in the rowing. But let's recap what's happened in the surfing this morning, our first taste of it on the Olympic program. Great news.
Yeah, as we can see there, we have seen Ash Barty. She is making a comeback in the tennis, which we definitely want, because we want our Ash Barty to win a gold medal for us in the tennis as well. But just unfortunately, not getting the job done so far. In terms of other results, though, there's plenty coming up on SEN, and we're just going to see Steph Gilmore. She got out of the water in the surfing to win. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons coming up as well. But let's take you to the surfing now, where they're interviewing Sally Fitzgibbons.
It is in the 1,500 metres in the Youth Olympics, but she's switched sports, and here she is representing Australia in surfing. Sally, first woman to surf for Australia at an Olympics, first woman to win a heat at an Olympics. How are you feeling?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the energy, the spirit from back home. I had to come from behind in that heat, so yeah, just it got the juices flowing, and when your opportunity does come in these small waves, you really got to capitalise, so it felt great to get back in the lead at the end there.
Yeah, you left it pretty late to make your move.
Yeah, I know. It's like the ideal. You want to go out, get 2 perfect rides in the first 2 minutes, but it's rarely the case. So you got to just back yourself and hold your nerve, and that's what we do best as Aussies.
You said that the conditions out there were pretty small. We could see you really working it through the legs. Was it tough?
You know, in these conditions, yeah, you really got to get the energy going quick. You only get a little look at putting a major manoeuvre in there, and hopefully you identify the right way where you can really get your speed up, because that's when you can become more explosive.
Were you getting a bit nervous there when you see the others way ahead of you like that?
Oh, it's no doubt you're going to feel nerves. You're at the Olympics. It's all about channeling those. We do that on the daily basis, surfing on the World Tour and flying for world titles. So the experience pays off. But yeah, I just love it. I love that feeling, and you got to come to a place like this to experience it. So yeah, it's something that you really embrace.
That was easily the most competitive heat of the day, men's or women's. Did it feel like it?
It definitely felt like a competitive heat, and over the years I've surfed against all those women. They've been on the championship tour, and yeah, in some really heated battles, so I knew I was going to be up against it. So yeah, that's where it really came into just settling it, seeing what I had to do, and then backing myself at the end.
You're part of history. How does that feel?
Part of history. Just hold on to it. One to think about, you know, later on when my career's over and you're in the rocking chair, and just go, wow, we were the first to do this.
Straight through to round 3. Congrats, Sally. Good luck.
Let's go, the Aussies. Go, Steph. She's in behind me. Yoo-hoo.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers,
there you go. You can hear Sally Fitzgibbons there after her big win in the opening round. She'll go to round 3 now after claiming her heat, and Steph Gilmore in the water at the moment. She also won her opening heat, so she went straight through to the 3rd round. And just in the men's skeet shooting, we've got Paul Adams leading in that one, which is another great result to see. Hopefully he can get the job done and we can get another medal in that tally, because I don't know about you, but we're very competitive on the medal tally, and we're ranked 4th at the moment. Let's go back to the tennis, where Ash Barty is 3 apiece.
First serve percentage has now crept up to 57, and clearly it helps a lot when you get them in. For the first time, the Spaniard getting a little cranky with herself.
Well, they've been few and far between unforced errors off the racket of Sorribes Tormo, and that was probably one of a handful of free points that Ash has got throughout this match. I love that serve there from Ash. And someone's returning so far back behind the baseline. That slider out wide just gives you that opportunity to spread the court.
And even on a hard court like this, it's good value. Great weapon on grass. Just again, Ash failing to finish off a point. She sets them up. Still struggling. But up 40-15. Still plenty of time to fight her way back into this match. That doesn't help either.
Just her second double fault for the match. Both players have been relatively good on serve in regards to the double fault count.
Again, Ash misses an opportunity there. Cerebes Tormo is returning some of these kick serves to the backhand from the next court. She's that far out, but she fights her way back in and stays in the point. Juice. Beautiful lob there. Once again showing that Ash Barty not afraid to use any type of shot as a weapon.
Yeah, good use of the drop shot here. It's helped a little bit with the net court. Had time to flick it over Cerebes Tormo's head. Needs to get this point here. Close out this game.
And again, Barty can't convert. So back to Juice. 3-all.
It's been 2 games now. The last 2 games where Ash has been up in score and hasn't closed the game out. I keep pointing it out, but it's just another example of Cerebes Tormo not just giving you any free points, free games, free opportunities to really feel your way through the match.
So break point here for Cerebes Tormo, and a big one. She has the first set in the bag. And this is the classic important 7th game. Oh, missing the volley, Ash Barty for the break. So a big upset looming here if Spain can hang on. Sarah Cerebes Tormo up 4-3 with a break in the second set.
Yeah, welcome back. It is, unfortunately, Ash Barty still having troubles out there in the opening round at Tokyo 2020. We're going off to a quick break, and on the other side, we'll bring you the latest. We've got a double scull rowing heat happening at the moment.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Reach of the Tokyo Olympics. It is Katie Brown with you this afternoon. And just in the women's double, Amanda Bateman and Tara Rigney, they are racing. They need to finish top 3 if they want to get to the final. I'll take you to that live race event at the moment as they try and bring it home.
The finishing line, but starting it now, not waiting for later.
So Canada lead the Dutch by 1.5 seconds. Then it's France who are 3.6 seconds off the lead, and Australia are 3.75 off the lead. So they really have to lift to try and reel in the Americans and also the French, and they've got 600 metres to do it.
Yeah, they've lifted. The Aussies have lifted now. They're level pecking with the Americans. It looks like they're pulling away from the 5th and 6th spot. Canada on the top of the screen are setting the pace. Lane number 3, Netherlands are chasing. They're the favourite crew. They will come home strong. But But the Aussies at the bottom of the screen, you can see they're working hard against the Americans, and that'll be good for the Aussies. It'll make them race, and it'll make them really start sprinting for the line, and in really good position to pounce at the moment.
We can take stock with 500 metres to row. Canada lead by half a boat length to Netherlands. It looks as though those two squads will make the final. Then a boat length to the Americans in third, and then Australia are about a canvas away. They are 4.31 seconds off the lead, but they are about half a second off the final. They have to hunt down the Americans.
Yes, this is the time of the race where the Aussies will just start to count strokes and go, we're there, we're close. Let's start pushing. There's nothing to save, nothing about our form. Let's go hard and let's race hard.
Australia with a really good history in women's double sculls. We hold the world's best time of 6:37.31, set 7 years ago in Amsterdam by Eldersley and Keogh. At this stage, we're hoping for Bateman and Rigney to reel in the Americans. At this stage, at the front of the pack with 250 metres to row, it's Canada just in front of Netherlands, but all eyes on third and fourth.
All eyes from us is on the Australians at the bottom of the screen. The Americans are half a length in front at the moment, and the top of the screen, France are also pushing very hard. The Aussies are lifting, they're looking around, seeing where they are. They've got 30 or so strokes to go. They will push as hard as they can to try and qualify.
It's been a terrific campaign for Rigney and Bateman. They haven't rowed that much together, just falling off the pace a little from the Americans now as they come in with about 100 metres to row here at Sea Forest Waterway. It is going to be Netherlands and Canada that go through. It's academic from this point on who finishes first and second. They're both comfortably through. We're watching third and fourth, and over on the far side the French are also trying to lift, but in this second semi-final it is going to be a win for Netherlands, Canada second, and then USA are through to the final ahead of France and Australia through to the B final. So they're out of the hunt for medals, but they are in that B final.
I'll be pleased with the Aussie girls. Very pleased. They raced well. They raced hard. The young girls, first time at a major international competition at Olympic level. They should be really pleased with that. While disappointed, they raced hard and they raced to the best of their ability.
7:15.25 was the time from the Australians. De Jong and Sheenard from Netherlands, 7:08.09, which is about 3.5 seconds slower than Bodnar and Radis, the Romanian crew, in their first semi-final. The defending world champions in New Zealand finished about a second off them. So they look, though, they're going to be the three countries that will fight it out for gold.
Yeah, I've often seen the crew, Netherlands that we saw on the screen, who won that. The previous heat winner, semi-final winner, Romania. I think there's going to be a great battle between those two countries.
And of course,
unfortunate their result for our Aussies, finishing second last. Amanda Bateman and Tara Rigney couldn't get it done in the double scull there. And just if I wanted to take you back to the tennis, I will in a moment. Ash Barty are still down in the second, but we've got our Aussies also playing beach volleyball. So the action's happening all around in Japan. So we'll get to that in just a moment. In terms of updates, there has been an interesting story out of the table tennis. David Powell, he hasn't actually played a match yet, but he has been fast-tracked already to the next round. Unfortunately, due to a COVID situation that sits out Czech Republic's Pavel Siricek on Saturday night. They're supposed to be competing. Anyway, he's gone straight through to the next round. So great result for our Aussie. Unfortunately, I mean, it is unusual, but we'll take that. He did compete in Rio. We want to see him medal chance if we can. So best of luck to David Powell. But I'll take you back to Ash Barty. She's down 3-5 in the second set.
I think that has a lot to do with the opponent up the other end of the court. She just hasn't allowed Ash to really play the way that she's wanted to play today. Ash, great feet there to take that forehand nice and early.
So only one game away from a huge upset. Sara Sorribes-Tormo joined the tour quite some years ago now, but it's been a steady climb. Oh, she did very well to get that return back, but Ash still had a lot of court to play with. Went to go behind it, but again, just went for too much angle. So pressure again on the Barty serve here. And another out call brings up 2 match points on the party serve for Sara Sorribes-Tormo of Spain. This has been an extraordinary performance, and clearly she has had a tour win, but that was in Guadalajara this year in Mexico. This is a high, and she gets a second serve. Maybe a little bit of nervousness creeping in there, perhaps. She hasn't hit too many of those shots.
No, the unforced errors have been few and far between for Sorribes-Tormo. Has 1 match point still.
Oh, the smash winner for Party, and I can hear the sighs of relief all over Australia. That was an extraordinary point, because Sorribes-Tormo there had, well, almost an attacking lob in that point. She brought Ash to the net but didn't get over the top. Another opportunity here, though.
Advantage, Sorribes-Tormo.
Match point. She's done it. Extraordinary performance. Sara Sorribes-Tormo of Spain has upset the world #1 Ash Barty in the first round of the Tokyo Olympic Games. The Spanish team would be so overjoyed with a composed performance and strategically on song.
You're absolutely right. Tactically played Ash very well today. It's one thing to have tactics, but it's hard to come out and execute. But as you can see with the emotion, a thoroughly well-deserved win for Sorribes-Tormo. Just came out, executed perfectly from the get-go, and really put Ash under a lot of pressure. Ash will be obviously extremely disappointed. Still in the women's doubles with Storm Sanders, so I know we'll put her energy and focus into that now.
Sorribes-Tormo of Spain winning this first round game against the world #1 and top seed, 6-4, 6-3.
So Ash Barty out in straight sets there, as you heard from the commentary team. Disappointing from our golden girl. We thought maybe she's in with a medal chance, that she's fallen short. Too many unforced errors there. And Spanish opponent in Sara Sorribes-Tormo just outplaying her in straight sets. We'll go to an ad break. On the other side, plenty more from Tokyo 2020.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Welcome back. Great to have you on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. We're going to go straight to we've got the rowing happening on 7, the quad scull. Let's go to the action. Listen to your commentary team at 7.
0.4 of a second off the Australians. So first and second, importantly, go through to the finals here. So the Australian team, they're going to have to work hard, but they're in for the fight.
So these are the crews that didn't go directly to the A final, have gone through a repechage. Italy and Great Britain on the screen there came third in their respective heats. Australia came fourth. So Australia won't be the favourite to get through, but they're really racing hard. They're trying to upset the pace of the Italians and the British crew just at the bottom, just out of shot at the bottom of the screen. But they're putting themselves in a great position to try and qualify into the top 6 and into the A final of the rowing.
Just outside the top 3, Team New Zealand with Olivia Lowe in the stroke seat, who was moved to the quadruple sculls in the last 12 months, and they're just holding on into 4th at this stage.
So I was just saying through this part of the race, Matt, at 37 strokes a minute 38, Australia in their heats were at 36. So they've lifted the intensity, they've lifted the racing. They're in second spot here in front of the more favoured crew from Great Britain. And the crew from Italy on the screen are only just a canvas in front. So they're in a great spot. 500 metres to go. The Aussies will start thinking about bringing it home as fast and as hard as they can.
500 metres to row. Italy lead by a canvas over Australia. First and second go through to the final. Great Britain and New Zealand are fighting out third at the moment, and where they sit, they could be heading towards a B final, which is not a race for the medals. Rhea Thompson for Australia in the bow seat, been rowing for Australia for 5 years from that very powerful Mercantile Rowing Club. Rowena Meredith, the 26-year-old. Harriet Hudson first represented Australia at juniors in 2016. She's had 2 silver medals to her name in under 23s. And Caitlin Cronin, they'll be watching at the University of Queensland Boat Club. Caitlin, the stroke seat here.
Yeah, they're coming back on the Italian. This is a fantastic result from Australians. While all of them is their first time they've competed at Olympic Games, they have raced, they're young, they're enthusiastic, and this is the future of rowing that we're looking at here. And what a fantastic spot. First 2 go through, they're into those red buoys, less than 250 metres to go. What a great and fantastic row by the Aussies.
So first and second go through to the final. They have a boat length and a half over the third team in Great Britain, so they're going very strongly indeed. There's 130 metres to row, and the Australians are just in front now of Italy in second place, so they're well and truly putting it to Team Italy. This is a terrific performance by Rhea Thompson, Rowena Meredith, Harriet Hudson and Caitlin Cronin. They are going to be progressing to the final and a race for the medals. They're a canvas in front of Italy as they come down to the final stages. Bring them home. It's Australia first by a canvas, from Italy second, and they go through to the final. New Zealand third, and then in 4th place, crossing the line, was a very tired looking team of Great Britain. Well, Nick Green, your fists are pumping. That was fantastic.
Well, that was an excellent row. They were a bit shaky in the first race. I think they were just finding their nerves. First-time Olympians, first race, they came 4th. That was an excellent, absolutely excellent row by the Australian girls. Well done.
Yeah, great there to see from our Aussies, finishing just ahead of Italy in the quad scull. That was a great result. And if you're just joining us, China are leading the medal tally with 3 gold, 2 bronze, Japan on 2 gold, United States on a gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze, and Australia. Yes, that is us. We have one of all 3 colours, and we did get the first gold in the 4x100 free relay. Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris and Emma McKeon just a little earlier in the day. We saw them claim that incredible victory and making another world record after the one they'd already made in Rio, and they cracked the 3 minutes 30. So the first female 100-metre free relay team to do that and get sub 30. Meg Harris, what a nice debut for the 19-year-old. She was the 3rd swimmer in that relay team. Great result from our Aussies. In terms of other results, we have seen Sally Fitzgibbons and Steph Gilmore both breeze through into the 3rd round of the surfing, and That's coming up shortly, and we'll be able to track that one on Channel 7. We also saw early this morning Owen Wright and Julian Wilson. Now, Julian Wilson lost his opening heat, but he'll go through to the second round. Owen Wright won, and he moves straight through to the third. As for our Aussie Spirit girls, they lost in a sudden death to USA 2-1. They'll play Mexico tomorrow night. And if you aren't aware, from our silver medalist, we did see Jack McLaughlin take that in the 400 free, his second Olympic Games for the 26-year-old. And Brendan Smith scored the only bronze for Australia so far in the 400-metre individual medley. Great result for the 21-year-old. We're going to take a quick break. I'll see you on the other side.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And just after that ad break, I'd just like to let you know, Sportscraft, the official supplier of the Australian athletes' uniforms. You can catch all the Sportscraft wear wherever you would like and deck yourself out in that clothing. But on the 7+ app now, they've got skateboarding, rowing, gymnastics, beach volleyball. I had the artistic gymnastics up, and at the moment they've got the women's on beam, and they are just something else. Incredibly talented, strength and balance and skill. All of that. We did see the rowing, and we can see on Channel 7 that Sally Fitzgibbons is lining up for Heat 2. So we'll go to that on Channel 7. Best of luck to our Aussie girl, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Rika, and then Maida Mahina in yellow for Japan. And then, of course, in that blue jersey, Bianca Batendock will be representing South Africa in blue. So it's a 4-person heat.
Be looking forward to unleash.
Here's Fitzgibbons now for Australia. Very good cutback, throwing lots of water on that. She's got plenty of speed, working to the inside. Another good trip, brings it all the way around, spins it around, reverts out of it. Solid stuff right there. Sally Fitzgibbons, she got bumped down the number 2 spot, so she's going to respond back, showing that, no, I want to get back to that number 1 spot. So she's looking at a 5.50, and now she just got rid of her 0.67. We'll see what the judges score her on that wave, but she might take over the top spot or get very close to it.
Well, the difference that I noticed in that wave from Sally as we take a look at it is speed. Look at how sharp that first turn is, and you can see her generating her own speed there, so she's having to manufacture things slightly. I love the bit of variety that she throws in here. She ends up getting that spin in the foam, that rotation, and just throws in something a little bit different. She's going to get that ride out of it, and you can see that focus on her face, right? Sally Fitzgibbons is that surfer that is Olympic.
Batendock here. Good turn there. Smacks it off the lip on that one. 2 big hacks on the backhand. Nicely done. And she's the top spot. She's stayed busy in this one. She's looking very solid in these conditions. She looks very comfortable on that board. As we look at white right here, Risa on this one. Risa working to the inside. 2 hits there. Little foam climb on that. And she's going to come down 3 maneuvers for Risa Hennessy, currently in second with a 10.76.
Well, she's chasing a 4.81 to take the leading position away from the South African, Bianca Batendock.
And here we go, Maida. Backhand here. Now, Maida had a 3.87 that she got out of priority. Nice good hit there. another good hit right. This is exactly what she needs to do. Get busy right now. She got the 387 out of priority, showing you, look, I can put up a score. I just need it to happen. So that could help her cause right there and hopefully get her out of that number 4 spot. This is what Sally's been looking for. Sally Fitzgibbon. She's going to get on a runner. She's got a nice corner to work with here. Hits it off the top there. Sets it back up. Nice cut back on the inside. She's really looking for one big maneuver here. The exclamation point on that wave. Sally Fitzgibbons looking to get rid of a 277, and she definitely will get rid of that wave there, but will be enough to get her into the top 2, Shannon.
Wow, there it is. It drops in so lightning fast from the judges. A 7.0. It's the highest wave we've seen in the women's side of the draw so far.
She was searching. She's paddling all over the place, finding that spot, and she found the magic wave. And that magic wave was, like you said, the highest scoring wave we've seen out of the first 2 heats of women's round 1.
And what we're seeing there from that pulled back view is that Sally has a lot of distance between herself and the other competitors. I've noticed that now for the last 10 minutes. She's really separated herself from the pack, and it's freed her up to get a great looking wave like this. So that nice foam climb to start off with, great snap, and then she goes so dynamic. You can see that fin release out the back of the wave, and that's a really great finish for the Australian.
16 seconds to go remaining in this one right now. Women's round 1, heat number 2 action going on in the water. Day number 2 here at the Olympics as we look at the South African on this one. Oh, nicely done. Breaks those fins out. You see kind of frontside disaster style on that and goes down on that last maneuver. But that was a big hit for the surfer in blue. But is that enough? Because she's trying to get rid of a 5.67. That's a pretty big score for a 1 maneuver wave.
Sally Fitzgibbons putting on a fantastic performance at the finish there to drop in that 7-point ride and take a win in her first Olympic heat.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons, the highlights from her earlier heat, and we know that she's through to round 3 along with Steph Gilmore as well. And at 2 o'clock, the women's road race starts on 7. We've got Amanda Spratt, Tiffany Cromwell, Sarah Giganti and Grace Brown in that. And I can see it is live on 7 too. So I'm going to take you across to that coverage. We'll get the latest from Channel 7.
The strongest teams, really, and from my point of view, it's the Dutch race to lose. They've got one of the strongest teams. The women's race will field in full complement 4 riders, as opposed to the men who had 5 yesterday. And the riders in the Dutch team, 3 of them are in the top 5 of the best in the world. So they really are the favourites here today, as we see one of the Cuban riders coming up for sign-on. And these women are very excited. They had a little bit more rest than the men in the turnaround from their last Grand Tour. The men had 1 week from the Tour de France. The women have had 2 weeks since the Giro d'Onna, which is the women's Tour of Italy.
And we just did very briefly saw Marlene Rousser from Switzerland up there. Now, she's the only rider from Switzerland in the race. And this is how dominant and strong the women's team is, as we see the Australian contingent coming up there as well. She lists her heroes as Annemiek van Vleuten and Anna van der Breggen, 2 of the favourites for this race. She's racing against her heroes. That's the case for a lot of the riders in this race. That's another indication of just how strong the Dutch 4 riders are. There's Annemiek van Vleuten there. So she won the World Championships a couple of years ago in a solo breakaway of 105 kilometres. A lot of riders behind trying to chase it down. No one could catch her.
Well, a very interesting thing I learned about Anna Meek was that she's actually a graduated master in epidemiology. So she's an epidemiologist, and given the current circumstances of the world, pretty fascinating. Absolute legend of women's cycling, and indeed cycling and whole. Marianne Vos, 12-time world champion across 3 disciplines. That's track, road and cyclocross. And the Dutch will be extremely strong today with Anna van der Breggen as well, the defending Olympic champion.
And Lizzie Deignan, well, she is in with more than an outside chance. She's not got the strong team around her of the Dutch or the Italians or indeed the Germans or the Australians, but she is on form. She's had a win overall in the Tour of Switzerland. She had a terrific Giro d'Onna, which she was 4th overall in that. But they're multi-day races. This is a 1-day race. Now we've got the same neutralised rollout that we had with the men yesterday, so it's quite a long ride to clear the suburbs of Tokyo before we start racing, and that's where the count will begin of the 137 kilometres. So the 67 riders rolling away. No reports overnight of anybody having to sacrifice their place in the Olympic Games by providing positive COVID tests. So I think this is going to be a pretty competitive race. And I really do think, Scott, that because we don't have the major climbs of Mount Fuji that we had yesterday, the fears of what's at the end of the course will not be quite so applicable to the women, and therefore I think we might see a pretty aggressive race.
I do agree with you. And just going through the Australians, Grace Brown, Tiffany Cromwell, Sarah Gigante and Amanda Spratt. So a very strong squad indeed. And I know once we do get pictures of the Aussies in the yellow colours, there'll be a whole lot of members of a particular cycling club in Melbourne, the Brunswick Cycling Club. They are so up and about because not just Sarah Gigante is in this race, but they also have another rider in Catalina Soto who rides for Chile, but she's a member of the Brunswick Cycling Club. So the whole crew is definitely up and about and ready for this one. They're pretty greedy, Brunswick, because they've also got Luke Plapp riding in the Team Pursuit in the track later next week. So 3 riders from the one club in Melbourne represented here at the Games.
Phil, can you see the Dutch riders there behind the neutral car? It looks like they've got vests on or particular jackets. Is that an ice vest? We saw the conditions are already 33 degrees with 45% humidity for the women. The men's road race only started at 20 degrees yesterday. So the Dutch feeling those conditions. Perhaps is it an ice vest?
I think they are ice vests, and they'll probably shed them after the ride of this 10-kilometre ride out to the race start line proper. I did notice that when they were getting ready. Of course, as you say, that's a nice psychological blow to all the other riders in the race too, when they see the top team here with a little bit more preparation perhaps than they would have otherwise done. But yes, you're absolutely right, Anna. They are the team to beat, of course. They're going to mark every move. Anna van der Breggen, this is her final year as a cyclist, and she's going to leave at the very height of her career, which is absolutely tremendous. She's got the courage to say, she said it last year, that next year's my last season, and she's had an absolutely stellar season. So she's going to leave the sport right at the top. As a competitor, I think we'll find next year she's very much involved in the sport as a non-competitor.
It doesn't happen too often. You get to choose when you leave a sport, and getting to leave it at the top of the game is very, very impressive indeed. She won the Giro d'Italia this year, which is the Tour of Italy, and she's a 2-time road race world champion. She's been the individual time trial road world champion. She's the defending champion from the Olympic Games in Rio. She just launched her own range of cycling clothing as well as her own book, so really impressive with where she is and will leave this sport.
You could spend a lot of time just going through the credentials of the Dutch riders, not just Anna van der Breggen as well. She won Flesh Malone 7 times, but that's a race in the early classic season in Europe that finishes up a very steep hill. And it's pretty predictable. Super steep climb right to the finish line, and 7 times. She's just decided to ride away from everybody else. They all knew that she was going to try and do it, and no one could stop her. That's how strong she is as well. And there's Demi Vollering, just on the left-hand side there. Looks like she's chewing gum or something, just casually cruising along here. But if it does come all back together, Marianne Vos is the one on the right-hand side of the 2 Dutch. She would normally in the past have been the designated fast rider of a small group. She's not quite as dominant in those little bunch sprints as she used to be, and Demi Vollering, she really has stepped up as well. So they've got options if it's a small group in a bunch sprint, and they've got options if it's a solo breakaway, if it's up a climb. They just have the complete package, the Dutch team.
It's going to be a case of the Dutch is the team to be beaten. There's no doubt about that. They're the outstanding favourites. The rest of the riders know it, and it's something of a disadvantage for the field to be so small. It's absolutely normal in an Olympic Games because of the country selections allowed by the NOCs. It means that a lot of top riders can't be here because there's simply too many good riders in the one country, and this is limited to 4 women only per team. If you've earned the right to have 4 women, that is, whereas Belgium's only got 3. and Britain has only got 2, and one of which is purely in the race, and that's Anna Shackley, to make sure that Lizzie Deignan is well supplied with food and drink, and to keep her in an attacking position. So Anna's job in these Olympic Games is to go back to the car and get the water bottles, and make sure that she has them.
Yeah, even though Anna is young, she's only 20 years of age, the youngest in this race. She does actually ride in the professional team of SD Works, which is the same team as Van der Breggen and Vollering. So she may have a little bit of insight to how the Dutch team tactics might be playing out today, which could lend great support to Lizzie Deignan. Obviously one of the strongest British hopes since Nat Cook won an Olympic gold in the road race as well.
SD Works, the team you mentioned, 9 riders from that professional team spread throughout this peloton riding for different countries. That's how strong they have been this year. Completely dominated the women's Tour of Italy as well. And Ashley Moulin-Pasio rides for South Africa. She won the Queen Stage in that race, but she rides for SD Works as well. She was allowed to win the Queen Stage because her teammate Anna Van der Breggen was leading overall. So, but she's a good rider. She's on good form as well. Maybe not. It might be that it's a bit too hilly not hilly enough, I should say, for Moulin to get an advantage because she's such a good climber.
Indeed, we do have 4 Australians in this race as well. Grace Brown, Amanda Spratt, Tiffany Cromwell and Sarah Gigante. Really incredible stories for all 4 ladies, and I guess I want to start today with Sarah Gigante. She's coming back from a really nasty crash in La Flèche Wallonne. Forgive my tongue twist there. She broke her elbow, her collarbone and her fibula just a couple of months ago. She was surprised to get the call up for these Olympic Games, and she said the call gave her the motivation to push through this recovery, and it is wonderful to see our 2-time national road time trial champion here debuting at the Tokyo Olympic Games. We actually have 3 of the 4 debuting. Tiff Cromwell, Grace Brown and Sarah Gigante are debutantes. Amanda Spratt will be the protected rider. She's been on the podium in the World Championships for the road race in 2018 and 19, collecting silver and bronze respectively. She's been the only woman to get the hat-trick of wins in the GC at the Santos Tour Down Under. Look out for
yes,
her.
I think Anna, she might have liked the course to have been left a little bit more like the men's course and gone up the steeper climb, because she's a very good climber. And she can pack a punch in the sprint as well. This is Marianne Vos to the right of our picture, looking very cool, calm and collected, the Olympic champion in 2012 in London, where she actually beat Lizzie Deignan. So they come together again 9 years on for the next clash at the Olympics, and I don't think Marianne Vos will go on a lot longer, but she does earn the title GOAT, the greatest of all time. I don't think anybody would dispute that. Before her it was Jenny Longo, who was the Olympic champion back in 1996. Looks a very small group down there as they make their way, and it's unusual to see two-way traffic as an Olympic cycle race makes its way out through Tokyo, but they're separated by that central median in the road.
It's a casual cruise on the way out of town, and the Dutch do look very composed. You know, they are the favourites. We'll be talking them up a lot through this race, as everybody will be around the world. They are certainly a dominant force. But Marianne Vos, as you mentioned, Phil, such a sensation throughout the years. Former track world champion, Olympic gold medals, cyclocross, road. She can do absolutely everything. And when we get a picture of her on the bike riding later on, so in anger, really at speed, just sits the bike so well. Her biomechanics are absolutely perfect. And one of her favourite mottos is, success is not final, failure is not fatal. So she has a good outlook on life as well. Has been one of the best. Perhaps not the world number 1 at the moment, but she is a rider that could really go for another gold medal here and back up what she did in 2012.
Indeed, and we see again, as we saw with the men's race yesterday, the crowds have turned out. We are as surprised as anyone to see crowds, even though it is lovely. And Japan really turning on the support of these road race Olympic Games for 2020 and 2021.
It's one of the few opportunities that they can come out, because the closed venues, where they're restricting no spectators in many of them, very few spectators in others, whereas this is open roads. They can actually just come out of their homes, as they do in all the European big races or races around the world. So this is one of the events, the road events, where they actually can come out and show their support for the game. So it's great to see.
We talk about the Dutch team being so strong. Is there a potential for them to be too strong?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Are we going to see the peloton or the bunch behind them kind of quiver and not make any moves? Are they all going to take the race to them?
I say absolutely because it sounds strange. Too strong. How can you be too strong? That's you're going to lift more weight if you're too strong. But they could outdo themselves in trying to make it a perfect race if they start to focus more on winning multiple medals rather than just the gold. They do need to stick together and be certainly a unit, a nice cohesive unit, to try and make sure they do have the advantage. What they don't want to do is actually weaken themselves back into the field and lessen that advantage that they have at the moment. There might be less attacks to start with because everybody's nervous about this controlling force in orange. And I'm hoping that's not the case. I hope that the nations really get into it. The way to beat the Dutch is to be very aggressive with multiple countries represented in breakaway groups. Force the Dutch to do all of the work. Everyone knows we saw this in Britain at the London Olympics in 2012. Again, the men's teams, the most number you could have per nation in the men's road race was 5, and the Brits, they talked up their chances of Mark Cavendish winning in the sprint. And I remember Bradley Wiggins actually stating that their 5-rider team will ride with the strength of 10 men. So all of the other nations said, OK, let's see if you can. And then when the breakaway went up the road, they all just looked at the Brits and said, OK, fellas, you think you're stronger than all of us? You do the chasing. They could not catch the breakaway, and it was Vinokurov to come away with the gold medal. That's the kind of tactics the peloton needs to ride against the Dutch with to try and break this superior, what we think is perceived force that they have.
Yeah, good point that, Scott. And
sorry to rub that in, Phil. Just coming back to the Brits losing in 2012.
Don't worry, I was on your side. I was working with you for Channel 7 in the London Olympics, but they really did work over the British riders, and we had all the quality to have won those gold medals, so they're very disappointed. And Lizzie Deignan kind of made up for most of it by taking that silver medal behind Voss in the mall in the women's race. Weather wasn't too favourable either, I seem to recall. This is Anna van der Breggen here, having a nice smile. And she just wins pretty much everything she rides. She's rather hoping that she'll become the first women's road race champion, Olympic champion, back-to-back, having won in 2016. I doubt you'd get very good odds on her not succeeding, but she still has to do it, and everybody will be watching her. She seems very, very relaxed. This, of course, will be her last major race, really, because as the season peters out to its end, she will retire.
Just 31 years of age, and I commend her in saying simply, the motivation isn't there to keep going. She started riding at 7 years of age. It's a long time to be involved in the sport, and as we see this aerial shot, you'll actually see just a nice little pocket in behind that car of blue and white. One of the big challenges, I think, to the Dutch team today will be one of the Italians in Alyssa Longo Borghini. She was the bronze medalist at the Olympic Games road race in Rio. So I do anticipate seeing a lot of action from that team as well, as we get a good shot of those bright yellow jerseys there of Australia. That is Amanda Spratt. She's just sitting out to the right side of that lineup of green. It'll be Tiff Cromwell who'll take up the captaincy in the Australian team, and a very important position to be the team captain in the Olympic Games. And she was quoted as saying simply that it was a huge honour to be able to fill the role as captain, because there are no race radios in the Olympic Games, and you need to be someone who has influence with calm guidance and be able to make quick decisions in relaying information to all those team members, and for that to fall on her shoulders. She's very experienced in that role with a professional team in Canyon SRAM Racing, and she fills that role here for Australia. So look to Tiff Cromwell to be essentially barking the orders and keeping Amanda Spratt safe.
Now, they've slowed down the peloton here. They've sent away the lead car, which will be the car that will eventually follow any breakaway riders. So that's left the riders here. Just wondering why. I can't think we've ridden 10 kilometres, have we, Scott? In 15 minutes, maybe. They seem to have come out a little bit quicker than the men did yesterday. Weather forecast, by the way, is pretty similar to yesterday.
We're just going to break away from our road race action. We're going to the slalom because we've got Daniel Watkins, the Tasmanian, competing in his first Olympics.
You can see that. The arms in the start gate and now flexing on the carbon shaft. But he's hit the obstacles. Quick readjustment. Nothing lost there, but his bow hit those plastic obstacles. Goes to the spin now. Dan's a switcher. So he starts on his left and there he's now switched to his right-hand side. It's difficult to know back to his left. So he's quite innovative. A kayaker, I guess, by formation, but then he's adopted the canoe, and that's what's taken him into the Olympic Games. But a great all-rounder on the water, an extreme kayaker, expedition paddler, really exciting to watch and going well so far.
He loves the wild waters of Tasmania, but he's scared of snakes. Not necessarily a great combination, and he's known in the circles as Dan the Van Man because he disappears into the wilderness in his van for months at a time. But he loves this section of the course. He's picked up 2 sections so far. Bends like a banana there to get through 16.
And not quite enough. The whole head must go through the gate. So he got pushed offline slightly there. And after that fresh, eager start, the run proving a little more challenging now for Dan through the middle. But there's the second run to come, which is now going to be a critical run for Dan to go through.
Seen a couple pick up the 50-second penalty. That's for missing the gate. And as Richard said, you do have to actually get the whole head through underneath the plane. And you do have 2 bites at the cherry, or in this case the apple, from the man from Tasmania. So 1:56.43, and you can see the look of frustration on the face of Dan Watkins.
There's the replay, so the judges from a different angle would have called that, and he knows straight away that he's a bit tight. There's the switch, and it was the exit from gate 15. He took the tight line there, and there's a wider line around the top, but he knows what he's got to do.
Well, he'll need to go back and calm himself down, to have a look at what he did there and come back for the second run, which is coming up later this afternoon. Liam Jagu of Ireland next to go on the Po World Cup in 2020, so he knows what it's like to be at the top of the list. And he's a fast starter too. Which, Richard, you've got to be a little careful, don't you? You're anxious and eager to get underway, but you have to have that balance between the risk and the speed as he has a nice push off the wall.
Absolutely, yes, no need to pick up early penalties, but you do want to get away well. Liam Jagu switching, so he's a lefty naturally, and the right-hand side not quite as proficient, but there he did switch to the right. Now that's a good move through 9 into 10, and like many, he has a French connection, so racing for Ireland, but he's training at the Po course where the famous Olympian Tony Estanguet, 3 Olympic golds, that's where he's from. And Jagu, like many others, trains on the course Parc des Pyrénées.
Well, he lives there now, doesn't he? He's coached by his dad, Mark, and he won Ireland's first World Cup victory in canoe slalom there in 2020. You mentioned Estanguet. He's the chair of the organising committee for Paris, so he's such a big name. He's 3 Olympic gold, and then problems, big problems here for Jagu, and he's going to have to, well, you can't get back from there, can he? That's a difficult assignment to go upstream. He's got to get out of the current and find his way back through at least 1 gate, maybe 2.
That's that yokai we were talking about, Dave.
Yeah, well, that is nasty.
It's the devil, a mischievous move there. But I was going to say he's a very smooth, deceptive paddler. But as the runners come down, what we can see is that 99.74 from Zach Locken is a pretty good score, and that's going to hold up well. It's not a race of real consequence, but it does really give you a chance to sort of stretch your arms, get a feel for the river, and that's a good run from Locken, the American.
So the time for Jagu won't be as impressive. 174.57. What it shows, Richard, is here's a World Cup winner from 2020. Having such difficulty on this course. It's a beast in sections, and the depth of the field, the medals here, I know we get excited and we'll talk a lot about it when Jess comes up later today in the women's K1, but there's a depth of field and there's only margins in the mistakes that can really make a difference. As we look at Marinic of Croatia, he's a three-time World Cup top tenner himself.
The red and white of Croatia, and what we're seeing is generally the athletes starting well through these first few gates, and then as the complexity of the course unfolds, the fatigue building, and this is the first tricky move they've got to work across for, and he manages to do that well enough. The S-bend 9 to 10, pushing into the upstream, keeping the boat flowing nicely. The wide exit, so this next sequence you have to set up well for. Swing around, he's made the space and made space again, so that will enable him to set up for the spin. So it's about the early preparation to keep the boat on track. It's nothing spectacular. Sometimes old school is good school.
As a reminder, 2 runs, and the top 15 will go through to the semi-finals, which are on Monday, and then they'll be followed by the finals directly after that. Top 10 going through to fight it out for the medals. So up to 20. This is this tricky section. Fastest time so far, Zachary Loken of the US, 99.74.
Marinic is going well. He's measuring this run very well indeed. No mistakes. Just keeping the boat flowing. He's taken safe options, and he'll be close.
So the time there, 100.33. So Marinic moves up into second spot so far. Dan Watkins currently sitting in 7th. We've got quite a few still to go. He's got a second run, and coming up not too far away from Jess Fox as she commences her Olympic campaign here in Tokyo.
Thank you, Dave.
And it was unfortunate from Daniel Watkins, our Tasmanian, but he'll get another opportunity soon. So hopefully he can do it a bit faster. We will have Jess Fox in 30 minutes in the K1 for Olympic glory. We'll see if Jess has any luck. We're going to go to a quick ad break. On the other side, we can take you back to the women's road race. There's plenty of action from our Aussies.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 Supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
You're listening to the SEN coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And before we take you back to the women's road race, I will just recap on some of the highlights today. And of course, the biggest highlight is our Golden Girls claiming the 4x100 metre freestyle relay. It was an incredible feat. 3 seconds ahead of a second place Canada and also ahead of America. That was Bronte and Kate Campbell. And we also had Emma McKeon and Meg Harris make up that unbeatable team of 4. Breaking their own world record from Rio. We know Brittany Elmsley was the swimmer in that one. Meg Harris took her spot in the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. Later on tonight, there is plenty of swimming action, but we did see just under half an hour ago that Ash Barty crashed out in the opening round of the tennis singles at Tokyo. There's also news Andy Murray is out of the men's singles draw because of a right quad strain. And this COVID situation continues. Bryson DeChambeau in the golf has tested positive to COVID before even arriving in Tokyo, so he will not be competing. We will see Patrick Reed represent Team USA in for Bryson DeChambeau. And our Hockey Roos, they've got a comfortable win over Spain 3-1 earlier today. Our men play India this afternoon, tonight at 7:30. That'll be a great matchup. And in softball, 2-1 loss to USA. Our Aussie Spirit were unfortunate in that sudden death loss. They'll play Mexico tomorrow. And just in the beach volleyball, we've got a big win over Cuba. So that was great to see. We'll move into the next round of action in Pool E. So we've got Taliqua Clancy and Mary Faye Tocho del Sola. They beat Cuba. They'll play Italy tomorrow. But we do have the action back on the road race that kicked off at 2 o'clock that sees 4 our Aussie women in there: Amanda Spratt, Tiffany Cromwell, Sarah Giganti and Grace Brown. He is your 7 commentary team.
Luke, some rolling hills there as well.
So early action in the women's road race, but still a long way to go, 133 kilometres. But we have 5 riders here, anxious to get back to the finishing line first for the moment.
Trent Copeland with you for the afternoon session. What a morning it has been. The first medals for Australia. Gold in the 4x100 freestyle. The women's road race has just got underway with 4 Aussies in action. There's plenty more coming up from Tokyo 20 right after the break.
Trent Copeland there from the 7 coverage. And just like 7, we will take a quick break. On the other side, we will bring you the latest from all of our Aussies over in Tokyo.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
You're listening to the 7 coverage of the Tokyo Olympic Games. Well, you're listening to SEN, but you will soon be listening to the 7 coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. There is slalom in the canoe. There's badminton, gymnastics. The women's road race is on, and we've been tracking that one pretty closely with a strong Aussie women's team in that. So we may go back to that one shortly. But in terms of who's in action this afternoon, we did see Daniel Watkins at his first Olympics in the slalom. And Jess Fox under 30 minutes away from her first heat in that as well. There's some badminton and some sailing going about, and we will see our Aussie Sharks, the men's water polo team, playing at 4:30, that one. So we'll keep our eyes across that. In the equestrian, the Dressage Grand Prix, that's happening in the qualifiers. That one doesn't start until 6 o'clock. So Simone Pearce and Kelly Lane will be competing in that one. And tonight, there's 2, I would say, marquee sports that you want to get your eyes across, and that is our Boomers taking on Nigeria. That will be one great match that you don't want to miss out. And we also will have the hockey, which will be great. Our men up against India. That should be a really, really close clash. Our Olyroos, though, they play Spain. And they were supposed to be competing in the pool of death, but they have exceeded all expectations. We know that they got that greatest success ever over Argentina, but it was an applaudable 2-0 victory over Argentina earlier in the week. And it was great to see our Matildas do well earlier in the week, but unfortunately went down to Sweden overnight 4-2. So they'll still be alive for a medal hope, though. And if you are just joining us on the medal tally, if you're interested, China are leading that with 3 gold and 2 bronze. Japan in second, United States in third, and Australia, that is us, we are still in 4th place with a gold, a silver and a bronze. We had plenty of a swimming action earlier today, and we will get more of that later in the night as well. There's so many Aussies to keep our eyes across, and if you are interested to tune in to the swimming, that doesn't start until about 8 o'clock tonight. Kaylee McEwen and Emily Seabohm in the 100-metre backstroke women's heats. They will be definitely a couple of our females to watch. Elijah Winnington, unfortunately, was disappointing and didn't medal earlier today, but him and Tommy Neal, they'll compete in the 200 free. And we'll also see Jess Hansen in the 100-metre breaststroke, Chelsea Hodges in the 100-metre breaststroke as well. And later tonight, we will see Ariane Titmus in the 400-metre freestyle for the women's. And we know that there is such a rivalry with her and Katie Ledecky of USA. I can't wait to see how that one plays out. The heats are tonight, but the final for that one is tomorrow at midday. So keep your eyes peeled. And the men's 4x100-metre freestyle relay heats are also tonight just after 9:30. But the 7 coverage continues of the women's road race. Let's take you back there with the 7 commentary team.
To go 7 kilometres done. And this group of 5 riders, Plikta, Shapiro from Israel, Lusa, Namibia, Plikta is Polish, Kiesenhofer of Austria, and Oberholster, the South African at the moment. Now, what's this little bit of a problem here? Because this is Corinne Riviera coming back, and she packs a powerful sprint and is on good form. If there's anybody, if she gets to the finish, the Dutch would have a problem on their hands. I think it's just a drink. She looks cool enough.
First American rider to win the Tour of Flanders. That was back in 2017. And Corinne Rivera, certainly, if she can get over these hills, she's going to be a very dangerous rider at the very end. And that's where the Dutch, they don't want too many riders to come towards the finish together. They really do want to make this as difficult as possible and try and, on the most difficult sections of this course, over 137 kilometres, they want to light it up. They really want to try and destroy this field and put riders like Rivera out the back to minimise getting someone taking advantage of them in a sprint at the end.
Yes, we talk about the Dutch having all bases covered. The USA do offer quite a few cards in their deck as well. We see Rivera going back for drinks, but we also have Ruth Winder, who is a strong climber and is quite smart in the mind for race tactics. And the dark horse on the American team perhaps is Chloe Dygert. Not a dark horse, but she's a 7-time world champion on the track in the individual pursuit and team pursuit. So very, very strong engine to be working with Ruth Winder as well.
Now, good chance to see all the Aussies. Here we are, all having a little chat on tactics, I'm sure, Scott.
Well, there's Tiff Cromwell with the hand off the bars. Just, yep, you give me the bottle. That's Sarah Gigante on the right. Just loading up the bottles. Tiff controlling things, steering the ship for the Aussies. Such an experienced rider, and also another good bike handler as well. So you know that when you talk about someone going back to get bottles, to do it efficiently, fast, making sure they get enough bottles to come back and just do one trip by carrying enough water for all of the riders. A rider like Tiff, and we saw Mariana Foss before, they've got the bike handling skills to be able to do that in one trip. So minimising the amount of energy expenditure that they have. You mentioned Sarah Dygert. This is the second group chasing on the road, trying to get across to those leaders. They're at 1 minute and 34 seconds behind the lead group, but about 45 seconds now ahead of the peloton. Chloe Dygert, I'm not going to go into too much detail. If you really want to find out, maybe Google the crash from last year. But the World Championships time trial last year, she had an absolutely horrific crash over a guardrail. She seems to be back in good form. but that is a big question mark. It was such a nasty injury sliding across a guardrail and cutting open her leg. But she is a rider that has that little bit of element, that X factor that no one really knows about how she could handle this particular course. She's such a strong time trialer. She's definitely a dark horse in this race.
Yes, she is. And she was setting the fastest time at all of the checkpoints at the point of crash. So she likely would have won the title, which makes it even sadder.
So we can just see this is Cecile Utrop Ludwig, fantastic climber and one of the biggest personalities in the women's peloton. I would be happy to see her win just to see the post-race celebration and the interview. There will be tears. She is so animated. She's absolutely a sensation for the media and for all the spectators within cycling. But have a look at the mirror on the side of the car. They've taped the Danish flag onto the mirror, so when the riders are looking back for their car, coming back from the peloton, because all of these cars are supplied by the organisation, they all look the same. So they've given a point of difference, a reference point for their riders to be able to see where their team car is when they're looking back for them.
Interestingly, though, the mirror is out at the moment when they're handing water bottles across. In the men's road race yesterday, we saw the drivers pull those mirrors in just to ensure no handlebars were going to get tapped.
And that's Ty Brakia that's handing up the water bottles. Former track specialist and 16 rider. He used to duke it out with him actually at World Championships in the past, shoulder to shoulder. He did get the better of Brett Aiken and I in one of those events way back in the day. Might have been the one that Brett crashed out of, otherwise he wouldn't have.
Well, Ludwig brings great form into this Olympic road race. She actually won her first World Tour race this year, which was the Tour of Spain, or the Vuelta. And she really does have the opportunity to take it to the Dutch as well. Lots of people in this peloton, or women in this peloton, that if they give themselves the chance and the belief, this very strong Dutch team may not have it their own way.
This has got some power up here as well. Anna Plichter, the Polish girl, she's number 26 when she comes to our screen. She was 16th in her debut Olympic Games, which was 5 years ago. But she's an aggressive rider. And so we'll see Omar Shapira, Israel, first time for her. And the gap is there. They're giving it quite a little bit of a run. So they're clearly the Dutch, the Italians, the Americans, and the Australians are not too worried about this. And you're right, we've now got Salam Amha has been joined by Devassé here. And not a bad rider either. Now that she needs the extra firepower, there's a chance they might get away from the field for a while at least.
No race radios within men's or women's races here at the Olympic Games.
How good is that? No race radios. That's the way. Let them do the racing.
They've got to do their own thinking on the road, which I really do enjoy. What it does mean, and so they still have the whiteboard on the back of the motorbike. So the motorbike, they'll get the time checks, write the number down, what the time gap may be, and then they'll go through and show each of these groups on the road. But it's not as fast as obviously getting it through the race radio. And if you don't know what the time check is and you want to know, you've got to go back to your team car and ask. That whole process does take more time, and while you're doing that, that allows the breakaway group to keep riding further away. And once the gap gets too big, that's when it gets dangerous, and there's a real scramble to try and get to the front and start trying to organise that chase. The British team of two riders on the right-hand side, definitely medal favourites with Lizzie Deignan, and the Australian in the middle, that's the youngster, Sarah Gigante. Gigante by name, and absolutely giant of a talent.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of interviewing her at the start of the season when she joined the Tipco team, because I launched the team, and she was a delight to speak to. She was in America, and I was in I think she was in America. She could have been in Melbourne or South Australia, but I was in London doing the job. We did it online, and she was a delight to us. She's full of enthusiasm, and she just wants to race well. It's as simple as that. And she had that bad accident soon afterwards, and it knocked her back a bit, but she's definitely got a huge career ahead of her, and it starts right here, I guess. Today, this at the back of the field now is the Polish girl Marta Lack.
She was picking up ice. She was picking up ice, Phil, and not putting it down the back of her jersey for herself. She was putting it down the front to take forward, in particular for her teammate Kasia Niedoma. So Kasia Niedoma, her teammate from Poland, she's got two riders here to ride for her. One of them is in the break, so that takes the pressure off Kasia to do any chasing. She can say, no, I'm not going to do anything throughout the rest of this race until the Dutch bring this breakaway group back. So that's going to save the legs for Niedoma, one of the big favourites, and she'll be cooling down pretty soon once her teammate Lack brings that ice stocking up to her to put in her jersey.
Just saw there on that slow motion replay a nice little flick of the elbow from Anna Keisenhofer of Austria. That is the unspoken language of the cycling peloton to indicate about to swing off the front, and it's your turn behind me to roll through and pull your turn. Double flick of the elbow, Scott, means?
That means that's an indication to the rider that's sitting in second position that the rider in the front is about to get out of the saddle. When normally, you don't always do this. You try not to do it when you're in training in a training bunch. But when you do get out of the saddle on a bike or stand up, the bike just goes back a little bit. And the rider behind, if they're sitting too close, you can hit their front wheel and cause a crash. So a double flick of the elbows just lets them know that you're about to get up out of the saddle.
This is Anna Shackley at the front. She's come up here now, and she's been looking after Lizzie Dynan very well, who's riding behind her till a few moments ago. That's her job. Two Americans at the back now, so Corin Revere and Ruth Winder. I'm pretty certain Ruth Winder's also decided to retire at the end of this season. She announced it earlier, so this will be her last Olympic Games as well.
Maybe going out on a high, and both of them certainly are the favourite. Not as big a favourite as we see Anna van der Breggen here on screen now, but Ruth was a part of the reserve. Well, she was a reserve rider for the Team Pursuits 5 years ago in Rio. She has a track background, but didn't quite make their Team Pursuit team. They've been so strong, the American Team Pursuit ladies, over the years. And she said that it still hurts, missing that team back then. And she was happy for her teammates that went on to race, but it still hurts. She does have the drive to win, so we'll have to see how she can come out with it today. Her nickname, by the way, Phil, is Rambo. So let's see how Rambo Winder gets along today.
Indeed. Well, I think the Americans will be a team to possibly counter the moves. It'll come down to 4 to 5 strong teams, but there are 1 or 2 individual women here who could shock us. They're just going to have to freelance the team tactics as best they can and see what they can produce at the end.
Expecting really warm temperatures again today. The start of this race was only already 33 degrees, and one of the things you'll notice is different in the road jerseys that a lot of these women are wearing is how thin they are and the material of them. Now, one of the elements of this is they're not UV protected. A lot of these women will have applied sunscreen underneath to try and avoid being burnt, but many of them will get burnt through these jerseys as we progress through this race.
The 2 British riders here, it's Anna Shackley on the left and Dynan. Just give poor old Anna, she's going to be worked to death today. She's got to go back now and fill that bottle up and bring it back to her team captain. So the race continues, and the gap is spreading to almost 5 minutes across the field.
Experience.
And that was part of the women's road race. Still going ahead, and our Aussies still thick in the peloton, so that's great to see. We will have Jess Fox coming up just under 8 minutes away for our Aussie in the K1, the 2-time Olympian. Silver in London, bronze in Rio. It'd be nice to see her get the gold in Tokyo, especially with all of the preparations. And we all know the storylines with COVID and what's happened for some of these athletes. And she definitely puts in the work. Penrith girl, so it'd be nice to see the Sydney girl do well. Great win for James Duckworth as well. He took it to a third set over his Slovakian opponent, Lucas Klein. He went down in the first 5-7, came back 6-3, 7-6. So he'll go through to the second round. If you are joining us, Ash Barty out in straight sets. So she went down 4-6, 3-6 and won't be competing in the singles at all. We're off to a quick break. On the other side, there'll be more K1 and slalom.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and just under 6 minutes before we will see our Aussie Jess Fox compete in the K1. So keep your eyes and ears on SEN, and of course on 7 you can watch a few of the explainer videos on the 7 Plus app. But today's Tokyo 2020 unmissable moments, definitely the Kookaburras. They'll be later tonight, and we will see them play against India. We also will see plenty of the cycling action. The women's road race is happening now. Tokyo 2020 live free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus. The only place to see it all and the only place to hear it all is, of course, on SEN. But I will take you to a recap of this morning when our Aussie girls beat their own record from Rio, and they got sub 3.5 minutes. So, of course, I am talking about the Australian 4x100 freestyle relay winners. Take it away.
Kate Campbell, I've got goosebumps. This is so exciting. She's just got to hold on for this last 25 metres, get onto the wall, keep in front of that world record and just be strong.
Really good battle to the minors. Canada and the United States challenging. Can they get under 3:30 for the first time? It's their world record. Kate Campbell in the water for her third gold medal. Away she goes. 4x1 equals 3 in a row for the Australians. A world record. They defend their title and the best of this generation.
Yeah, they certainly are the best of this generation, and 3 seconds faster than the rest of the world, clocking 3:29.69. The slalom is live now, the canoe slalom on 7. Won't take you there because we'll have the women's road race, which is also happening, and we've got 4 Aussie women in that one at the moment. Amanda Spratt, Tiffany Cromwell, Sarah Gigante and Grace Brown are in the mix.
Trixie Warwick now from Germany, just on the attack, so one of the veterans of the cycling scene. And this is interesting because the gaps, as you mentioned, Phil, really have opened up, and yet still some attacks coming.
Yeah, look at the reaction from the field, Scotty. Trixie Warwick will be a marked number on the handlebars of some of the big riders here.
Yes, she's 39 years of age, rides with Trek Segafredo. She was second in the World Championship road race in 06. She's just missed the podium in 04 as well, and she's been a winner of the Giro and the Vuelta, which is the Tour of Italy and the Tour of Spain. Very strong rider that they weren't prepared to let go.
Her 5th Olympic Games, such an experienced professional, and that's why she's attacked. Even though the gap is so big, all they want to do is make the race as hard as possible on the Dutch in particular. So get some more riders up the front, force the Dutch to actually waste energy chasing the moves down, just to try and minimise the weapons that they do have at their disposal. Because if they just get to the hardest part of the course with 4 fresh Dutch ladies, well, the advantage goes to Orange, doesn't it? So they really are trying to mix it up, and that's why there's another counter-attack from Germany. This has been something they've discussed, and they really want to try and light this race up.
You can see she's flicking the elbow, trying to encourage the Polish rider behind her to take a turn of pace with her to keep this attack going, but the Polish rider just not interested. Very frustrating for a rider like this to not be supported in a move that has
obviously
and
treating
just
such a
under
responsible
120 kilometres to go in the women's road race. Seems like quite some time, but they'll get that done pretty quickly. And I just want to take you over to the canoe slalom because Jess Fox will get underway in moments. Here is the 7 commentary team in David Colbert and Richard Fox.
It's the maximum number of gates, over 230 metres, and believe me, it comes at you pretty fast.
The man-made course here has been built specifically for these games. You can see Disneyland from here. You can see Mount Fuji on a clear day, and we're about to get underway. Women's K1 heats, big start list. Number here for the Australian canoe slalom fraternity will be well known, including Jane Nichols of the Cook Islands. Many of them come out to Australia and compete and train at Penrith. Of course, the host in Sydney, host of the World Championships in 2025 as well. Luca Jones was the silver medalist from Rio. Helen Chateau, the Olympic champion, and then we get really to the top end. Terselge, the world champion, and Jessica Fox, the number 1, will go last. A reminder, 2 runs to post your best time, and from the 27 starters, we're going to take 24 through to the semi-finals. Katarina Smirnova, 19th in Rio. 9 of these competitors returning from Rio. We've got a few that have been to 3 games, including Jess Fox and Sadler of Brazil and Chiro, and Luca Jones competing in her 4th game. But we're underway in the women's K1.
Yes, Katarina Smirnova, we've seen her out at Penrith many times. And the Kazakh team coached by Frenchman Jimmy Besson, his father used to run the Bourg Saint-Maurice slalom course. The river is there in France. It's like many sports, a real mix of nations, whether athletes changing nations or coaches jumping across borders. But number 27, the world ranking, doesn't reflect the skill. She's got off to a good start and nice and clean so far.
Like many of the athletes from this part of the world, in Kazakhstan, she holds the title of Master of Sport of International Class in Kazakhstan, physical education sports studies student at the East Kazakhstan State University. Gives her plenty of time to train. And like you, Richard, you've got a key to the venue whenever you want to go and train.
Indeed, yes. This critical move, the 15 to 16, and there are choices to make there. She's taken the tight line and then having to back paddle across between the downstream gates, losing a little bit. So the decision-making critical aspect of slalom, the wider line, safer line versus the tight, faster line, but the risk and a 50-second penalty there, the result of a tight line.
Some problems there too, approaching 22, and you can just see what the water can do. The stoppers and the way the water flows and grabs the boat. You want to keep it dry as best as possible, but the water has its own mind, and you have to go with it sometimes and fight against it. So difficult.
Well, Dave, I have to say, I haven't been to the course and seen it firsthand or paddled it. But as Smirnova finishes, I would say that it's a course I'd really like to paddle. I think they've set it up very well. They had to tune it up in 4 days before the athletes arrived from the original setting. And congratulations to the course team.
So an indication of the quality here. This is the Moroccan, Sulia Yoda, 33 years of age. Nurse, based in Po at the famous French slalom canoe course, 57th of the World Championships in 2017. You can also see the way the poles bounce around in the wind. The wind is getting up. It was pretty still early, but that just adds in another unwanted complication, Richard.
Yes, a little breeze there. It is unsettling. I don't mind rain. Obviously high water, so Cecilia getting caught up a little bit around that 6-7 combination.
What like we saw in the men, one of the things we know that Jess is three-time world champion in this event, world number one, and deserves to be the favourite, but the depth of the quality of the field across the men and the women, there's 6 to 8 definite chances in the men's, and there's probably 4 to 5 in the women's, but if someone from the podium, big touch there with the head on 14, but Richard, you know this better than I, of course, but looking through all the statistics of all the competitors, the spot on the podium is a great result, and the depth of the field and the quality, one small little mistake in the final is all it takes.
I couldn't agree more. There's the form book, there's the rankings coming in, and then there's the Olympic Games and what that does to the field. And a course like this is proving challenging to the best of them.
That's it, Yoda. Yes, they come down off that little drop. It comes down so fast, and the next gate rushes, and Yoda's collecting 2 second penalties here. She's got, what's that, 6 now. And you can see how hard she has to work, and did she miss that one completely? It's going to be tough.
She has to go back up. So there's time, but the 50-second penalty would be much more costly. And although she's got a good score in terms of penalties, not that you'd want to have that, she hasn't missed a gate.
So she will come down to complete this opening run. A reminder, best of 2, so she will have another opportunity. So 171.38 for Yoda of Morocco.
Yeah, and welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Jess Fox will actually compete last. She is the 27th competitor, so she will take a little time before we can watch her and give you the result, possibly in around 15 minutes. I know this afternoon, just after 4 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, we have 2 female gymnasts in the final. So they will compete. Georgia Godwin and Emily Whitehead are hours away from competing in their first floor, and they will compete against athletes like Simone Biles from the Team USA, the one who has 3 moves named after her. Incredible stuff. So great experience, and best of luck to our 2 artistic competitors in the Australian women's gymnastics team. So that one again, Georgia Godwin and Emily Whitehead. And also, just to recap, James Duckworth, he's through to the second round in the men's singles tennis. He beat his Slovakian opponent, lost the first set 5-7, then came back to win strong 6-3, 7-6. And just in our surfing, all 4 of our surfers are still in contention for a medal chance. We saw Stephanie Gilmore and Sally Fitzgibbons, they're both through, and Owen Wright and Julian Wilson are also through as well. We're going to go to a quick break.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, what a lovely party, mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
And we'll bring you Jess Fox in the K1 heats as soon as she does compete. She's still a while off. We're just seeing a couple of the first in that first heat. She is 27th. She is the last competitor to compete in the K1 heat. So still moments away from her. But just in terms of some results today and some news headlines, we did see the IOC. They've come out and they've just said masks are not nice to have, they're a must to have. So that is IOC spokesman Mark Adams responding to questions about the maskless swimmers. We did see on the podium earlier today that there are a number of swimmers smiling without their masks on. Masks must be on at all times except for when they are competing. So we did see 12 athletes, Australia, Canada and the United States on the podium. And they were smiling for photographers and without their masks. So I know it's unfortunate, and we can all appreciate, though, that we need to do the right thing. There's been plenty of fans line the streets in Tokyo as well, which is interesting considering the country did not want to hold the Olympic Games. But we'll keep bringing you all of the action and just some swimming headlines. Yes, we've won all 3 of our medals in the swimming. So just to recap on that, Brendan Smith won our bronze for the 400 individual medley. Jake McLaughlin won the silver in the 400 freestyle. And Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris and Emma McKeon won the gold in the 4x100 metre freestyle relay. So a great effort from them. They beat their own record that was set in Rio by 3 seconds to clock a time of 3:29.69. Now, earlier today, the Australian women's softball side went down to Team USA in sudden death, and here is some of the highlights.
Not intentionally walking her. An interesting decision. Pitch through the shortstop. One run is in. Second runner comes around and will score. 2 RBI single for Amanda Chittister. And Team USA walks off with a 2-1 win.
Yeah, so unfortunate there from our Aussies, and that means they are out of a gold medal contention. They play Mexico tomorrow, so there is a chance that they could still take home bronze. So unfortunate for our Aussie spirit girls there. And just in the hockey earlier today, we are dominating. We are doing well. We play China tomorrow, but we got a 3-1 win over Spain. Our Hockeyroos were pretty incredible. So we'll see our men's team later on tonight. They'll play India at 7:30, I believe the Kookaburras are on. So we will bring you all of that as well. And in the beach volleyball, we've had a great result. We've seen Marifé Artacho del Sola and Taliqua Clancy win in the beach volleyball over Cuba. So they are through and will play Italy tomorrow in the round, or in the pool matches, I should say. I'm just going to take you back to the women's road race, because we do see that there's an Aussie sitting in the peloton, and we've got just over 110 kilometres to go.
Previous life. He's had so many unfortunate crashes. He was one of the pre-race favourites. I think the only number he might actually try and take now is number 13. That may actually bring him some luck.
Yeah, he's had such an unfortunate year, and of course he also crashed out of the Olympic Games back in Rio as well. Terribly bad luck, and it was what we discussed yesterday when we were live, Scott. It was that strip down the middle, and in fact it was Theo Geoghegan-Hart who hit it, and right behind him was Geraint Thomas, who went straight into him.
It's like having tram tracks down the middle of the road. Get stuck in those. I've done that before. I'm sure plenty of people
so have I.
Caught in the tram tracks.
When I was a young cyclist, I was riding over a bridge which had railroad tracks countersunk across the bridge, and my front wheel, followed by my back wheel, slipped into the centre of the track, and of course you can't steer, so I fell off. And I remember a truck going past. The driver said, I wouldn't ride down there, son. You might fall off.
Thanks for that.
I said, well, I'm not actually doing it on purpose, you know. Unbelievable, yeah. And of course, when you used to race in Poland, you're crossing tram tracks all of the time in the centre of the cities, and they were extremely dangerous, yeah.
109 kilometres to go. This is the breakaway group. And they're at around 9 minutes or so was the last time check we had. Not much urgency back in the peloton. The only real attacks have come from Germany. So Germany have shown some tactics that they'd like to get things underway back there. And then it's backed off again. Two riders in the middle, Amha and Depasset. And they unfortunately did miss the move. They tried to go out after that group. There was no chance of getting across, and you can see now as the gap has really blown out that they are stuck right in between the lead group, which they're not catching, and the peloton, which is still cruising, that they're moving away from. It's only a matter of time. When those attacks were coming from Trixie Warwick and the German team, this gap came down quite significantly. It's only gone back out again to these two because they have backed off behind.
Yes, these two riders here, Depasset, who is the rider here, she was an all-African champion back in 2019, whereas the Carla Overholzer in the lead is the reigning African champion. But they will certainly know each other, and probably because Carla's up the road, they thought it might be a chance to reach her. They know her pretty well, both of them, but they left the move a little bit too late.
Conversation with the team car just to try and work out what their tactics are.
Well, I'm sure everybody at home is trying to work this out, but I'm trying to work out the time checks. I think that, in fact, these two are riding about 30 seconds behind the leaders, and the peloton is sitting at 7 minutes and 3 seconds. But that's we're only seeing, of course, what everybody at home is seeing from the pictures supplied by the Tokyo organisers.
Yeah, we'll try and get some more.
That's solved that problem. It's the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right behind.
So there's about 6.5 minutes from our chase group to the leaders, and then a further 30, 40 seconds to the peloton, which we can see in the background. And here they are, peloton, the Germans flanking across the front of that at the moment.
They've definitely had a chat. They've been back, two riders at least have been back to chat with the team car and get advice on tactics, and now they've all come to the front, and there's a plan there. We're on the roller coaster road as we complete the first 40 kilometres of the race. We've done now 30 kilometres, and then we're going to start going up the Douchy Road before we descend or continue to climb, rather we go around the lake and then we climb the Kagosaka Pass, where we then descend some 15 kilometres off the top of that, and that will be quite a test as well. There's the leaders, Plichter, Overholzer, Kiesenhofer, Hoffer, Luce and Shapira, and there's one to come. Or maybe there isn't, that's the 5 leaders, that's correct, yeah. Being right on the right is Vera Lucy.
Kiesenhofer from Austria, the first around the corner. Now, she was third in the Tour d'Ardèche last year. That's in the overall classification, so she's definitely a handy rider and won the Austrian Time Trial Championships for the last 2 years. So being a time trialist, perfect person, ally to have out in the breakaway group. But being a podium in a big race like Ardèche in France, that's one of the better races in the women's calendar. So it just shows she's certainly a good rider to have out in front.
Just into the town here. I think this is Sagamihara where they are now, which means once we leave here, we'll start the Sedi drag up the road, the Douchy Road. And they're going to lead up there with a lead of about 7 minutes when they get onto that climb. The end of the undulations, and they haven't stretched the peloton at all. In fact, the peloton have largely ignored the breakaway, which is what happened in the men's race as well. But a great crowd. I think the whole town here has come out to watch the passes of the Women's Olympic Road Race. Still 106 kilometres to go.
Carla Overholzer, South African that's driving it on the front. She has, it's only a team of 2, but Mulman Pasio back in the peloton. She's a rider that can certainly come away with the medal here today.
These are the two chasers. Devasay and Amhay. They're just ahead of the peloton, who are letting them dangle out front, and the peloton sitting at around 7:21 behind the 5 leaders. These are the two in the middle now. They really are wasting their energy now, because as our camera pulls back, you're going to see the peloton. And they would be wiser advised to go back into the pack, I think, because they haven't gone anywhere for 30-odd kilometres.
So much more to come from Tokyo 2020 in the women's road race here on 7, mate. And I tell you what, after the Olympics, this one's going to be brilliant. It is one of my favourite shows.
Trent Copeland there. And just so you know, an update in the Taekwondo, Stacey Heimer is about to set to launch her Olympics campaign in the women's under 57 kilo category. 3 rounds, 2 minutes each, with the highest point score winning the bout. So best of luck to Stacey. We will give you the results as soon as we get one in, but you can catch the action on 7+. And don't forget, we will bring you the latest with the K1, the slalom canoe, because we do have Jess Fox competing in that, just not for a little while. She's got a few ahead of her in that. And a recap on the swimming: Kate and Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris and Emma McKeon are our gold medal girls in the 4x100 metre freestyle. Ash Barty has crashed out in the first round in straight sets in singles, but James Duckworth goes through to the second round after a 3-set thriller. He lost the first and won the second 2. We're going to go to a quick ad break. See you on the other side.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
SEN sport coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, and there's heaps of Olympics content to explore right now on 7+. Add your favourite sports to your watch list now, and they've got every sport explained, so you can get to know the new Olympic sports. Download the 7+ app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. We did see the surfing. That was a new sport that got introduced at the Olympics this year, and also the skateboarding. Unfortunately, Shane Neal didn't medal for us in the skateboarding, but we do know that all 4 of our surfers are still in it. Sally Fitzgibbon, Steph Gilmore, Owen Wright and Julian Wilson. And we're just watching a replay of the softball that was earlier today, and it was very unfortunate. Went to the sudden death, but our Aussie Spirit lost 2-1 to USA. So they'll play Mexico tomorrow, but they unfortunately are out of a gold medal race. Fingers crossed, depending on other results, we could try and bring home bronze, but they had a tough draw and they couldn't get the job done. And just to recap for our hockey, the Australian women have won 3-1 over Spain. The Hockeyroos, they were very, very strong. And in the men's, the Kookaburras, they play India tonight at 7:30, and a big night in the pool as well. Plenty of action. Basically, all our Aussies are in the pool, so make sure you turn it on. But Ariane Titmus, she's won in the 400-metre freestyle that we will keep our eye on, not until about 9:30. Tonight she will be making a splash. So eyes peeled. We do have some good results in the beach volleyball. They are through to their next pool game against Italy tomorrow after a win over Cuba. And now, unfortunately, Ash Barty, she crashed out in straight sets. Here are the final moments of her game.
Viva España! Sara Sorribes Tormo with the upset. Defeating the number 1 seed, Ash Barty, on center court at the Olympic Games. The world number 48 with the monumental upset in the opening round.
Yeah, disappointing from Ash Barty to go down 4-6, 3-6 to Sara Sorribes Tormo, the Spaniard. Unfortunately, Ash just couldn't get the job done. And as for our beach volleyballers, I mentioned that one moments ago. Here is the final moments of their win over Cuba.
There's a chance to get it done, first time of asking. And they have done. Maria Fay belts it to the line. The point is taken. The set is won 21-14 and the match is won by 2-0.
Yeah, it was a great result for our Aussies. Talequa Clancy and Marifé Artacho del Sola through after a convincing win over Cuba, and they play Italy tomorrow. We do have our eye on the slalom canoe here. We can see that there are a few more competitors before our girl Jess Fox is on. We saw Daniel Watkins a little earlier, the Tasmanian, at his first Olympics, but he did miss a gate, so he got a pretty big penalty and very disappointed with his time. He'll get another chance to make amends for that one. And just a reminder, Sportscraft, reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners for your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection. And in a range of sports today, we've had 19 different sports represented by our Aussies, which was great to see. And Stacey Heimer in the Taekwondo at the moment. So fingers crossed Stacey can get a job done for us as well. We have 1 medal in each of the colours, a bronze, a silver and a gold. 4 gold, really, that unfortunately just gets counted as 1 for that 4x100 metre freestyle relay from our terrific women's swimmers. I'm going to take you to the slalom as we wait patiently for Jess Fox to compete.
Now in Penrith, or the Germans have in Augsburg, that's been there for 50 years. It's not quite the same. It's not in your DNA, if you like. So, but certainly, I know they get a feel of the gradient, and Yazawa going well.
So clean so far. It might just be my eyes, Richard, but she does seem to sit up quite high. So I know the terminology, big touch there, just as I put the curse on her, but she does keep the boat dry, which is what they like to concentrate on.
Absolutely, a dry boat. Means you're not getting held up, but she's coming unstuck a little bit. That early rhythm now escaping her. This tricky section, 19 to 20, and she couldn't get in position to catch the wave at the first attempt. So 8 seconds added already, but a crisp start from Yazawa. Second run, of course, to come. And looking back to Monica Doria Villarubla, our leader, when she finished her run, you could just sense the effort that she put in. So whether it's the heat or the difficulty of the course or the Olympic arena, but the 25 gates, the constant battle against the water when they're trying to use it is really quite a challenge.
So Yazawa comes down the line 1:29.87. That's the 5th fastest so far. There is an inquiry on one of the gates. Having a close look at this one here at 14.
It'll be like the Channel 7 studios. They have a suite of TVs and all these camera angles. The video review to confirm a penalty.
Well, this is one of the most interesting competitors, the youngest in the field, the 17-year-old from the USA, Evie Leifard. She was 4th at the World Championships in 2019. She's an under-18 champion in the K1, bronze in the C1. Grew up in the white waters of the US. She's a fast paddler, but just 17 years of age. And, well, she is the next generation on display here already in Tokyo.
Well, you can see the high intensity straight away off the start. but perhaps too much intensity and not enough precision. So the fight back up. So the first tricky section is this 5, 6, 7 combination, surfing across, holding the line, and then catching that stopper wave to turn back through 7. So a little bit too rushed there from Evie, but she'll be back on track quickly, and no penalties.
Mum was a water rafting guide. She actually competed in the Rio Games trials, the US Olympic team trials, as a 12-year-old. Extraordinary. Youngest ever medalist from the US at a World Cup. Graduated high school during the pandemic and homeschooled.
And well travelled.
Yeah, regular at Australia too. We know her well down here.
So there's that high line from 15 to 16. So around the top, that makes this next sequence a little easier. And so she's back in the rhythm, still behind, but good surf, good catch of the wave there, 19 to 20. So she'll have chipped away at that deficit.
This has been a good run. 1:10.57 is the fastest time we've seen so far. You can see it there of Maria de la Rubla. She's going to be outside that, but it's been a good Olympic debut for the American. Just 17 years of age, and she's going to come down to the line here and post a time in the 120s, 1:23.85. It's the 5th fastest so far. Well, it's a good debut when you're 17 and you've thought about what's going to be like to compete at the Olympic Games for most of your life, and she's had a good opener.
Indeed, good recovery. She paddled the bottom section well. Still just one clean run. That's from Florence Maher of Canada.
Martina Wegman of the Netherlands. Husband New Zealand, competed at 2 Olympic Games, so a regular in this part of the world. In fact, she's twice been the Oceania champion. That's the extreme whitewater, Richard, and so much so that she rode the Murchison Falls in Uganda. She doesn't mind the risk there. It's got a 15-metre drop, but that's not the most concerning element of the Murchison Falls. It's full of hippopotamus and crocodiles. That'd be enough to keep me out of the water.
It's a different kind of risk on the slalom course, that's for sure. She's in touch. A penalty, I'm not sure if that's included in the split, but a good start from Wegman. And now she needs to settle into a good rhythm through 14.15. The spin on 14. Tall paddler.
Well, Kate Campbell grew up swimming in the lake that had some hippopotami. She's a 3-time Olympic champion, so maybe there's something in that. It's been a pretty good opener so far, though, for Beckman.
Trouble too much by 19 to 20. She's using the water well. Keeping the boat dry there from 21 to 22 on the back of the diagonal. Not held up at all. The last upstream gate. It's a good run. She's dropped a little bit low. She's not going to be too far off the lead.
So gets through the last gate and goes down the final drop, and he stopped the clock just outside that leading time. So 1:13.29 is the second fastest we've seen so far. So we've had 13 down, and Jess Fox still to come, women's K1.
And hopefully we're not waiting too much longer. Gosh, when we just want to see our Aussies compete, I feel like time stands still almost. But I just saw a great tweet from 7 Olympics, and it was back to back to back. And that is, of course, when they're talking about the 4x100 metre freestyle women's relay team, because they have won gold in the last 3 Olympics. But Kate Campbell is the one who has been in that team to swim and win gold in the last 3, which we love to see. I do want to take you to a highlight in the street skating, because for the first time we saw Yuto Horigome win the street final in the skating, and he's from Japan, so he took the title.
And that is it. The local lad, Yuto Horigome, has won the gold medal in his home park. Now, skateboarding morning in Japan is going to go into the stratosphere.
Yeah, the commentary team on Channel 7, certainly not wrong. It will be very popular. We saw it happen in Rio in 2016 when the Aussie women won the Rugby Sevens, and participation numbers have gone through the roof ever since then. We're off to a quick ad break. Stick around.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 25. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 25.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
And welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Tonight on 7, the women's football. Well, no, that is not on tonight. It's the men's football tonight. And you can catch all of that live free and on HD on 7 and 7+. The only place to see it all. And we will have tip-off at 6:20 for the men's basketball. Paddy Mills and his Boomers take on Nigeria. And from 8 o'clock, there are going to be plenty of Australian talented swimmers in the pool. So make sure you stick around and stay on SEN, or if you want to watch it, go to any of the 7 channels. At the moment, we've got the K1 canoe slalom on, and we've got the women's road race. Before we get back to Phil Liggett and Scott McGorry and Anna Mears, I just want to show you highlights from the 4x100 metre freestyle women and their post-match chat.
What a sensational performance from this incredible team. You've broken your own world record, Bronte. You've been part of this team for a long time. How special is that to get under 3:30 and another gold medal?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's been a long time with this team, and it's been one of my favourite memories of being part of this great Australian team, is being part of this particular team. It's an incredible group of girls. So fantastic to have Meg here as well as a freshie on the team, and the next generation coming through is also amazing.
Awesome. Let's talk to the new kid now, Meg. This is an amazing team to be part of this. How cool was that?
It's incredible. There's no feeling like it. Last night swimming with Maddie and Molly as well. I walked out, it was insane, and then to get the opportunity to do it again in the final is even better. You
did your job so well. Well done. And Emma, that's the 5th fastest split in the history of swimming. 51:35. I know it's all about the team, but it must feel pretty good to do such a great job.
Yeah, well, being part of this relay especially always lifts you. And just going out with the girls, you're always going to have that extra bit of adrenaline, and I actually feel a bit more relaxed going in with the rest of them. And seeing the girls last night put up a really good heat swim, and all 6 of us are part of this team, so very exciting.
Well done, and sensational. And Kate, finally, you've had the honour of anchoring this team for a long time now. How special is that to do it with Bronte again, of course, but all the team?
Yeah, I could not be prouder of these girls. It has been a tough ask for everyone to get here and to come away with the win and a world record. You honestly couldn't have asked for anything better.
You've got one family member here, but everyone else is at home. Would you like to just say something to them?
Sure. I just wanted to say hello. I hope that you're all smiling as much as we are. It has been a hell of a trip to get here, but we are so happy. I can't wait to see you soon.
Well done, guys. Go get those medals. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's Kate Campbell speaking there. And as I mentioned before the break, back to back to back, she is the one member in that relay team who has won at all of the 3 last Olympic Games. I want to take you to the Canoe Slalom Centre and join our 7 commentary team to watch Jess Fox, David Culbert and Richard Fox.
So she was 12th in Rio, 14th at the World Championships 2019. She's had 3 podiums at the World Cup, and pretty good this year. She was 6th in Prague in the canoe class, but some good results last year, particularly in Poe at 2020 World Cup. She was a silver medalist in both the K1 and the C1. Sports psychology student.
Yeah, I didn't know that, her study in psychology. I was going to say that when the going gets tough, Vicky gets going, because she's made some finals on some tough courses, and sometimes surprisingly. And I think she's the type of paddler who can hold her own when the chips are down.
I've just made a note, Richard, that I've told you something that you didn't know, so that's one, and I'll keep tally of those. She also goes to the Kiev School of Supreme Sports Skill. And I think if you come out of that, you probably are quite proficient in whatever it is that you set your mind to.
Well, she's just got the one penalty on gate 17. There's that wide line staying dry on the diagonal. Don't want to get stuck in the stoppers. Want to use them, get some kick off. The last upstream. She's drifted out towards the far side. If you go to the far pole, you've got to come back. It's distance travelled, and that costs you time.
So coming down to the line in the 120s, just 120.09. That's the 7th fastest we've seen. Reminder, top 24 going through to the semi-finals and finals, which will be held on Tuesday. They set a new course too for the semi-finals. It remains the same for the final, but they start from scratch. They don't take the times forward. So today the task is just to get through to the semi-final. Marie-Zélia Lafont of France. If you're competing for the tricolor here, you've got some quality. 16th in Rio, physiotherapist, and 3rd in the European Championships in 2017.
MZ, as they call her, Marie-Zélia Lafont. And an early touch there. Fast start, but careless penalty at the top. Very experienced. She was in Rio, but she'll want to make amends for 50-second penalty that kept her out of contention there. And a very fast paddler. If she gets on a good run, she's particularly on a home course in Poe. And here she's a little bit adrift because of the penalty. But good technique, good lines. This is a critical section now for her. Set up for the spin on gate 14. Holds the line, controlling the boat, but picking up a penalty in the process.
Spent a lot of time at the National Nautical Stadium in Paris, which will host the canoe slalom events in 2024. Work hard through 17, 6-second the penalties so far.
So this format, Dave, the best of 2 runs, it's a little tricky in a way, because while you've got every opportunity to express yourself and do a good run, it's different. Normally in a World Cup, in a World Championship, you've got to put a really good run down in qualifying to make the cut on the first run, and then everybody else goes into a second run, and the top 10 go through from that. So it's a lot more cutthroat. You need to be more aggressive. But here, Marie-Zélia finishing.
So 121.48, and that's in 9th spot so far. So starting to get towards the very pointy end now. 10 competitors to come.
So the reverse manoeuvre on gate 14, a very slight touch. Great camera work there to pick it up.
So for Great Britain, Kimberly Woods and they have had a battle of monumental proportions to determine their team. Laurie Franklin will be one of the favourites in the women's C1. This is Kimberly Woods, 6th at the World Championships in 2019. Has had good World Cup results this year. Spent her time in 2020 training on the flat water when they couldn't get into the Lee Valley venue, which has hosted the London Olympic Games. Her hero, Jessica Fox.
Well people talk about the extra year and what it's meant to athletes, and I think for Kim Woods it's meant a lot in terms of improvement because she paddled canoe and kayak, and here she's racing only in the kayak, so a year to concentrate on just the one event, and for a young paddler, grow in strength, build your technique, and here we can see going well. She's up on the split and no mistakes so far. So good paddling from Kim Woods.
25 years of age. And, just competing in the K1 here. Again, got quite a few that are doing both. In the men's, it was just the one competitor doing both the C1, the canoe, and the kayak. And of course, the women's C1, they fought so hard to get it on the program. It'll make its Olympic debut later in the games.
A nice touch there through 19 and 20. She just guided the boat through effortlessly. So good skill. Trains at the Lee Valley Whitewater Centre. And of course that's the venue from 2012. So Great Britain have a great training course. And here through to the finish.
So this time's going to be very competitive. 109.63 for Woods, the third fastest we've seen. So Kimberly Woods, you would imagine, will be safely through to the semi-finals. Action's going to continue. Jess Fox still to come in the women's kayak.
Can't wait to see Jess Fox in the kayak. We will stick around for that one. And just in some other results, we know that the women's road race is continuing. Grace Brown, Tiffany Cromwell, Sarah Giganti and Amanda Spratt all representing the green and gold. Just in the men's 10-metre air rifle in qualifying, Dane Sampson unfortunately did not qualify, finishing 30th in the field. Alex Christian Hoberg finishing 21st. He also did not qualify. And Stacey Heimer, I had big hopes and dreams for Stacey, but she's been eliminated. She lost to Canadian Skylar Park 25-15 in the women's taekwondo 57 kilo. So unfortunate for Stacey there. We're going to go to a quick ad break, but stick around because you know who's next. Jess Fox.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Action all afternoon and all night from our Aussies. Just on 7, watching the highlights from James Duckworth. He won in 3 sets, which was great to see. Unfortunately, that wasn't the same for Ash Barty, who is now out in the singles. She went down in straight sets, 4-6, 3-6. So that was disappointing from her. We've had our Aussies represent the green and gold in 19 different sports today, and we're just hanging around to wait and see when Jess Fox will be competing in the slalom canoe. But we just don't have a time frame on that. Should be within the next 5 minutes. And we did see earlier today that Daniel Watkins, he raced in his first Olympic Games, the Tasmanian, in the slalom there. But he will be back up for a second chance at just after 4:20 we should see him, because he is currently sitting 16th in the best 15 out of the 2 runs progress through to the semi-finals. So fingers crossed for our man Dan. It'd be great to see him get another chance, and he will have that in just under an hour. But there's plenty live, including the water polo. Our men get underway at 4:30, and we've got some surfing and the canoe slalom and the women's road race. But I will take you back to the slalom that is happening, because it shouldn't be too far away before we do see Jess Fox competing in the green and gold.
Keeping the intensity up. So this next section from 14 to 20 is important. She's clean so far. The tight exit or the wide exit. Let's see where she goes. She's coming out tight. So she's got to manage that, and she does that very well. So good lines from Anna Satilla. Tucks in 17. And now the key move to catch the wave and get the surf. Nicely done.
So we've only had a couple of clean runs. Mahou of Canada and Wolfhard of Germany, the only two so far to get down this course without a touch. And so far, Satilla is looking like she might join them.
She drifted out a little bit on a couple of gates, but held it together on the last upstream and a good sprint.
So the fastest time, 107.67 until now. So Satilla goes into the lead, 106.22, little fist pump, and that's the way you want to do it.
It's how she knows how to paddle. She's always on a charge. And while you saw some athletes like Zvolinska, even Kim Woods a little bit taking the foot off the pedal, she kept it going.
So Katarina Kuriova of the Czech Republic, next to come down, the 2020 European champion, world champion in 2015. Has had a real battle since her 10th place in Rio. Was diagnosed with cancer, has battled through that and is back, and it's wonderful to see her on the course.
Absolutely. She's a deceptive paddler, keeps an even pace throughout a run, builds all the way through, maintains good intensity, tight on that upstream. So that's fast, pulls a good turn. I'd say she's been working on intensity. She's seen the top end of women's kayak paddling pull away with the likes of Jess and Ricarda Funk, Corina Kuhnla, who's not here, just a second adrift. Katarina Kudiova, as we knew her, or Kudej.
Real fraternity, isn't there, Richard, amongst the women's paddlers? Jess posted a photo of all of them under the Olympic rings before the opening ceremony, and they travel around, and it's not an easy sport to pursue. The boats themselves, not easy to transport, and you turn up to one of those at the airport, the check-in staff normally give you raised eyebrows.
Exactly. It's the spirit of negotiation each time. Catches the wave well. The training on the Troja course in Prague paying off. Reading the water, catching the wave, and again across the stopper. Good run from Katarina. And high into the last upstream.
So just the final gate now, and the race to the finish line, and this will be pretty close to that 107. So 107.87 is the second best we've seen.
And we do need to wait sometimes for the final score to be resolved. The penalties sometimes taking a while to be confirmed. So clean run so far for Kudiova.
You seeing something there, Richard, or you just...
Well, the Satilla, I thought, came up to 106.22, 108.22.
Okay, so they added a 2-second penalty. That happened to Jess, remember, in Rio. She had the fastest time, and then another run later, and they added the 2-second penalty. Talking of Rio, here's the silver medalist, Luca Jones, competing in her 4th Games. 22 years of age. Lots of experience. She's got off to a quick start.
Absolutely, lots of experience and good form too. She's improved season to season, but caught on gate 7. She didn't quite get the run across the wave that she needed. So 2-second penalty and tangled up, but gets the body and the head through.
Bronze medalist of the World Championships in 2019, had a 5th placing in the World Cup. They've only had 2 World Cups this year, and the first one was in Prague and then Markelberg in Germany, and the results varied. Not all of the field could get there. Jess was able to get to both of those, but working on different things in different races. There's been such a limited preparation over the last 12 months with the transport, travel restrictions and events being on and off and all of those things. Good little section there through 19 and 20 for Luca Jones.
That's right, she's back into her game after that struggle at gate 10 and through 22, 23 to the last upstream. She's generally good on the ups, in high like she is there on gate 24, 25, the maximum number of gates, so a tight and tricky course. We're into the last 6.
So it comes down and it'll be 1:10.22, 6th fastest. Little shake of the head.
And Dave, the raw time 1:06.22 without the penalties. That's identical to Satila's time, 1:06.22. A bit like the swimming.
How concerned are they with the touches in these heat runs, Richard?
Oh, look, not too concerned, not at this top end there. They're picking them up and sort of noticing them, but I think they're just keen to get on the water, get a run.
So we go from
under their belt.
We go from the silver medalist in Rio to the gold medalist, Malin Chiro, the oldest competitor in the field, 38 years of age. Put on a superb display 5 years ago in Rio to take the gold medal. Only competing in the K1 here. She's also the bronze medalist from London. So like Jess has got 2 medals, of course she's got the one that Jess is chasing, and that's the gold. She's had a good season. She was 6th in Prague and 7th in Markelberg, suggesting that the Olympic champion is ready to race to defend her title.
Absolutely, she comes good for the games, and a good line there through 6 and 7. Look how light and powerful she is. Good connection, good transmission. The split will tell us.
Coached by her husband, daughter Annie's now 8 years of age. They train on Reunion Island, which is east of Madagascar. Sounds like a good place to go, Richard.
She's done an interesting move through gate 14. She's the first one to go forwards. There are a lot of spins, so showing off her skill, her confidence, and like I said, she's ready for these Olympic Games, no doubt about that. And second up, a little bit careless through 19 and perhaps cautious, worried about catching the wave, so a little bit of time plus the penalty there.
She had a commanding win in the end in Rio. 3.17 seconds was the winning margin. This has been a pretty swift run from Malin Chiro. Defending champion, the women's K1. It's going to come down to the line here with the 2-second penalty, and it's 1:08.25. So smile.
There's Zabi, the coach, on the left. And that looks like a photo of her daughter. So I think there's something different. The COVID Games, normally she would have travelled with her family and they'd have been somewhere out of village. I'm not sure that's the case this year. Lots of families at home watching.
No doubt. So 4 remaining. Quality, all of them. Stephanie Horn, former German, now competing for Italy, was 8th in Rio, twice a European champion.
aggressive style, a bit like Satilla. Not quite as refined as Trural, but often very fast in qualifying, Steph Horn. Trains on the Ivrea course in Italy. Clipping the bollard there, but very fast. 1.5 seconds up. I can't get over how good this course looks, the water, and looks bright and fresh, but I'm told it warms up to 28 degrees by the end of the afternoon.
There's so much concrete, isn't it? Man-made, and there's a lot of reflected heat that warms up and builds up. Pretty open to clean so far for Horn.
She came unstuck a little bit at 16, had to duck her head in, and now fighting her way back up there. Didn't do that so cleanly, but in touch with the lead. Not that she needs to be fighting for it, but a good run going for the Italian.
How are the arms feeling at about this point, Richard?
Well, I was going to say, I think pretty tight. I saw Kim Woods after her run, and she was shaking out her arms. And, you know, she's one of the strongest paddlers. Yeah, she's going, what did I do there? The last upstream. And reflecting a little bit there. She expected more, but not a bad run. She's in 7th. But yes, the arms full of lactic acid, and it's a difficult course to really flow on. There's a bit of fighting, so you've got to use a fair bit of craft to get the most out of the water. And Steffi had a bit of a fight.
109.82. So we have the world champion to come, the test event winner, and then Jessica Fox. So here's Eva Terselj of Slovenia, world champion from 2019. 29 years of age. Missed Rio, but is back after finishing 13th in London.
Very smooth, technical paddler from the Slovenian school of Kirsta perhaps, but generally speaking, she's up there. She's always up there on time. Trains on the Tartan course, which is one of the steepest and most formidable on the circuit. So she won't be afraid of the water. Paddles around a little bit on the upstream, but in touch with the split time.
So 2 penalties so far. But remember, top 24 proceeding through to the semi-finals, and they do get a second run. And the front of the boat just touching the gate there, so a little messy.
A little messy there, but a good upstream to follow. And the tight line for 16. Hesitation on the setup. And there's acceleration there in the dead water behind to keep the momentum on. 1 upstream to go, 8 seconds of penalties, so a little untidy from Terselj.
Comes down through the Zen wave, which is the final little drop, and then towards the finish line. She looks pretty comfortable, doesn't seem too concerned. The time not going to be super fast, 1:15.93, good enough for only 13th. So the world champion with a little bit of contemplation to do before a second run.
Well, we've got Funk next to come. I think she'll set the scoreboard alight, or she's capable of doing that, and Jess too. We'll see what happens.
What's Jess doing now, Richard, when you're 2 away? The competitor ahead's at the top of the conveyor belt, moving to the start line?
Exactly. Well, she's in the background there. So going through the first few gates, just settling down.
How are you? Settled?
I'm good. I'm enjoying this.
You look relaxed.
Race. It's fascinating because there are 2 runs today, and it's a race of, I suppose, adaptation, getting to the racing scene, and build your confidence ready for Tuesday when the semi-final is really cutthroat. Good start from Funk. Look at her whip the boat around the upstream gate, showing her speed and power, good intensity. Paddles with great purpose, holding on. She's fast across the water, long strokes, keeps the boat moving well. So she's a danger and very fast on the split.
We talked about it before, and only one boat per country. Melanie Pfeiffer was 7th in Rio, and Funk's making her Olympic debut. At the age of 29, she's got 3 World Championship medals. She's been a bronze medalist on 2 occasions, silver medalist in 2015. She's a European champion. She's had 6 World Cup wins. And it's taken until 29 years of age to make her Olympic debut. I'm going to vote for more than one person per country, Richard, if that's okay. I know I have zero influence with the International Canoe Federation, but I think if you're that quality, you probably deserve to be on the start line sometimes if you're the second best in your nation.
Well, I know some families that would vote for you as president of the federation, but here comes Funk. She's not on a flyer, but she's certainly fast enough, I think, to go into the lead. And showing really her skill, her fitness and her form. Yes, easy does it.
That's fast. You predicted that. You said it was going to be 101.90, and it's nearly 6 seconds faster than anyone else so far. So Germans will be happy. Ricarda Funk, the fastest so far, with one to come.
Yeah, a little unsighted on gate 14. So fairly basic error, but it doesn't stop her charging to the lead.
So we go back to the top of the course. Bib number 1 is the number 1 in the world, Jessica Fox. Silver in London, bronze in Rio, 3-time world champion in this discipline. And that is a look of focus. She's waited a long time for this moment. And the 2020 campaign here in Tokyo is underway. What will she be concentrating on, Richard? What's the plan?
Oh, look, I think a clean start and getting, using the water, conserving a little bit of energy, knowing that down the track she's going to need that, getting a feel, getting a measure for the course, being technically precise. I think it looks like she's going clean. Yes, she's kicked in across the back of the hole there. That was nicely done. But I'd say so far fairly measured. Should be down a little bit on Funk, or the split hasn't come up, but it's good clean paddling so far.
So negotiated the Samurai ledge. 9 and 10 is the S turn. Getting through that okay. And that choice of going through reverse or forwards, it's always been a strength of Jess. Big drop there through 15 and 16. It's a little difficult back into the white water, fighting it strongly.
Well, she took the high line. She was very high into the up and then took the high line out, which was a good choice.
So she's down on the time of Ricarda Funk and a little low there into 20, but works her way back up. Remember, job today is to make sure you're safely through. A little breath there. You can see how hard she has to work. A deep breath as she goes through the bottom section.
Yeah, she dropped the tempo a little bit, but I think that's okay. And a good strong upstream to finish. Work the finish. She'll stride this out.
So gets through the final gate. She heads to the line. It won't be the fastest, but it'll be the second fastest we've seen. So 104.05, and it's a big smile as Jessica Fox puts herself through to the semi-finals. They've got a second run, but that will be enough to get through to the semis. Job done.
I think so.
It was interesting, Richard, a couple of times a big deep breaths, and it's a punishing course that's taking a lot out of these competitors. So the second run, we do have a few days, come back on Tuesday for the semi-finals and finals, but that short turnaround in the semi to the final is going to
favour the fit, that's for sure.
Well, you can see, I mentioned Kim Woods, and you can see there, it's a physical course. It's hot. It's hot out there, and the water's not as refreshing as they would like. And the course is very physical. So a couple of places there where Jess was held up. There's the cooling towel.
So here's the standings after the heats of the women's K1. First run, Ricardo Funk, the fastest, won the test event here, set the fastest time by some margin. Jessica Fox in second. Mintalova of Slovakia, a good run. So was Kudjova. Luka Jones, silver medalist from Rio, safely inside the top 24 for now. Churchill, the world champion. You can see the quality. Lee Farthens have had a couple of wobbles on the way down. So at the moment, with another run to come, but Jess Fox, second fastest here in the women's kayak.
Thank you very much, Dave Colbert. And of course, Jess Fox's dad, Richard. Fantastic to hear his insight on Jess's run there. As Dave said, she will...
And we saw Jess Fox clock the second fastest time, 1:04.05. Great stuff from Jess. We're going to take a quick break. See you back here soon.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supplier for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Into the SEN coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, Jess Fox has clocked a strong time, which puts her in second after the heat. So great work there from Jess. 1:04.05, that one in the K1 slalom heats. And we're going to go to the women's road race now. We've got a team of four representing the green and gold.
Well, that's part of the tactic of playing the ditch-to-ditch length.
Correct, now, that can happen.
Marie has come up with something similar. Just wants it to settle now. And that will also stay up at the back of the rink.
So we have a cracker of a match coming up here next match, Clive, with the men's fours.
Yes, men's fours still to come.
What a great goal by Judy.
Two very talented combinations to play out in that fours final. But right now we are on the edge of our seat as to the result here. It's a fantastic shot from Jude Waits, and as we said, really...
What a smashing reply.
We know that Marie Gibbs and Sue Brady survived an extra end just to make this final. Could we be saying that could happen again? Oh. Certainly on the cards.
Not often you see an extra end required.
And we're going to take you now to the women's road race, where our 20-year-old Aussie Sarah Giganti is sitting front and centre of the peloton on her Olympic debut.
And there's a good indication of how much of an advantage it is to have those sorts of skills. Now, if she wanted to attack and go away, it would be easy for her to do it, but she's also saving energy because she's not sprinting to get back on, as we see with Espinola.
I shall remember these bridges forever that we've been crisscrossing because they're beautiful. Leader's doing 19 kilometres an hour. I doubt that at the moment. And the chase is doing 54. That's a bit more reasonable.
If the three leaders can get themselves up and over the Kakosaka Pass and then on the big long descent into the Fuji Speedway, we know it's lumpy. We know through the Speedway itself and the 17-kilometre circuit that they go out onto does have some rolling hills, but they're not big, long climbs. There is a chance, for now, with a 9.5-minute lead, once they get over the biggest of these hills, they could still hold on. With a long descent, that pretty much neutralises. The peloton won't catch up that much time on the descent leading towards the Speedway. That really does lessen the chances of the peloton having enough distance to bring them back.
Well, it lessens the chances, but it also forces the hand of the bigger, stronger teams like the Netherlands, Australia, Germany, Italy, Belgium to actually start sacrificing riders, committing them to the front position to try and bring that breakaway back. But it is looking dangerous. 9.5 minutes from the breakaway to the peloton. Kagako Pass not far away, and then the big long descent into Fuji Speedway.
They're still not organised, and it's all because there's too many riders believe they can win the Olympic gold medal here on the various teams, and there's nobody prepared to waste their riders chasing. It could lead to a big mistake.
Just saw a little shake of the head from Lizzie Deignan to Ashley Shackley. Ashley was sitting in the middle of the peloton. She just wanted her to come over towards the right of screen or left of road, sit in front of her to offer her the wheel. That wheel offers her a little bit of space and protection of a confident, consistent rider in front of her.
I must say that Lizzie has really been working, Shackley, hasn't she? She's not giving her an easy ride. She's sending her back for bottles. Now she's telling her where to ride in front of her. That's a sign that she really is ambitious today, Lizzie Deignan. The first problem is to catch these two riders who are not that far ahead. And then you've got the big ones at 9:39 in front.
Lizzie is a mum now as well, so she knows exactly what she wants, knows how she needs it. So after finishing second at the Olympic Games in London 2012 on home soil behind Marianne Vos, she did have a bit of time to have a child and been back in a big way these last couple of seasons. Certainly a mature, experienced rider, and a rider that if it is a small group at the end, or if it's a large group, it wouldn't matter, but if it's a small group at the end, as we expect, she's a rider that has the skill, the nous, the craft to be able to put herself in the right position to go for a sprint win.
So a big peloton here as the undulations continue, a reshuffling of the pack at the front, but they still have this huge problem. It's still almost 10 minutes behind for the main peloton.
And as you heard, yes, the peloton just under 10 minutes behind the leaders. So hopefully our Aussies can cut the time there and do something pretty incredible. They would have to if they're in with a medal chance. Just in the tennis earlier today, Ash Barty out in straight sets, and James Duckworth, he is a winner straight through to the second after a 3-set thriller. We've got a short ad break and we'll be back on the other side.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Great to have your company here on SEN. We'll take you back to some of the 7 coverage very shortly, but just in the round ball game, our Olyroos are playing Spain tonight a little later on, so we'll bring you the latest in that. We do know that earlier in the week they beat Argentina 2-0. As for the Matildas, well, we got the big win over New Zealand 2-1 earlier in the week, and then unfortunately overnight lost 4-2 to Sweden. But Sam Kerr managed to bag a double. Here are her 2 goals.
Right, movement from Yallop. Kerr in the middle. Chance! Is it across the line this time? Australia appeal. Goal line technology required. And the goal is given. Australia equalise. And it's Sam Kerr with 2 in 2. How on earth did she get on the end of that one? It's a brilliant header that Lindahl could not keep out.
Sam Kerr, you legend. What a goal here. Great ball in by Kaya Simon. Lindahl unable to get to it, and we see there it clearly crosses the line. Sam Kerr with her head again.
Almost for Lindahl. But Sam Kerr, eerily similar to the way she celebrated her first goal against New Zealand in this tournament. She knew it had crossed the line, and in the end, that decision was given. It's 1-1. Caitlin Ford nicking it away and trying to tee up. Kerr! Brilliance! The Matildas have come from behind to lead against the might of Sweden. And there's that combination we've been waiting to see. Caitlin Ford and Sam Kerr on the same page. It is a thing of beauty.
Caitlin Ford, what a great little chippy ball here on her left foot, on her non-preferred foot. She chips it. Lindahl lost in space on that near post, and Sam Kerr with her head. Again, it hits the back of the net.
Well, this is what the critics were talking about in the lead up to this tournament. Can we get a player on the same page as Sam Kerr like we see at club level with Fran Kirby at Chelsea? What we've seen in the past at the Perth Glory with Rachel Hill and at Chicago Red Stars with Agimi. And here it is, Caitlin Ford, who's played alongside Kerr for so long, delivering a ball like that, knowing exactly where Kerr would be. It's great to see them on the same wavelength.
It was great to see them have that short lead until Sweden eventually won 4-2 over our Aussie Matildas. They play the US on Tuesday, so fingers crossed that our Matildas can win against America. We know they also lost to Sweden earlier in the week as well, but tonight it is all about the Olyroos. They play Spain at 8:30, and before that we'll see water polo, our Sharks. They're playing just after 4, so they'll be on very soon. 4:30 it is the time to start that one. And also we'll have the hockey, our Kookaburras, they are playing India at 7:30. And just before that, we will have our Aussie Boomers. They will open up their Olympic campaign against Nigeria. Paddy Mills captaining the side, and we saw him as our flag bearer in the opening ceremony, which was great scenes. Him and Kate Campbell, loved how they were both trying to hold it evenly. But I'll take you back to this women's road race, and we've got just over 70 kilometres to go.
We do see a glimpse of the red officials' car behind the breakaway group is Pascal Lino, who was the leader of the Tour de France back in the early 90s. And I remember racing against him in a track race in Noumea a very long time ago as well.
In New Caledonia, yes. Now, if I remember rightly, Pascal Lino crashed in the Tour de France when wearing the yellow jersey and broke his collarbone. Is that the man?
That could be correct. So we'll have to look up the stats on that. He definitely wore the yellow jersey in those early days. And he's worked with the Tour de France organisation for a long time and driven the cars. They like to have ex-professionals driving the officials' cars, just so they've got that feeling and understanding of the bunch in tight situations when there are crashes, so they're aware of their surroundings and don't run over any of the cyclists.
Well, the poker face that I think the Dutch riders have been playing at the moment has certainly changed as we see one of the Dutch riders taking control of the front of this peloton, finally stretching it out, and that gap has started to come down, just over 9 minutes now. And we're almost trying to force the hand of the Germans to take up most of the responsibility on the front of this peloton.
Lisa Brennauer is a real chance today. She's a fast sprinter. She's a brilliant time trialist. She's been a world champion in the individual pursuit on the track in the past. But she's got enough speed to win in the sprint here as well. So she's a rider that the Germans really are looking to try and ease over these climbs so that she's capable of winning at the very end. And we've seen that with Trixie Warwick in particular, coming to the front to pick up the pace of the peloton. As long as they're still going uphill, the peloton is going to close this gap down fairly quickly. Once this breakaway group gets over the top of the climbs, then it's not so easy. They can keep a good pace out in front on the flat roads, especially on the descents. It'll make it harder for the peloton. So they need to make the most of the time that they're ascending and chase really hard to bring this gap back down.
Well, that last 17 kilometres, as we saw in the men's race yesterday, the attacks and counter-attacks which came from Pogacar, from Carapaz, from Wout van Aert, there's lots of little rises where you can sustain a big effort for about 100, 150 yards, and you can open the gap, and then you've got to push home that gap. And that's why this race is not going to come down to a bunch sprint. But the big concern at the moment is this gap is 72 kilometres to go. Now in cycling, they reckon you can pull back a minute every 10 kilometres. That means they'll win by 3 minutes at the moment. So that's not all well. But they're going to have to organise themselves and not look at each other as we get closing into that speedway circuit, because once we get there, they're going to be 17 kilometres from the finish. They will get a bell as they go through the finishing line, because it's 17-kilometre lap back.
And on flat terrain, that's a pretty good equation, isn't it, Phil? The 1 minute to 10 kilometre rule.
Pretty much.
On hilly terrain, that does change dramatically. It comes back a lot quicker from a breakaway group once they do get onto the hills.
Yeah. Stop trying to defend the peloton, Scott.
Oh, this is still a bike race. Anything could happen. And these three, they've been out there for a long time. So they're not going to get faster towards the end. The peloton will. They'll really start to speed up as the race gets right into the latter stages. This is Lusa, who was the rider that was dropped from the peloton from Namibia. So she's on her way back to the peloton. She will be absorbed by them fairly quickly.
Yeah, but that's a respect. That just shows you how slowly the peloton are going, because it's been a long time since she's been dropped by the leaders, and she's still out there.
I'm going to throw a question to you, Phil. There's lots of scenarios at how this race could play out.
Yes.
If the front three stay away, who would be your pick out of the three of them?
Looking at the way they're riding, I'd probably go for Plichter, the Polish woman, because she was 16th in her last Olympic Games. This is her second Olympic Games. She was 16th when she rode in Rio. And of course, a lot of riders crashed on the ride into the finish, so she would have been further back had they not fallen off, but even so. Now, I'm just a little bit concerned about Van der Breggen, or she's bored. Because here we are, she's dropped off the back again as we're going up this climb. She's looking for a team car, I presume. She cannot be tired because she's simply too good. But
we haven't seen her up front.
She sat at the back of this peloton for a long time.
She's just cruising along, Phil, I'm sure of it. Because
I think you're right, I agree with you. But
also a small peloton. I think also because it's such a small peloton, it's easy for the best riders to move to the front. We saw the size of the peloton yesterday for the men, also smaller than what they are used to, but it's still more difficult to get to the front in a larger group. And for Anna, if she wanted to come to the front now, it'd be so easy for her to just flip up around the outside. There's plenty of room with such a small group. There were only 67 riders that started the race. And we'll get an indication here of how easy it is for her just to twiddle away back to the back of the group. So I think she's in fine form, doesn't have too much of an issue. And I'll back you up with your call of Anna Plichter to be the favourite of the three out in front in a sprint. I may be wrong, but my form guide, she's finished in the top 10 of the Madrid Challenge a couple of times now. That's the one-day race that they have at the end of the Tour of Spain. Tour de France has one as well, La Course, which used to be a flat sprint race on the Champs-Élysées. Then they turned it into a mountain one-day race. And the final day of the Tour of Spain, they also have a race for the women. It's often from a reduced bunch sprint, and she's been in the top 10 a couple of times. So for me, that indicates that she does have some power in those legs to sprint.
She's looked extremely good all day. She's riding with her mouth closed half of the time, breathing through her nose, which is not easy to do. Lovely to see the forestation here. We're right in sight of Mount Fuji. We haven't had any views of it yet. She's taken on yet another bag of food. She certainly looks after herself, Victor. Whereas the others don't seem to bother. But she's in for the long distance all the way to the finish if she gets her way.
She gets the hungriest cyclist award today.
Absolutely.
Or the smartest perhaps, looking after herself.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, we did see the Dutch team roll out in the neutral section with the ice vests on to keep their core temperature down. Took them off just before the race got underway at kilometre 0. And all of them, because of these very humid conditions, and we saw it yesterday how difficult it was for the men after 234 kilometres of racing in hot, humid conditions, and most of them coming from a pretty mild summer in Europe. They're not that used to riding in these really humid conditions, and it's the same for the ladies. So lots of water being poured all over them, consumed as well. And a lot of energy gels, and the more energy gels that you take, the more water you need as well to digest that as well and to make it work properly.
So 3 riders are clear. The time gap has come down to about 9 minutes at the moment, and they're inside 70 kilometres from the finish.
We'll take a quick ad break here on SEN, and when we come back, we'll bring you more from Tokyo 2020.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Around here for SEN's Olympic coverage from the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, and it's all happening on Channel 7. We're going to take you to the floor event in the artistic gymnastics women's.
And 13 the score for Thosdatir. Stanievevers on uneven bars. Years of age now.
Mostly known for her prowess on balance beam, but she's also a very good worker on this apparatus. Toe on shaft to clear circle. Oh, she's off. Oh, it was clear circle entry into the cut curve, and she's taken it too far. A prize, clear circle, just releases a little bit late. Difficult combination, that one. She's She's having another go at it because she needs the difficulty. She gets it this time into the pack. It's also building combination bonus for her. Toe half, Shap. Extra swing in there. Short on the caster handstand. Making a little bit of a mess of this routine. Jaeger. Now she'll be getting quite fatigued, I should imagine.
Well, it doesn't show in the dismount. The courageous performance there from Sunny Wevers, but rocky start to the competition for the Netherlands. Thorstatier and Sunny Wevers having problems.
The Netherlands qualified in 8th position here. And with two routines like that, they're going to have to do everything right elsewhere to try and get through to the team final. So she's got good stretch there. Just releasing that oil. Actually, that's the second time round. No wonder it would look like good stretch. She got it well. Handstand half pirouette just looks like she has a little bit of trouble getting the hand onto the bar. Double straight to finish.
Waiting the score there for Wevers, who's followed up by her sister Leki.
Most important thing for gymnasts is to keep each apparatus separate.
Well, here's one of the highlights of this session for sure. Well, we would hope so. Simone Biles on floor. Just looks so relaxed and confident these days. The self-belief born out of years of competition and confidence.
Yeah. Now, to watch carefully, she has 2 of her 4 tumbling passes named after her. She's opening with the Biles 2, which is a triple-double. And she controlled the adrenaline. Triple-double, beautiful. A little bit of a stumble backwards, but considering the height and distance she gets, it's not surprising. And there's the Biles. Beautiful height on all of her dance elements, her leaps and jumps. Combination front full step out through to full in, and she's way back off the floor. So large deduction there. And last line casually puts together a double-double, extraordinary tumbling. It's not her very best in terms of execution, but she'll still be way ahead.
I'm sure it's full of admiration. Her male American teammates in the stand watching this performance from Biles. There was a significant mistake in here.
Well, to put this in perspective, there aren't any men competing triple-double at these games, and even if they were, I doubt that we'd be getting that much elevation from the floor.
It's astonishing how high she was on that first pass.
And there, she can't forget that she's got to get some difficulty with her dance elements. Now, front full through to full in is really hard to do. She just has too much rotation. And luckily, she stays on her feet there. Not a fall, but it's a big deduction of 0.5. That's the maximum deduction you can get without the fall, plus the 3/10 for going out. So 0.8 is significant.
Oh, yes.
But her start value is so much higher that they say that you can even afford to have a mistake like that and still make it through to the finals.
Sunnyvev is under 12 for that bars routine for the Netherlands.
What is interesting here is that, it's only 2 per country to get through to the finals. And in terms of her scoring capacity on floor, it's a 14.7 around that. Now, that's almost, say, a 0.8 deduction, so it takes it down to about a 14.1. If her teammates perform really well, there's a danger she couldn't get through to the floor finals. And that's gymnastics for you. But we'll wait and see. Let's hope she does. I'd love to see that routine again.
Filipe Martins of Portugal up and away. She's from Porto.
Nice combination, split leap through to side salto.
She became the first Portuguese gymnast to qualify for a European Championships event final in 2021, making the uneven bars final.
And we did just see Simone Biles, an outstanding floor performance from her. Just a couple of errors, but like you can hear the commentary team, she can afford it. We're going to take you to the Sharks, our Australian men's water polo team.
Montenegro, they've only met the 5 times. Australia's won 1, Montenegro 2, and 2 draws. Montenegro clearly the best side in the world this year. They've been 4th at the last 2 Olympics, but they've been on top for a long while. Just coming off the back of the Super League final earlier this month, which was a great win to them. And there's Elvis Batovic. We'll see him coaching against his son in a few days when Australia, in this group of death, take on Croatia. Australia's group is Croatia, the champions from 2012, Serbia, the reigning champions, Montenegro, the world's #1, and the great Spaniards. You throw in Kazakhstan, it's a very, very tough group with only 4 that can progress. It's fair to say if water polo, if you turn the clock back 30 years and Yugoslavia was still one nation, winning a water polo medal is a hell of a lot easier because 3 of the top 4 nations in the world are Montenegro, Serbia and Croatia. And there's Rhys Howden, a number 11 cap, about to swim off for Australia in his 4th Olympic Games, the former skipper. Let's see whether he can get the first use of the ball, Deb.
Yeah, very exciting. I know there's lots of nervous-looking faces in the lineup from both teams. Definitely both had their game faces on, and hopefully Australia can get away to a really well-controlled and solid start here today.
And through to the centre forward here, Lockie Edwards, one of the brothers. It's a nice setup so far. Only 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Richie Campbell may as well have a ping, and he goes, puts it into the top corner. Thank you very much. Off to a great start.
That is exactly what Australia needed. Richie Campbell, he has got an incredible shot. It is just wicked. Look at that release up into that top corner and between the goalkeeper's hands. That is a fantastic start for Australia.
Yeah, too much power. Richie Campbell, another in his 4th Olympic Games. Another former captain, for that matter, as well. The man to watch at the other end, of course, is Alexander Ivovic. It's a milestone game for him. He's playing his 300th match. He's 6'6", 108 kilos. Massive shot. Great player.
Speech there at the centre forward. The ball into him. Terrific chase back there and a steal from Aaron Younger. Tim Putt doing a great job on the master centre forward.
Well, Krapina must have been thinking about having a ping that himself he was able to balk into about 5.5 metres, not far away, but decided to share it into that centre forward. Came up empty. Big game for Aaron Younger too. He's playing his 200th international, the Aussie captain. It's him with the ball right now. Gets it away to his long-time teammate Campbell. Just not quite the pass that you wanted.
Yeah, Elvis Batovic there just telling his team just to calm down a little bit there. Interesting playing their double centre forward just to settle the nerves.
There's Brudyan. He's another with a great shot, the number 2. Been around a long time, 36 years of age. It's hard to be looking for edges when you're playing a side of this quality, but another year, a year delayed. It's 2021. We're here at the 2020 Olympics. They are just a year older, Montenegro, and they've been up for a long while. They've been busy.
They've been very busy. The Europeans just play tournament after tournament, so quite possibly they're coming in here a little bit overdone. We obviously a little bit underdone with what we've been able to do over the last 18 months, but I don't think it's going to deter the Aussies. I think they're going to put up a massive fight, and they've started very well.
Oh, little long, beautiful stuff. What a goal. Tim Putt.
It's an excellent goal from Tim Putt. I had heard that he's been training the house down within Australia at their camp. He's just had a good look to see exactly what was on. A fantastically measured shot.
Tasanovic, he just come out from the goals, didn't he, and gave that opportunity to Putt. So great start from the Australians. They lead the world's number 1, 2-0.
That's an excellent start. You don't see the men lob all that often. Women do tend to lob a little bit more, but to have the confidence and the composure to actually release that lob shot so early in the game is an excellent sign.
Now Serbia can't get the centre forward set. Pekovic is being absolutely monstered there by George Ford. They're going to have to keep their eyes on that man that just popped that little pass away. Still manages to get onto his back, but he was under so much pressure. There was no power whatsoever in that shot. And Joel Dennerly, he's been around a long while. He's 34 years of age, third Olympic Games, terrific player. So a lot of these boys have been together a long time. There's AJ Roach. He's got a deceptive shot too. Great ball. Now he's fouled out there. If he wanted to, he can take a shot from there, from a foul. Now we've got a player excluded, so 20 seconds back on the shot clock, and an extra man attack for the Australians. Huge opportunity here.
It was fantastic. That's Tomasevic there drawing at centre forward that exclusion.
Yeah, look for the post player, and it goes. Terrific work, George Ford. They're out to 3.
Just incredible composure by the Australians. The start of this quarter has just been fantastic. Lots of opportunity. Beautiful pass up from Richie Campbell and George Ford. Terrific legs. An excellent cross-cage shot.
And they haven't played a game in 18 months. Okay, they went to Hawaii. They've been playing matches against the US, who we saw earlier today defeat the host nation Japan in a very tight contest in the end, just by the 3 goals. But they haven't been playing that much. They've started superbly.
Yeah, look, the men have been they've been very blessed, actually. They've had a lot of Australian players that have been fit from National League that have gone into the training camps to help them, with an incredible intensity. And it's helped them. You can see that having that competition has been brilliant for them.
Ford's been excluded though, so an extra man attack now to Montenegro. I would have liked that pass again. There's the shot clock, as you can see. It's out to 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Someone's going to have a ping here in a moment. There it is, cross cage, great shot, terrific goal. Brudyan, we said at the start of the match that the 36-year-old's got a marvellous shot, and there's evidence of it.
Yeah, excellent technique, just leans over. It's very accurate.
Plays in Hungary. Actually, Aaron Younger, of course, is a pro reco teammate of the most dangerous player in the pool, Ivovic. I wonder what he knows, and one of the things that he would know is they've got to constantly put pressure on him, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. They don't want him to have enough space to control the play, or to just be taking pot shots out the back. He's incredibly important. But in saying that too, Aaron Younger is so well regarded. He's one of the best players in the world. So we have our equivalent as well in the water.
Yeah, people like Aaron and AJ Roach, they're plying their trade in Europe's top league, and of course Pro Recro have been champions there for the past 3 years. Campbell, good shot again, went like a bullet.
Oh, he's just beautiful to watch. Richie Campbell, obviously his confidence is very high. A bit slow there from Beneficic to put his hand up and help the goalkeeper. He's going to get a bit of a tongue lashing, I would think.
Yeah, well, Tesalovic, he's a rambunctious character. He'll be somebody that will really give him a gobful. You've got to get your arms up. You've got to give the keeper. He's got 3 metres to look after in there. He can't get from side to side when you've got men that can throw it at the speed that they can. You've got to give him some help to have the ball directed towards the centre. You can't let him put it into the corners constantly. They'll score.
Yeah, no, that's one of the, the men are so big. If they can get a big block up and channel that into their goalkeeper, I mean, obviously that's what everyone aims to do, but at the moment, Montenegro aren't doing that and assisting their goalkeeper. It's a nice drive here.
Yep, and Reece Howden at the moment has got the job on Ivakovic.
Tim Putt doing a great job at centre-back as well.
There's not a lot of room there to get it into the centre forward, but that was a tremendous shot. Rukpina is the only left-hander in the water, and just brought that ball around the arm and then up into the top corner. That's it. Almost unstoppable. Look at this. Look at how he comes around. Ooh, got his hand to it gently.
Yeah, he won't be happy with himself on that one. Obviously, when the goalkeepers actually get their hand to it, they do try and just push the ball down forward. But when they come at you so quickly and with such power, it's difficult to actually have that forward movement with your hand to knock the ball straight down in front of you.
Up there with the ball now. It's a big start, isn't it, for the Australians to take on the world's #1, but long way to go. But should they manage to pick up a victory, what that would do to their confidence. Full press here from Montenegro.
Australia is certainly fit. They'll be able to keep the speed of this game up, for the entire game. They've just got to trust in their systems and remain confident.
Younger pops it in, backhand. Unlucky.
Yeah, Nathan Power there. Decent shot.
On debut, he was selected, of course, for Rio and then was injured. So Nathan Power getting his chance. Plays for University of New South Wales West in the National League. The ball's hitting the water more often than you expect with the Montenegros. There's just a few passes that have just not been taken cleanly.
Yeah, that's a pressure obviously coming from the Australians. There's not a clean pass in for them to get the ball into the centre forward, and they're just spraying their passes a little bit at the moment. Australia taking advantage of it, which is fantastic.
Now, if you're watching water polo for the first time, you're having a look at those markers, those lane markers, as the ball goes into the centre forward, looking for the backhand. So the yellow is signifying 6 metres, and if you're fouled outside 6 metres, you can shoot automatically. And the next little red mark that you can see up there on the top left-hand side is where the penalties are taken from, where the 5-metre penalties are taken from.
Since Blake Edwards has been excluded in that changeover of possession.
Yeah, straight to the top corner. Good extra man attack. They're back within 1.
And just a little bit too much space. Beautiful shooting from both teams. But Matkovic on that occasion, and his tiny little space there. Aaron Younger had most of that goal covered.
He's one of the younger players, isn't he, Matkovic? He's just 22, plays in Montenegro. Lots of them play in all different parts of the European competitions. There's a couple that play from Marseille, a couple that play in Italy, another in Serbia.
A little eye roll there from Elvis. Obviously asking questions, thinking maybe a little bit more consistencies after from the referees.
So we're off to a great start. Montenegro now back within 1, as you can see, and AJ Roach, he's going to try and get himself some inside water, but that'll run out. So we're back now to Richie Campbell, Ford, Campbell, or he's got a couple from out there. Roaches, who could have been on then. This is good work. Nice Nice stuff, unlucky. Post got him. It was a good cross-case shot.
Excellent ball movement from the Australians and a good, solid shot there from Andrew Ford. As you said, Post helping the goalkeeper on that occasion.
And was crisp, the passing, which of course means the goalkeeper has to keep moving and moving and moving. You try and work him to his out of position. Djokovic.
George Ford and Spajic having a great battle there in the centre.
Won't want to leave Djokovic out there for too long. The 31-year-old puts it away. He's one of those that plies his trade in Marseille. 6'6", big unit. And again, just Joel deadly getting his arm to it, clips it.
He's just wanting a little bit more pressure on those outside shooters. The Australian centre-backs, I feel, are doing a very good job here at the moment, making the life very difficult for the centre-forwards, but just the outside shooters just having a little bit too much space.
And again, they're pressing here. Try and work down the clock. They don't want to give Australia a lead. They're out by a couple. Montenegro would love the chance at 4 apiece to have the last shot at goal, but there we've got a hat-trick in the first quarter to Richie Campbell.
That is excellent play. Obviously practiced that Andy Ford delivering a magnificent pass, and then Richie Campbell has just got fantastic ball skills, gets that in the back of the net. The goalkeeper really didn't even have time to react.
Oh, he's going the other way too, wasn't he? He was expecting it to go the other way. It was magnificent. What a first quarter. The big centre-back, 3 shots on goal, 3 of them rocketing into the back of the net. So can they take this lead into quarter time? Looks like they will. Australia lead the world's number 1, 5-4.
Isn't that a great result from our Aussies? Hopefully they can hold on to that win. And as the commentary team mentioned, Richie Campbell with 3 from 3. But I'm going to take you to the beam gymnastics where our Aussie Georgia Godwin is competing.
They can not just qualify for individual finals for each apparatus, but also the all-round individual as well.
And the buzz around the gymnastics is extraordinary. Of course, we saw Simone Biles just compete, the greatest Olympian of all time. We're standing by now for Georgia Godwin's score there as well, the final score of 12.9, as I mentioned before. So a real buzz around the gymnastics here at these games with Simone Biles competing.
Yeah, let's go back to this. It is his second run. Daniel Watkins in the men's C1 slalom competition.
He had some real difficulties down the course, a 50-second penalty and a couple of touches as well. At the moment, the predicted time to qualify is 105.15. So we've had a couple that have gone down ahead of him who haven't been able to, well, improve their times, but not enough to be in this top 15, which is required for the semi-finals. So Richard, he's got to have a clean run here, but he's got off to a good start.
Absolutely, he's got off to a good start. Very smooth and fast and powerful. He needs to settle into a bit of a rhythm now through this tricky section, switching from left to right. He's one of the very few to switch. And good paddling from Dan Watkins. Hope he can keep that up using the water well here. Goes for the spin. He's clipped gate 13. That 105 might change.
Let's look at the computer. We've got a couple of 110s already. Smedley, his best is 108. And Liam Jagu of Ireland had all sorts of problems on his run, so he could improve as well. But anything around that 103, 104 should be enough. Some difficulties here. He's got to work hard to get back up to 20.
Well, he held that well. He's a strong man, Dan Watkins. Using the water there, catches a little bit of spray on the deck, but not too bad. Last upstream now, switching to the right side, and then he'll power on through to the finish. This is much better from the big man.
It is. Get across, and now go hard for the line. The time looks good at the moment. Anything in the 103 should be okay. This is a good run. It's a great run. 103.07. He's up into 8th spot, and that should be enough to get him through to the semi-finals.
could see a sense of relief. Here comes Dan, yes, he's fighting a little bit too hard there, and his shaft touching gate 13. That's a pressure run, Dave. We're talking second run in the Olympic Games, and you've got to put it out there. And there's 25 gates between you and the finish line, so good paddling.
And that means that now Dan Watkins is through to the semi-finals. He finished in the top 15. That was a great replay, so we could get up to date. And just a reminder, Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners for your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection. I'll take you back to the commentary of Debbie Watson and John Harker on between Australia and Montenegro.
Missed that first little opportunity then. Hasn't made very many mistakes yet.
Oh, he's a wonderful player, and got a very deceptive balk. I thought he may have had a ping then, but he took the unselfish option.
Go cross hit down now from out the back there with Lachlan Edwards, just to assist with, cutting down some of the time and space options for those outside shooters.
Surprised that Chukovic went for the lob there, and Denley was up to it. So they've got the centre forward fronted at the moment. Lachie Edwards is going to have to try and work his way back in front of that defender. And they're way out on about 5 metres.
Making the passes difficult to get the Australians into good position. And then Richie Campbell taking a shot with not much time left on the spot. Montenegro putting a lot of pressure on the outside, sitting in their lane. So now the pathway for the ball to get up to the attacking end is a lot more difficult. So Australia are very fit. They need to keep moving in their attack and making the Montenegrins work hard.
As much as anything, that shot, he's going to try and draw a foul and shoot here. Yep, that's exactly what he did, but the Australian defence was equal to it. But Richie Campbell shot there a moment ago. As much as anything, he was looking for a corner. The shot clock was going. He was well out. He put it up deliberately high, hoping that the goalkeeper would have to tip it over. Looking for that extra 20 seconds on the shot clock. That's another change, by the way. Here's a chance on counter. Hey, Garrett's over. Yes, it is.
Aaron Younger, that is really good play. He puts his hand up for a little rest. He just really forced the pace there.
Yeah, the skipper, game number 200.
He's threading the needle there. Goalkeeper in that tight corner. It's exactly where he should be. Just left it enough space for Aaron Younger to pelt that ball underneath. Came off his elbow.
Yeah, really ordinary physique there too. You look forward to his Adonis calendar. It'll be coming out after the games. What a giant.
He's actually about to be a dad for the second time. He's got a baby due any moment now. It's very exciting. Probably a little distracting as well, but a complete professional.
He plays for Pro Recco, as we mentioned, in Italy. The current European champions have been for the past 3 years. But they lead by 2 against the world's number 1. A little bit of inside water here. This could see Australia emptied out, will it? Reece Howden is going to get it. It could actually be a penalty. It's a penalty. I thought he might have been emptied, but instead they've gone to the penalty spot. So the ball will be brought back out by Ivovic. And the veteran will be pretty hard to stop from here.
Joel's just sneaking forward off the goal line there.
I reckon Ivovic is sneaking forward off the 5 metre line too, just quietly, but that 6'6" frame gets up high, it puts it into the corner. They're back to within 1.
Yeah, it's an excellent piece of gamesmanship there. See the cross drive, and then Reece Howden trying his hardest, but he was leaning all over.
That, of course, does count as a major foul. You're allowed 3, so that's the same as a kick out in terms of your personal stats, and 3, you're out. So Reece Howden picking up that one. Can be replaced. Circumstances you can't be replaced as if you're out for brutality. Oh, unfortunately, that's a great steal. There's a chance of a counter here as well. He's taken off really quickly.
Yeah, excellent lane marking there from Montenegro. Just putting a lot of pressure on Australia just in their movement of the ball up the pool.
Yeah, the Australian defence was up to it though. Well done.
Marzovic there, excluded from centre-back position.
Yeah, there's a foul on the centre forward off the ball. So another chance at extra man here. Oh, great pass. Should score. Easily done, but that was a brilliant piece of water polo. Really well done. The pass into Makovic was superb.
Just beautiful patience shown there. You could see a terrific ball. Really drew Reece Howden, and then just all the time in the world to make the correct shot selection.
So we're squared up now. That's 6 apiece.
Edwards ready to head up the pool and get into that centre forward position. He's been doing well, holding position.
So the Australians have been in front, and there's the veteran.
He's a big unit, isn't he? 200 centimetres and 110 kilograms.
Yeah.
He's a machine.
Nice little turn from AJ Roach. He's going to make him swim and chase now. And could easily be emptied out. For that he will be. Well done. Hayden Roach draws the exclusion. Another 20 seconds on the shot clock. Chance at extra man for them to put themselves back in front. Roach, oh, the pass had been on. Unlucky. Open goal there. The post player wasn't up to it. Well done. Great shot. Blake Edwards puts it away. Australia out by 1. They haven't been headed in this match so far. They're up against the world's number 1.
Yeah, excellent goal there from Blake Edwards. Was under a little bit of pressure, really, just to take that shot. The passing around from the Australians, not as smooth as it had been in their previous extra man attacks. And he just took charge of that ball.
Yeah, Blake and his brother Lockie both play for the Drummoyne Devils. Wonderful team. And good club all round, based in Sydney, both for men's and women's water polo for that matter. Very good club.
Both of Australia's last goals have been, scored from that little foul halfway through, and then halfway, and then taking the ball on and charging up in counter-attack. So nice little play there from the Aussies in their attack.
He's such a professional, Roach, isn't he? And that's an offensive foul. He was holding on. The player, Pekovic, was holding on to his centre-back marker and was caught. The left hand was down there. He's forward. Younger already scored the 1. Look at that in on the centre forward, centre back. He's out. Should score. Well done. Great pass. Good vision.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm sure what they've called there.
So has the whistle gone?
I'm feeling there was a timeout called at a very...
Oh, no. So there was a timeout was called as the pass was going through. So that goal's not going to count. They're going to have to go back and set up their extra man. He was on, but Elvis Fatovic had obviously decided he wanted to make a couple of changes. So the first of the timeouts.
Great intensity being shown here by the Australians. They're really putting up an enormous game here.
You'd want to find the back of the net now, though, wouldn't you? Elvis will be sitting down thinking, ooh.
Difficult when you're not, at the game, seeing the entire situation, I suppose. But I'm sure you probably wish you hadn't pressed that button.
So how? Campbell, AJ Roach tried to get it to Younger. Younger's on now though. Oh, the bounce shot well smothered. Good job from Tesovic. And there's no real hint of a counter here. He's looking cross pool, but they'll have to settle, you'd think. Yeah, they'll have to go down to the end. And surely he hasn't been kicked for that. He has. So AJ Roach has been excluded. There looked to be nothing at all in that.
Yeah, he's not happy. You can see him in the penalty box or the sin bin there.
Oh, wouldn't his dad be blowing up? If you're watching Blocker and Cat, he's playing well, your boy. Well, that was well handled. Terrific defence. Tim Putt.
Yeah, excellent pressure on the person with the ball there from anticipation by the Australians.
Yeah, but so he took possession about 2.5 metres out and couldn't get a shot away because Putt was so quickly on him. That was a well-worked piece of attack from Montenegro, and Putt sniffed it out. Fantastic. Oh, Nelly. Try to get back into the post.
Yeah, just not quite ready for it in there. He's just pushing that pass.
A little hint of tiredness just creeping in. We're getting towards the end of this first half. And I think that's a little hint for the same thing from Montenegro. There was plenty of time left on the shot clock, but there was nothing doing on the inside because of good Australian defence, so he's taken a shot.
I think that's
pretty ordinary angle.
I think that's good for Australia, though. Look, Joel Denley hadn't had the greatest of first halves, so it's nice for him to get that good touch on the ball and have such a solid save.
AJ Roach looks up, little balk. He's got a great balk. Does it come off the keeper, or did it just bounce over? I think it has come off the keeper, so we've got another 20 seconds on the shot clock. So that is one of the changes. A corner is 20 seconds in possession. You start with 30, but it's an extra 20 when it gets out off the keeper. Of course, out off a defensive player other than the keeper, it's the keeper's ball. But this is the corner. The other change is you can shoot from the corner. So that also means that's one of the reasons why you've seen a player out there marking the player that was taking the corner. You can't leave him open, otherwise the goalie has to slush in and be right back on the post. They're forcing them a long way out at the moment. This good defence from Montenegro. Wow.
That was a long way out. Nathan Powers actually getting smashed in there by Chukovic. Richie Campbell chancing his arm.
Chancing his arm from 20-odd metres.
It still went pretty quickly.
It sure did. Well, 30-metre pool, probably 15 metres he's chanced his arm from.
Good pressure on Chukovic. It's really important that they just don't let him sit up and run the show.
Well, they've not done that. The pressure on Ivovic, the 9, has been spectacular. And that's a good save again from Joel Denley. He hasn't had the greatest start, but there's another good moment for him.
Yeah, just...
Pass just went like a rocket.
Just not giving anything really to the centre forwards at the moment.
No.
The referees and Aaron Young are in there getting swamped.
It's just a little too quick, if anything, but not long to go. Australia would love to hold on to this lead. You'd think they'd have to. Denley will get out to steal that, and at the end of the first half, Australia are up by 1 over Montenegro, the current world number 1.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Listening to the SEN coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and there's heaps of Olympics content to explore right now on the 7 Plus app. You can add your favourite sports to your watch list as well, and you've got every sport explained so you can get to know the new Olympic sports. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. Just in the gymnastics, the artistic gymnastics, Georgia Godwin is about to compete in her floor. So we might just go to that on the 7 coverage and listen to the commentary.
He's on floor.
Southport on the Gold Coast.
starting with a triple wolf. Won't see much better than that. Watch this first line, a combination. Front layout, double front, it's beautiful. Strong double layout as the second line and a well-controlled landing. Double turn leg up. So far, execution looking good. Full for her third line. Coming up for her final tumbling line, a double pike, and all her landings have been excellent.
Georgia Godwin, great performance on floor. Silver medalist all around at the 2018 Commonwealth Games.
Japanese heritage. Her 93-year-old grandfather lives here in Japan, so hopefully he got to watch.
Scoring there for Thors Dottir.
And that's great to see Georgia Godwin with a great floor performance. We're going to go to the water polo, my panel operator. Jordan just getting ahead of himself there to join Debbie Watson and John Harker.
It was an excellent start to the game for sure for Australia. It's just a exclusion there. It's handy.
Well, cross cage was gone. Well, they're patient, the Australians. Trying to work this goalie one side to the other.
Australian attackers there got themselves into a very short line out the top. We had 3 Australian attackers all probably within 3 metres and the 2 defenders in between, just really making it difficult to pass to your teammate, sort of cramp themselves on that occasion.
Would you have liked to have seen the shot earlier? A couple of times they looked on, didn't they? The right-hand catch down here on the left-hand side.
Yeah, you've got to really weigh it up, but obviously when you get to the end of an attack and you think, you see it sort of play out like that's a little bit disappointing.
So Blake Edwards out. You put some pressure on Ivovic, and there's a bit of a difference. As soon as they were on, they shot. The Australians, I think, look, it's easy sitting here, but the Australians looked on and didn't shoot, and in the end had to take a more rush shot in that extra man. On this occasion, as soon as they looked like there was a gap, bang, we're going to put it away. And the big lefty did, and we're back even Stevens at 7-7.
Yeah, it's an excellent goal from Okrapina. Like in those extra man attacks, if the opportunity is there and the percentage is high, it's often better to take that early shot. Obviously when your confidence is high, that's better. It makes it sort of a little bit easier decision to actually take those opportunities.
And of course, if you take the early shot and some lunatic sitting comfortably in the commentary box and you miss, he said, "What did you do that for?" They had 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Really easy from here. Offensive foul against the Australians, so a chance for Montenegro here. So Edwards in a bit of foul trouble.
Very experienced. He should be able to play out that for the rest of the game on that little one foul to go. Space again.
Oh, they're out in the lead for the first time in the match. Chukovic, the big centre-back from Marseille, all 6'6" of him. In match number 141 for Montenegro, and this was just too powerful. Denley got a hand to it, but couldn't bring it down.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that he'll be so disappointed in a good position, his arms up, but just the power on that ball, just going back in. Chukovic just making that look a bit easy there.
So the Australians find themselves behind for the first time in the match. Forward, nice little turn, should be kicked for that, he will be. That was good work, it was AJ Roach.
He's crafty, isn't he, AJ?
He is. That's the third time he's been involved in a kick-out. Yeah, well done. Good pass. Didn't quite come up with the biscuits in the end. Into Tomasevic on the post, looking for the pull-on. Cross cage, he just didn't quite get his hands on it cleanly. I reckon it came off the fingers.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. We'd like to get that ball back again. He scores plenty of those. Australia just need to settle a little bit in their attack. Defensively, they've been, that third quarter, putting pressure on the ball, which has been fantastic on the outside. They're doing a terrific job in the centre back. That's just a lucky bounce there.
Yeah, and a lucky escape. Now, what's happened here?
Joel.
The referees obviously figured it's come off Joel. But the Australians were 2 from 3 on extra man, and they're now 2 from 5, having come up empty with the first two extra mans in this half. Shot clock's almost gone.
Oh, that's unlucky for Australia there, Nathan Power.
Yeah, getting excluded. So another 20 seconds on the shot clock when they were almost out.
Football skills. That's a good result there for Australia. It's a strong shot from Ivovic. That's a good result. Just push the counter-attack now, Australia.
Big Stefan Vidovic, who plies his trade in Italy, he's also under some foul trouble. So we've got a player on each side on 2 fouls, 2 majors. 3 and you roll for the game. You can be replaced. Nice little drive from George Ford. At the moment, they're inviting the shot from outside, and Campbell's been terrific from there so far. Just didn't get the touch over he was looking for then.
Yeah, I'd love to see the ball go into the centre forward and see the Montenegrins just got the result from getting the ball into the centre forward to see if we can get the same result. Good chase there from Andrew Younger and good hands there and save from Joel Denneline goals.
He almost got himself, I think, caught in 2 minds. The attacker, in the end, drove it straight at Denneline. So centre forward is fronted at the moment. Can't get the ball in there. Work from the Australians. Going to lose his cap in a minute, AJ Roach. Well, I don't know what they saw there, but Big George Ford is out, and Montenegro are going to call a timeout. Make a couple of changes, you would think, and set this extra man up. They currently, in terms of extra players, they're 4 from 5, Australia 2 from 5. That's where the game, where that slight edge, that 1 goal edge is sitting. Remember, Australia led 7-6. So 2 unanswered goals, but the Australians have had a couple of extra man opportunities already in this third quarter and been unable to convert.
Yeah, they're normally, they've got some incredibly great shooters, the Australians, and they've got space. They've just got to take themselves a little bit wider and just sort of just take their time. Make sure, they go to one of their favourite plays, something that they're confident with, and get a really good quality shot away.
So Ford now also in foul trouble. Ford and Blake Edwards have 2 majors. Roulian has got a great shot.
Great ball movement.
Yeah, well, they brought the left-hander on in that timeout. He fought forever. You would have thought nothing was on. Denley had come across and he's bounced it straight over his head.
It's a beautiful shot from Ukrapina, just down in that deep. Look at that, he's almost on the goal line. There is absolutely zero angle for him to shoot that on. It's just gone straight over his head from the bounce.
So 3 unanswered goals. in this third quarter. They need something to stop the rock, the Australians.
See the Aussies get up their centre, or set up really early, get the ball into the centre forward, see if we can draw an exclusion. Got Lockie Edwards up there already, just need to get the ball up there.
Well, Edwards is being absolutely monstered in there at the moment. There's Aaron Younger, the skipper with the ball. Up top it goes to Campbell. And fair enough, finally, Edwards has drawn the exclusion, so a chance to set it up once more. Younger, cross to Howden, back to Campbell. Younger, plenty of movement from the Australians. No gap at the moment. Campbell, he's drawn the save. So they'll get another 20 on the shot clock, but of course there's only 6 seconds left on the exclusion.
It's a quality shot from Richie Campbell.
Well, wasn't much in that. Really was worth a ping from Blake Edwards. But again, that's the third time they've come up empty-handed in extra man in this period. They were 2 from 4, they're now 2 from 7.
Definitely an area of concern.
Actually, my apologies, they were 2 from 3 at one stage, so they were shooting at 75% from extra man, and they're now 2 from 7. So midway through the second quarter, they were 2 from 3. So they've missed their next 4 extra man attacks. That's where this game's being decided at the moment. But they're close. Certainly close enough.
Definitely. It's been a nice drive there into centre forward. Lockie Edwards in there. He's putting some of his international wrestling skills into action.
Blake Edwards just wide.
Just need one of these shots just to swing the momentum back towards Australia. At the moment, Montenegro just sort of doing as they please.
Yeah, the big nose with them. There's little doubt about that. The 3 unanswered goals. We've been behind by as many as 3, Montenegro. There's some luck. A foul off the ball in at centre back holding on to the centre forward side. Changeover.
Excellent play from Lockie Edwards. He's so fast too. Look at him just power up for a big man. He's incredibly quick.
Oh, unfortunately, the pass to Lockie Edwards stolen by the keeper. Good vision from Tasanovic.
That's the missed opportunity. It was fantastic play from Lockie Edwards.
Yeah, he had inside water. It was going to be one-on-one.
Oh, you'd hate this. It'll be a 2-goal turnaround. It is.
So frustrating for the Australians. A loose pass stolen when it looked like they should score in a counter. And instead, Montenegro now out to a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, Petkovic, he's just so experienced and just pops up in all the right places. Counter-attack, they had the extra player up and they've gone to put pressure and just still had enough space to get an incredible shot away.
Must be next to score, the Australians. Must be next to score.
Yeah, it's definitely a long way to go in the game. There's plenty of time. But they do, just for their confidence sake, I think, need to just put a couple of good passages of play together and they'll be right back in the mix.
Yeah, 4 unanswered goals. They can't let that get to 5 unanswered goals. They can't let themselves get 4 behind. Just for their own confidence. I'm not suggesting they can't win from there. Here's a chance. Well done. Good. Great centre forward goal. Tomasevic.
Oh, we love Goran Tomasevic in Australia. He is just such a dynamic centre forward. He's just got incredibly fantastic and quick hands, and that is in the back of the net before the goalkeeper could do anything about it. That's what we needed.
Yep, the big man from Sydney Uni on debut.
It's incredible. He's actually only been in the national squad for 6 months.
Yes.
He's been in Australia for 6 years and he's had work as his priority. And they called out to him to come and fill a little hole for us.
Well, fill a big hole. It was Joe Kayser's hole. It's a massive hole. And he's done what's asked of him then. So vital. Get themselves back in this. Well, good save off the backhand from Joel Dedley.
Good job there from Tim Putt, just pushing the centre forward out a long way. Still managed to get a quality shot away. And this time, Joel gets his hands to it and knocks it forward.
So Montenegro pressing. Schroeder trying to sit the two centre forwards. It's pretty crowded in there at the moment. Someone's going to have to get out. Tim Putt. Ball to him now. He was going to try and turn that. The pass just sort of skipped along the water.
Really hard when there's that little bobble right at the end of the quarter, though.
So the world's number one are out in front for the first time at the end of the period. They lead Australia 10-8, but the Sharks are right in this.
Good morning. Yeah, and it is back to SEN for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics coverage. And just a quick recap, if you're only tuning in, China lead the medal tally at the moment with 4 gold and 3 bronze. Japan in second with 3 gold. United States with 2 gold. And Australia, we sit in 4th at the moment. A total of 3 medals. And we've got 1 bronze, 1 silver and 1 gold. And bronze went to Brendan Smith in the men's the men's 400-metre individual medley. Jack McLaughlin won silver in the 400-metre freestyle, and we got the gold in the women's 4x100-metre freestyle relay earlier today. I can imagine that there is going to be more medals tonight in the swimming that starts at 8 o'clock. We've got plenty of action in the sport. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back for the men's water polo with the final quarter.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
What'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans. No contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game of 4 and 25. Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot. Oh, what a lovely economy makes a 4 and 25.
And we're going into the final quarter of the men's water polo here at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. I'm going to take you back to the commentary team now. Debbie Watson, John Harker are in control.
No one's told Reece Howden he's an old man. Gee, he's 34 years of age, did Olympics number 4, and he's won every swim-off, and he's worked his butt off. He's having a terrific match. It was probably worth a ping from Tim Putt.
Yes,
he was up to it though, wasn't he, the keeper?
Definitely. If you have a look now, you can see. Well, with the centre back having the right hand up, there was certainly a little laneway down there for that ball to go in.
And it was a great save. That was just a world-class save.
Excellent save.
They can't let that man. And here he is driving, popping up, and he's drawn the attention, and instead the left-hander, Lupina, has put it away. They're so worried about that 9. He's made a terrific little drive in there. All the attention was attracted, and bang, cross cage, in it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Speech is right in Joel's space as well, the centre forward for Montenegro, so there's a lot of action in there. Unfortunately for the Australians, it's not how they would have wanted that quarter to have started. There's plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, and they hold a victory over Montenegro. Twice they've drawn with them. There'll be plenty of belief in this Australian side. AJ Roach again trying to turn his opponent. He's already drawn a couple of kick-outs doing exactly that, and this time the player simply didn't give him enough space for the free throw. That's a very cheap kick-out to give away. Unprofessional, and the Australians with a chance to hit straight back.
Very important to get a success from this extra man attack.
Nice pass, great cross-cage shot. Away it goes from Blake Edwards. And what about the legs a few moments before that from AJ Roach, when it looked like the pass would go over his head for sure. And up he went almost to his costumes.
Yeah, it was incredible. And the deceptiveness of AJ's balk, the whole team actually dived with his final balk, and then he passed it off to Blake Edwards, and it's a beautiful finish.
He's had a cracking match. That's the fourth time he's been involved in a kick-out as well. It's the fourth exclusion that he's forced.
Oh, he's pesky around the pool. He's feisty. He's a fierce competitor, AJ Roach. He loves mixing it up and getting involved in shenanigans, let's call it. He's a great player.
Apples and trees when it comes to shenanigans, I would have thought. His dad, of course, for those who aren't watching from rugby league states, was a legendary rugby league player for Balmain and Australia. A couple of kangaroo tours. So a little holding foul has been given away by Tomasevic, so out he goes, and a chance to strike back from extra man. Driving into the post.
It's a double.
We've got a double exclusion here, have we?
George Ford now.
We do. So 2 men out. Well, the post player is absolutely on. There he is. Surely they'll put it away. Yep.
Yeah, they're hard enough to defend when there's only one extra player, let alone when there's two. And the incredible shooting talents from the Montenegrin players. Look at that ball sitting up.
And if you're wondering about the offside, yes, you can't go into the 2 metres unless the ball is in front of you, either because you've got it or another player's driven into the 2 metres and then is passing it back. So no issues with the offside there.
Important for the Aussies to get back up there and just continue on, just get back into a good centre forward position, see if they can feed the ball in, draw an exclusion.
And in terms of exclusions, George Ford's out. That's his third major foul. So AJ Roach, has he just drawn another? He's carrying on the player that's been kicked. He's just drawn yet another exclusion, AJ Roach. Richie Campbell pops it to him, just couldn't sneak it under the keeper, tried to bounce it under his arm, unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, for the Australians, the goalkeeper Tasanovic has just got his paw to that one.
He's had a great game.
Brilliant.
That left-hand save earlier on, absolutely magnificent. May well have been the difference in these two sides.
Yeah, good play there. Good pressure on the play with the ball, and then Tomasevic coming up with the intercept. Australia definitely creating enough shooting opportunities or scoring opportunities. It's just a finishing, but just through pressure and probably a little bit of fatigue and not having played enough games over the last 18 months.
What about this play? What a competitor. Turns another. He's trying to get, he's again trying to get a kick out for being pulled back, and he's drawn it. Brilliant.
He's passionate and he's ready to go. Let's see what we can do here.
Might be time to shoot yourself, AJ. Does so. The ball didn't quite sneak over.
It's landed right in front of Nathan Power, and Australia get a penalty shot.
So Power was fouled as the ball found its way in front of him. Who's going to take it? They're looking towards the bench. So there's 4.5 minutes left for play. Remember, these are actual time minutes, 8-minute quarters, but the clock stops every time the whistle blows.
After the VAR, this is the video.
Is this to see whether the ball went over the line? Is that what they're looking at?
Yep.
Which is the only thing you can use the VAR for. Did it look to you as if it did? There it is. All of the ball has to be inside.
Poker face from Tasanovic. Oh, it did look like it now. Fingers crossed.
I personally don't see how you can see from either of those angles. It's got to be a side-on angle. This is the side-on. Come on, sneak over. Well, it's underwater.
Benefit of the doubt. maybe the referee hasn't been a Specsavers, so we'll see what goes on here. We're holding our breath, waiting. Suspense. It's okay, our ball.
So Australia's ball. Well, the Australians, so that was all about the VAR. The Australians thought there would be a penalty for the post player being absolutely monstered.
Well, that's what I thought that's what they'd stopped for, not to go to the VAR. How that wasn't a penalty, I'm not sure.
Well, that's a very big call. A goal there would put them back within 2, and instead there's a 2-goal turnaround. Well, that's a huge call, and Pekovic gets Montenegro finally out to a point where they're probably feeling comfortable.
Yeah, the disappointment, I think, from the... can I call it a bad call up the other end?
It's a shocking call. It was an appalling call. It bounced straight in front of the post player. The post player had his defender come over the top of his head.
Yeah.
If that's not a penalty, I'm an astronaut.
Yeah, that's a very tough call for the Australians. We just desperately need a little bit of, luck go our way at these international tournaments.
So Australia now down by 4 goals with 4 minutes to play. It's a long time though, 4 minutes, but it's a big ask. It's been a tremendous performance to this point. Backhand, well saved.
Yeah, good attempt there from Lockie Edwards. Didn't really have much choice but to get a shot away. Which just right in the right spot.
And of course, the issue for the Australians, sadly, is the extra mans that they didn't put away in quarter 3.
Yeah, definitely.
Had that been done...
Yeah, it definitely makes it hard when they're difficult to score, especially, playing against Montenegro. They're huge. The European men are ginormous. They cover a lot of the goals, but our shot selection at times or our final passes just not been up to the standard that the Australians would have expected from themselves.
But they've started brilliantly. It's a game they'll take plenty of confidence from. It's a game deep in their hearts. They would have expected that, draw may be best result. They've only beaten them the once. They just don't want this to get completely away from them here and end up being a big score.
Absolutely. There's a lot of balking going on, not enough pressure. Obviously, Aussie's getting a little bit tired. They're extremely fit, but you don't have that match fitness. And obviously, Montenegro do have that, and that is the beautiful catch across the body from Makovic and a release. Tiny little spot. And again, Joel Denley gets his hand to it, but just too much power on the ball, and in it goes.
Yeah, and Aaron Younger was doing his best with his arm up as well. But Australians, as we said, they are in the group of death that to come. Croatia, Spain, Serbia, Kazakhstan, probably the weakest, definitely the weakest of that group. Not to use the word weak to describe anyone at this level, but it's a very difficult group. This is a match. Their Olympic campaign is not over because of this match, but let's put it that way. There's no one there that they can't beat on their day, and they started in a way today that would suggest that they've got plenty of good polo in them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we have seen plenty of excellent play, creating brilliant opportunities. I thought the defence, particularly in that first half, was excellent on the centre back, and unfortunately just some of our final passes or our end passes, as in demonstrated just there, has let them down a little.
Yeah, Tomasevic just being fronted as the pass was thrown. And the Australian men, remember, they haven't played a match since 2020.
It's a long
I haven't played a match since the pandemic began. Long time.
It's a long time, and we talk about what the Europeans have been doing, and hoping almost that they're overdone because they've played so many games, and really there's no replacement for that. Experience does make it incredibly difficult, and they've put up a great fight though. They have created plenty of scoring opportunities. That's a good ball in.
Will definitely draw a penalty here. It's a 5-metre penalty to the Australians, or is it a kick out? It's a kick out.
Exclusion.
I saw him put up the number 5, but it was because of the player that was being kicked out. Yep.
Beautiful.
So 14-10. Aaron Younger, the skipper, in his 200th international match.
It's fantastic look from Richie. Great pass, and then just the speed of his hand, just around the defender, overcommitted.
Can you explain something to me? I know things change, but the right hand was up, which is protecting the post, and then he drops it. I'm talking about the defender here, to put the left hand up.
I don't understand it. I'm just not a fan. I see so many goals just in all games, men's and women's. Where old style was that you put the arm up nearest to the post, and they do the opposite now. But you have to be more mobile and get yourself over there. But you can see, so many goals are scored through those holes that are created by having that other hand up. I don't understand it myself.
Yeah, it's an odd one. I don't understand it either. And it's not like you played in the steam engine, Jays. It was only 21 years ago when they were putting an Olympic gold medal around your neck.
The steam engine. Black and white TV. When it comes off, it's fantastic. But to me, too often, it creates an opening. Almost inviting someone to shoot there. Good player movement here from Australia. Good driving there and creating lots of movement in that centre, and then Aaron having a solid shot, but unfortunately the hitting bar and bouncing out.
So Montenegro calling a timeout.
Have a bit of a word to his troops. Might make some changes, just let them draw breath, and they'll probably just practice something here, that they think they might need in a game later on, where they're protecting a lead. Might have a particular play. They could practice something here, to try and score a goal, because they have got that buffer.
Is back in. It's just the one change.
I love it though, right? He's the most experienced player, and he's 35 years of age, and he could easily just sit out for that last minute and have a rest, but he wants to get back in again. Love it.
He's scored well over 600 goals in his career. Over 600 international goals from 300 games. Extraordinary.
Incredible. Tim Punt, unfortunately, been excluded there. He has done a fantastic job on the centre forwards. He's shaking his head a little bit there as to why that was an exclusion. But
the youngster Miroslav Vukovic, just 20, and unmarked, 2.5 metres, obviously straight after the kick-out was why he was unmarked. No matter how quickly Blake Edwards was coming to him, he was never going to get there quick enough, and nothing Joel Denley could do about that.
Definitely not. Joel Denley will have to. He'll probably be having nightmares tonight. It'd be tough for him. He's going to have to just reset and refocus. He's an excellent goalkeeper, and I know that next time he gets in the water, he's going to come back full of confidence and he'll do a great job.
And one of the things is too is that most of the teams are choosing to sit one of the goalkeepers out. There's 13 players, only 12 on the card, and almost everybody that we've seen so far, both men and women, have sat the second, whoever they decided was the second goalkeeper at that time, have sat the goalkeeper out, which means if you start poorly, if your goalie starts poorly, you can't make a change.
Yes, it's unusual that you do change the goalkeeper, particularly in the men's game, and you don't want to be sitting a player in the stands if they've got plenty of water time in them.
Well, to wrap it all up, Australia down by 5 against the world number 1. A good start for them. Couldn't go on with it. They go down to Montenegro, 15-5.
Well, what a game that was. Such a bummer. Unfortunately, our Aussies going down in that one. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, I'll bring you the latest in all our Aussie results.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the gold rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
To SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, I'm Katie Brown, and at 6 o'clock we will be ticking over and watching more of the 7 Olympic coverage. But until then, don't forget, Xero, it's invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. That's Xero with an X, so it's Xero. And just in the water polo, Australia have gone down to Montenegro 15-10. So just going down by 5. We did have the lead up until the third quarter, so that's a bit of a bummer from our Aussies, but that's all right. Only a pool clash. And just from earlier today, Ash Barty out in straight sets. James Duckworth through to the second round in 3 sets. We did have Jess Fox in the water in the K1, the canoe slalom event, and she did post her second fastest time. Let's hear the replay.
She's waited a long time for this moment, and the 2020 campaign here in Tokyo is underway. What will she be concentrating on, Richard? What's the plan?
Look, I think a clean start and getting, using the water, conserving a little bit of energy, knowing that down the track she's going to need that, getting a feel, getting a measure for the course, being technically precise. I think it looks like she's going clean. Yes, she's kicked in across the back of the hole there. That was nicely done. But I'd say so far fairly measured. She'll be down a little bit on funk, or the split hasn't come up, but it's good clean paddling so far.
So negotiated the Samurai ledge. 9 and 10 is the S turn. Getting through that okay. And that choice of going through reverse or forwards, it's always been a strength of Jess. Big drop there through 15 and 16. It's a little difficult. Back into the white water, fighting it strongly.
Well, she took the high line. She was very high into the up and then took the high line out, which was a good choice.
So she's down on the time of Ricardo Funk and a little low there into 20, but works her way back up. Remember, job today is to make sure you're safely through. A little breath there. You can see how hard she has to work. A deep breath as she goes through the bottom section.
Now she dropped the tempo a little bit, but I think that's okay. And a good strong upstream to finish. The work to finish. She'll stride this out.
So gets through the final gate. She heads to the line. It won't be the fastest, but it'll be the second fastest we've seen. So 1:04.05, and it's a big smile as Jessica Fox puts herself through to the semi-finals. They've got a second run, but that will be enough to get.
Yeah, it will. It'll be enough to get her through to the semi-finals. And we do have the women's canoe slalom event. The second run's happening on 7 Live at the moment. So we'll bring that to you when Jess gets back into the water, although she already has posted a fast enough time, which is great to see. And don't forget, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 thanks to our friends at Mate. You can get your award-winning Aussie service NBN from just $59. And tonight, back in the pool from 8 o'clock, our Aussies are, and there is plenty happening in terms of medal chances. I've mentioned earlier today, Katie Ledecky, the woman from USA, and our own Ariane Titmus in the 400-metre freestyle heats, and Ariane Titmus is one to watch. We have high hopes for her to bring home a couple of gold. Their rivalry is one we don't want to miss, although it's just the heats tonight and the final tomorrow at lunchtime. And earlier today, our Aussie Spirit, they did go down 2-1 in a sudden death to the US. They'll play Mexico tomorrow. So keep your eyes on that one. They can't win a gold medal, but they can certainly try and win bronze. Depending on the other results, hopefully they can come through. Just in our other medal hopes, in terms of the pool tonight, everything starting at 8 o'clock. We're going to have Kaylee McEwen and Emily Seabom in the 100-metre backstroke heats, and we'll have Tommy Neal and Elijah Winnington in the 200-metre freestyle heats. So we'll also have Mitch Larkin. He is in the 100-metre backstroke, and Isaac Cooper also in the 100-metre backstroke heats. And like I mentioned, Ariane Titmus, and I shouldn't forget Tamsin Cook. She's also swimming in the 400-metre freestyle. Just Ariane Titmus, the hot favourite. We do have the women's road race happening now, so we're going to cross live to the commentary team on that one.
Never won a medal in the Olympic Games in the women's road race. She's been out in front since the first kilometre of this 137-kilometre race. She's left what was left of the breakaway. There's still 2 riders left there. And we're looking here at what is left of the field, and they still haven't worked out how to close a gap of 4 minutes 22, Scott.
And they've got 18 kilometres to try and work out that equation, and if they do their sums, I don't think it's going to be possible. This has been an extraordinary ride right from the flag drop this morning. A largish group went up the road, 5 riders, that went down to 3, and now it's 1 rider off the front. The time trial specialist, Kiesenhofer from Austria. She's been the national champion 3 times, and she was the best of the breakaway group. Still 2 riders in between. So it's Irma Shapira from Ireland and also Anna Pita from Poland. They're the 2 riders in between at 2 minutes, and they still have 2.5 minutes over the peloton itself. But this has been an extraordinary ride and a big turn up for the books, because everyone was talking about the power of the Dutch team, but with only 4 riders, as strong as they have been, they have not been able to control the distance over 137 kilometres, and the breakaway group looks as if they are going to be the ones chasing the medals.
Yes, well, they spent too much time just watching all the other teams in the peloton take control. They allowed too much time to the breakaway group. Kiesenhofer here gets the bell. That signifies 1 lap to go. They're going to head out of Fuji Speedway, do a bit of an undulating circuit before they come back on. Just under 18 kilometres to go. We did see a move by Annemiek van Vleuten to try and bridge across to Kiesenhofer. She was matched pedal for pedal, unable to do it. She was recaught by the peloton. She wasn't even able to catch the chase group 1 of Plichka and Shapira.
This will be Labou here, Labous of Juliette of France. But the Australians have had a yo-yo, as have most of the big names. They've been back up to the field, particularly Gigante and Tiff Cromwell. Amanda Spratt was dropped on the climbs and hasn't come back to the field, and we've lost track of Grace Brown as well now. But at the moment, I don't think we've got any of them in this chase group, which has just reformed. Labous has just started an attack here.
Labous, the solo French representative here in the women's road race. Tiff Cromwell, I saw just tacking on the back of that peloton. They've got 2 kilometres to go to the finish line. There she is, far right of the screen, that bright yellow jersey. Tiff Cromwell makes contact. You can still see all 4 Dutch jerseys, and despite the strength of the Netherlands team, they have not been able to take control of this race. They allowed too much leeway for the breakaway group.
Very disorganised chase. I don't think it matters anymore, though, with the gap that we have out to the lead rider. Such an extraordinary performance from Anna Kiesenhofer. And I did mention this yesterday, but this circuit, not many people know much about the Fuji Speedway. I've actually raced on this in the Tour of Japan a couple of times, but this was the actual racetrack that featured in the movie Rush, which was the end of the 1976 Formula One season, the final race when James Hunt needed to finish in the top 3 to get the better of Niki Lauda and win the world title. It was in the rain. It was on this particular particular circuit. Since then, they have moved to the circuit of Suzuka. But Chris Hemsworth did his best impersonation of James Hunt, the rat bag, fantastic Formula One champion.
This is our chase group. These are the two riders, Shapira and Plichka. They also have been away from the very get-go, 137 kilometres, starting with 67 riders. They joined Kiesenhofer. Kiesenhofer made an attack on these two 39-kilometre to-go mark through the last feed zone. This is Lebout, the solo French rider, and she has not looked back, has Kiesenhofer.
It's interesting now because these are very accurate time tracks as we get the bell for the last 17 kilometres of the race, and Plichta and Shapira, who were in the original break, as Anna said, are now 2 minutes 4 seconds behind the Austrian. So it's looking like the gap of around 4.5 minutes to 5 minutes with only 17 kilometres to go is a real time, if there was any doubt in it. And when you look at the body language of some of these riders here, and these are the biggest names in women's cycling, and some have had to fight back, of course. They've been dropped on the climbs, but they've come back into the action. But they're marking each other out of the race, and the only surviving Australian now is Tiff Cromwell. And I'm right in saying, Scott, it's her first Olympic Games for Tiff, isn't it?
It is, and there is an attack from Anna van der Breggen on the left-hand side. We've seen some moves from Annemiek van Vleuten. And finally now Van Breggen, who hasn't looked that comfortable at all. She was a pre-race favourite, the defending champion, and now an attack from her with just on 15 kilometres to go. I think it's a little bit too late for her, but yes, Tiff, first games for her. She's put in a fantastic ride, really has. She came in more in a support role for Amanda Spratt, but Amanda just doesn't have the legs. She had that crash a month ago, and 1 lap to go now as we go out. Juliette Labou from France. Surprising to see only one rider represented for France. They didn't qualify more than that, which is somewhat of a surprise for a nation as strong as them. And now Anna van der Breggen will lead the rest through.
Tiffany,
look at the gap as they come up to the bell. It's over 4.25 minutes now as the defending Olympic champion takes them to a 4:18. Can you bridge 4 minutes 18 in 17 kilometres?
If it was up a 17-kilometre climb, I would say it's possible, Phil, but it's not a climb at all. It's lumpy. There are some lumpy sections out here.
We are thinking the unthinkable.
It looks like Mariana
of 137 kilometres, the whole race, if the Austrian woman wins. That is absolutely unbelievable.
A remarkable ride. She has been so committed and dedicated to this attack. She's riding for gold here for Austria. Just before we switched our cameras to her, I thought I saw Mariana Vos make an attack out of the peloton. This is Labous of France. She's still out solo trying to make her way through to the chase group and then ultimately to Kiesenhofer. I don't think that's going to be possible. Tiff Cromwell of Australia filling the role of team captain in her professional road racing career and also here in Australia, and she finds herself the lone Australian.
13.5 kilometres to go.
We saw Debbie Vollering next to the Dutch riders coming onto the front to try and do something to salvage a medal for a nation that came in really as the big favourites. And if you go back through the history, we've only had 9 Olympic women's road races going back to Connie Carpenter. And then you get to 1988, we had Monique Knoll from the Netherlands, so one of the big stars of the time. They've won it 4 times with Mariana Vos, Anna van der Breggen and Lutin Zylard van Morsel. Australia's won it twice with Sarah Carrigan and Kathy Watt. Ginny Longo won it in 96. Nicole Cook in 2008 as well. These are the biggest names in women's professional cycling throughout the years. So this is going to be an unprecedented victory for a rider that has just taken the bull by the horns, gone in the early breakaway and had the strength and ability to outlast the biggest names in the women's peloton.
And we talked about it at the start of this race that the Dutch team had the potential to be too strong. And Phil, it looks like they've got it all wrong.
I think the Dutch decided they weren't going to be the attackers. They went to the back of the field. They spent half the time checking on the water bottles and getting more food out of the cars. And the other riders, because the Dutch wouldn't attack, didn't attack. So those that took the bull by the horns may be paying off here. Remember, there's still the 2 riders in front, Pictor Shapira, and also, of course, the Austrian. Now, I haven't got all the notes in front of me, but I can't recall any Austrian cyclist getting a medal in the road events, male or female.
Tiffany Cromwell getting animated
when you're
at
not
the front.
commentating, Scott, if you just check the facts for me, that'd be very nice of you.
Tiff Cromwell getting animated at the front of this peloton now. She found herself yo-yoing off the back of this peloton as we came over the pass into the speedway. There is Van der Breggen of the Netherlands. Moves off the front now. We've seen the German team very busy. We've seen the Belgians very busy. Spanish riders as well. Also the bronze medalist from London, Zabelinskaya from Uzbekistan, has also been very busy. She's just there on the back of this peloton, number 57 in the blue jersey.
Well, there you have it at the moment. She is still, Kiesenhofer, holding a lead of 4 minutes 13 over all of the favourites for the medals in this year's Olympic road race, and there's only 12 kilometres to go.
Yeah, all the action is happening on 7, and we've got it here for you through your ears at 1170 SEN. We're just seeing some of the heats for the canoe slalom, and Luca Jones from New Zealand has had her best run yet. We're waiting for Jess Fox to have her second run, so we'll take you to that when she does. But there is, of course, just 12k to go in the women's road race, so we'll see how that one ends up before 6 o'clock, hopefully. And a big night tonight for our Aussies. We've got Australia and Nigeria in the basketball tip-off just before 6:30, and we'll have the Kookaburras playing India in the men's field hockey at 7:30, and then later on tonight at 8:30 we'll have Australia, our Olyroos, playing Spain. So that should be all cracking entertainment. Of course, that is on 7, the channels of 7. If you can't get it on 7, mate, or their main HD 7 channel, you can go to 7 Plus, where you can pick and choose, and you can get all of the greatest parts. We did just see in the gymnastics a little earlier on some of the floor events, and we have 2 Aussies in the field, which is great to see, usually dominated by the European teams and, of course, America and Simone Biles in that side. But Emily Whitehead and Georgia Godwin, now they've been competing in the artistic gymnastics, and they've been going pretty strongly, I'd like to say. As for a little earlier on in the tennis, it was disappointing to see Ash Barty out in straight sets. She just got pipped, really, and really wasn't in the race. Too many unforced errors. I saw a tweet before, over 50 unforced errors, which was just out of this world for Barty, who is usually quite strong. She went down 4-6, 3-6. Here is the final moments of her match.
Viva España! Sara Sorribes Tormo with the upset, defeating the number 1 seed Ash Barty on center court at the Olympic Games.
Yeah,
the world number 48 with the monumental upset in the opening round.
Such a bummer there for Ash Barty. We've got 10.8 kilometres to go in the women's road race. I'll take you back there thanks to Channel 7.
The other 2 just after a feeding station, as far as we could work out.
Anna Plichter from Poland and Amir Shapira from Israel. They are the 2 riders in the second group, so the chase group that were attacked by the leader at the moment, Anna Kiesenhofer. And I was just going through a feed section. We didn't see, as you said, Phil, we didn't see the actual moment she attacked, but it was an uphill section through a feed zone. She just rode away from her breakaway compatriots, and she has just not looked back. Look at the gap, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the 2 riders that she'd been all day with, right from the start, out in front. And this, what we've been witnessing today, and it's 10 kilometres from happening, I think, is one of the biggest upsets we have ever witnessed, men or women, at the Olympic Games in a road race.
It hasn't happened yet, let's face it, but let's use the formula that the cyclists tend to use when they start to chase riders down, and that is 1 minute gain for every 10 kilometres. And she's only 10 kilometres to go, so let's give them the benefit of doubt and give them a 1 minute gain for every 5 kilometres, and she'd still win at that rate as well. So it's down to her to actually slow down, and at the moment she's not showing any signs of doing that. The two women she left behind, and here they are, Victor and Shapira in the blue, and they are riding at 2:36 behind the leader, and the peloton now just over a minute and a quarter back of these two riders.
Kiesenhofer actually won a pro race onto Mount Ventoux in 2016 before she actually chose to quit pro cycling to do study. And she's obviously come back into the sport, which is great to see, and she is showing the field a clean pair of heels at the moment.
She studied how to win an Olympic gold medal. It was a successful course because she's doing it out on the roads of Japan. It's an incredible performance, 137 kilometres out in front, plus the neutral section before that, if it is going to be a gold for her, which no doubt will be.
Yeah, she's not a completely unknown, but she's never raced in the top teams since she rode for the Lotto Soudal professional team in Belgium back in 2017. She really has been a freelancer out of Austria, and here she comes to the Olympic Games and she's doing this. It's absolutely one of those dream stories, if indeed it's the way it works out. Labousse is about to be picked up. She's dangling like a carrot in front of what's left of the main pack, of which Tiff Conwell is the only surviving Australian in this group, I think, at the moment. Not getting too many shots at the main group now. That's all that's left, right in front of us now. Defending champion on the front, Anna van der Breggen.
Well, hasn't it been a turn-up for the Dutch, coming in as such hot favourites before incredibly strong riders? And look at this, they're on the front of the peloton, chasing.
And we've got to leave it there. 9.5 kilometres to go. If you want to catch the end of that race, get on the 7 Plus app now. All thanks to Channel 7, the Olympic coverage. They are your main host, and of course we are your host for radio. We'll catch you again from 10 o'clock tomorrow with Maddie White.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style,